Hello? Okay, should be good. Bear with me 1 second. I just need to get up the chat. The chat. Do 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 do. Alerts. Chat. Good. Also need to go and
stay home, and it's it's so devastating for the season. And here in VCT EMEA is going to be the same, even though FUT had a brilliant stage.
Do you like that? I think it was a good. I thought it was funny.
It's really cool to see
you
those
think
teams
like a prey.
avoiding those knockout rounds and really fighing for their lives.
Do you need to add a Go to Academy plan? No, no, kid, we don't.
There is one big upside on becoming or winning the grand final here regionally as well.
Did Leverkusen win? No, they just didn't lose. Well, they did win overall.
But in the first round in Shanghai, and that is massive.
You keep winning. You know.
Okay, I'll just be back in a second. I need to also clean my teeth because I just ate. Need to fill my water. In fact, you know what? You know what? Before we do any of that, I'm gonna give you a map. Fnatic Heretics. Also, who won the DRG game? It was DRG. Yeah, saw map 1. But then I didn't see who won. Wow, so DRG. So that's our third team. DRG. Of all the teams. Poor Trace. Poor Trace. I only saw Sunset. So after I saw Sunset, I was like, oh, Trace are going to win.
Party will be for nothing if they see us.
Monterey, thanks for the 50 bits.
You seem to have a lot of fun analyzing 100 TNG2. It's a nice break from energy despair.
Well, it's nice to have, it's nice to see teams playing to their win condition. Anyway, yeah, I'll give you a map veto, and then I'll go and do the shit I need to do. Right, Fnatic, they've just been banning Sunset, so let's just say they banned Sunset. Team Heretics have been banning Ascent. Did they ban Ascent against FUT again? They did. Interesting. So they wanted to play Split. I mean, they did ban Split against Navi. Oh no, they banned Ascent there. They banned Split here. I mean, I'm just going to say that they ban... Oh, well, then again, against Fnatic. No, let's say they just stick with their Ascent ban. Fnatic would pick against Team Heretics. What would be your choice against this team? I mean, that's the thing. Their Split, is okay, right? And Benji obviously fries, but it's not, incredible. It's not like their best match. You could pick Split if you're Fnatic, but your Fnatic Split is very good. It's Geoguessr with the 8 months. Thank you. They might pick Bind Fnatic, but then again, would they? I think they will, actually, yeah. I think they'll look at Heretics Bind and think they're good. They can win that. Heretics, I think, will pick... Probably not Lotus. Probably not Icebox. Oh, they'll just pick Sunset. Oh, no. They'll just pick Sunset. Fnatic ban Sunset. Who will they pick? What would they pick? Heretics here. I mean, they could pick Split. Could pick Breeze. Could pick Icebox, but I don't think Icebox is Heretics' favorite map. They banned it here. I don't think that's one that they're particularly comfortable with. So I think let's say they actually counter pick Fnatic and just go Breeze. Fnatic then out of these maps would ban Split, I think. And then you've got Icebox or
You get shot, you lose the round, you lose the game, it's an FPS game.
10 months, so proud of how far we've made it.
I think you'd ban Icebox and we play Lotus. But that's a tough call. A lot of okay maps for both teams. Not really bit of a weird one.
Rattle a team a little bit.
Who is that? Sorry.
But for us to come back and be able to qualify, it's just great for
that was
and just excitement.
Number 1, Joshy. Thanks for the 10 months. So proud of how far we made. Me too.
More about that team atmosphere. How
okay, I'll be back in a sec.
So for me, that's the most important thing.
So assuming you're making it to the grand final here in stage 1, which team do you think you're going to face off against there?
I think it'll probably be Heretics. Heretics again.
Again and again. Yeah. Let's see how you fare in that first part. Thank you so much for joining me. Back to us. Thank you. me. That was a few words, of course, ahead of the game. Anything you take away from that interview?
I think that he's very honest. He speaks about the troubles that they were facing at the beginning of the season. We saw Fnatic that was not keeping up with what the other teams were bringing in. They addressed those issues and they looked pretty good yesterday.
They really did. I mean, we're seeing the adaptations now into the later portion of Split 1, of course, but I think that Fnatic also have a lot of work to do going forward because some of those adaptations are coming a little bit later in these matches than we're expecting here as well, but it's also difficult when you have so much weight on your shoulders with their flawless run from last year.
Exactly, and we need to think about the milestones as well. Even though Fnatic was like our pride and joy for the entirety of 2023, they didn't manage to secure that EMEA winners title. So, you know, there's always up for grabs for them.
Well, they have a lot on the line, of course, today and moving forward as well. It's going to be very interesting to see in what shape and form they will rock up because last few days, they made us sweat for it, all right? Playing on that deficit, it's tough if you're a fan watching that, but individuals like Leo, for example, really helped them getting over some of those humps. Leo has been standing out the last 2 days.
It was insane because I feel like it's just been the comeback story here for Fnatic. It all started in like week 3 against Koi, coming back from that 3-11, and then the back-to-back 3-9s that they had to come back on versus Team Liquid in the knockout round, and yesterday versus Karmine Corp. And it all had to do with how well Leo was performing in that initial half to even give them those couple of rounds to work with.
And I love it. I mean, seeing Leo in this form is such a threat for any other team that is watching. For years, we've seen this player being key to every single team that he's been a part of, and the fact that he can step up in situations like this one. We know that Fnatic is feeling very, very comfortable, even though they're not, they're losing those first rounds. I think especially not having a strong half is not determinant for them. So I'm really happy to see that this is the form
They only
that
just
we've
ate.
seen
Because this is what my days are now. It's wake up,
achieving that grand final. Ready for
think about what video I'm going to make.
Well, I mean, they are going up against a strong opponent here, of course.
I was going to make one about Karmine Corp, but I just... the sun is shining. It's 22 degrees here today. The sun is out. It's a beautiful spring day.
The last few days. Are you impressed with the performance? Do you think they can take it all the way?
You know,
I mean, they just
it's like the perfect
so
temperature.
Good. Yeah, I mean,
I have stars in places I should not have stars. I'll just tell you that.
You have to celebrate, right?
So I was feeling positive.
When it comes
Spring
to
has sprung.
Heretics,
Yeah.
I think there were big questions about these rookie teams at the beginning of the season. Was it just a honeymoon phase? And Heretics have proved that it wasn't.
Okay.
That they're able
I'm
to
gonna
continue
go,
to push forward, and their performance only got better when Wood joined
22
them.
degrees is below freezing,
They haven't
though.
lost yet, so he has a 100% win rate so far. It's crazy, right? Because as we were saying, they looked very good with Patitek, and in our heads, we were just thinking,
yes, that's
in
in Celsius. I don't. What's 22 in Fahrenheit?
We know from the times that we've seen him
check for
previously
you?
that he was one of the greatest pickups. I think everybody in the offseason was fighting to get him. He decided to go for Heretics and such a join
22 is
such a young roster, and the way that they're
71.6.
performing, how they're relying on that macro, but also on that individual performance. It's
The
just
ideal
brilliance wherever
temperature,
you look.
I think.
I mean, talking about individual performances, as we just
Hold
highlighted,
on.
Leo,
I need to go
on
and clean
this
my
side, just yesterday, Benji Fishy was fragging out, and he seemed surprised about it. When he joined Postplant, he's like, oh yeah, I've been shooting. Like, what?
He was like, yeah, map 1 wasn't my theme, but map 2, and I was like, Benji, hear me out. You have a team with superstars everywhere. Even Boo, he's like, oh yeah, these guys are great. What do you mean, Boo? Maybe you didn't frag out yesterday, but you were like the staple for the fragging IGL at the beginning of this year. It's not only that Benji can get this kind of rounds. Look at the way that he uses his utility. We're talking about staples like Nats, for example. You know, have played in competitive for such a long time, for so long also with the Cypher, and he setups in the way that he shoots. It's just crisp.
No, it's insane because even I know we're looking at Split right now, but back on Lotus, he was denying CNED those opportunities to entry as the Jet with those trips, and then his ability to anchor on these sites has been absolutely mad, especially into some of these post-plant situations. You saw the lurks that he had, the opportunities to do that secondary calling for the team. You see the handshakes going out, and I remember after one of those clips, I know Benji was even like, I don't even like Split, and that's where he did the best.
Don't have to like it to own it, you know. Now, looking at those two teams, the last time they faced off against each other, as we already touched in the EMEA interview, was in week 1. Obviously, that's a long time ago. How do you feel those teams have evolved since?
I mean, a lot. As I say, Heretics has managed somehow, even though they didn't perform the best in Madrid, to stay on top of the wave and just see how everybody and every single team that did not perform well in kickoff actually step up and cover all those mistakes.
You get shot, you lose the round, you lose the game. It's an an
team where
FPS
that is
game.
uncharacteristic for Fnatic, but so many things have changed, and today I feel like it's going to be completely different.
I think the big concern for me here in this matchup as well is going to be the fact that you're looking head-to-head with Heretics. I feel like their macro has just been so strong. Their mid-rounding, their ability to play together, they're always guaranteeing that they're finding those trades when they're taking fights. But in comparison, Fnatic, they've gone for a few more of those hero plays, getting isolated on sites as well, not having quite the same spacing that we would expect coming out from a team that experienced.
Yeah, and also maybe the maps are not going to be the same, right? I think that both of them have like kind of decided the home grounds that they want to be playing in. This is the moment. You have already secured Shanghai. Now you need to prove that everything that you have been working on is ready to go there and face off against the rest of the world.
And I mean, pretty sure both teams will be eager to do just that. Now, looking at it on paper, if I had to force you to make a prediction,
it's impossible.
Which team would you go for?
I would say it's going to depend on the picks. Both of them have a permaban, so we kind of not expect to see any of those. And it doesn't depend on the first half. I'm gonna say Fnatic. Why not?
I'm on Heretics for this one. I feel like they're going to
Perfect.
keep riding the wave.
Perfect. All right, one each. Let's see who's gonna bring it home. We're gonna head over to the stage to see our teams walking out for the first time on day number 3.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock.
I was shouting the whole time. I was saying stuff the whole time. I put my microphone on mute. The reason that the audio isn't on this is because I turned it off because of the copyright. I put my microphone on mute, so you must have thought that everything was just gone.
Party will be for
It
nothing
wasn't.
if they see us.
What a beautiful day to watch other people play video game.
Yes, it is a beautiful day. It is genuinely a very beautiful day. That what I was saying before, what I was yelling was, I brush my teeth at 4, kid, because I eat at 4. Or like I eat just before I stream. So I go, wake up, shower, video, stream. Here's the veto. Heretic Spanish sent. Sunset. Hold on. Hold. They picked Lotus. Fuck. Still could be map 3. Oh, Fnatic pick Breeze. Oh. Icebox. Well, 3 out of 7. Unlucky.
Fnatic decides to start on the defense.
What a lifestyle.
Probably, you know, after the other day against
Doesn't
Team
brush in the
Liquid, they
morning?
had an
There's no
11-1
good brushing in the
half,
morning. You have to
and
brush after your first
the
meal.
ratings are going to be
It doesn't matter what the
Team
time
Breeze
is.
at
It's
the
about
second one,
brushing
no
after the
one
first
over
meal.
I don't think we've seen Wood.
I don't
play
fucking
this
talk
map
to anyone
yet,
in the morning
because
anyway.
last time that they played it was on
I don't
Wood
talk
2.
to anyone.
That is very, very exciting. Honestly, I just hope that we make it to split.
I hope so too. I
What are you
think this is one
question
of the
marking
games
me
where we're
for?
gonna
That's
expect it to
correct.
go the distance, and
You should brush after your meal.
Last time around, we knew
You're trying to
that
get rid of all the little
way for that
bits of
time.
food in your mouth.
What was it, like
Party will be for
30,
nothing if they
32
see us.
rounds? I
think
believe
so.
so.
And I just don't eat breakfast.
Roses are red, violets are blue, TMV's map pick creds are poo-poo.
Yesterday it was against FUT. We know that they play a very, very specific composition. They were able to overcome, but it wasn't a comfortable match. Going up against Fnatic is going to be completely
don't
different.
speak
They
to
don't
people
change
in the
anything,
morning.
Right? Talking about a team that goes without Initiator and the Sage and all
Also,
that,
I guess
we
I'm not-
don't see often.
My
But
morning
a
breath isn't that
Fnatic
fucking
is
bad.
improving
Like
on
you
this one.
fucking
And I think
weirdos.
this is
You
the
fucking
prime
disgusting
example
little
of Fnatic
rats.
Before and after. You can look at Fnatic 4 weeks ago.
Maybe that's on
and think,
you.
what are
That's
they
just
doing? Why are
calling
they
yourself
not
out.
listening to each other? You can see it round by round. Now, the other day, it was a completely different team.
It really was. Heading to Lotus first is going to be, I think, the ultimate testing round, to be honest, to be starting off this best of 3 series, of course. I'm really interested to see how Breeze ends up going, but we got to...
You do eat breakfast? You eat Weetabix? Yeah, and then I'll brush my teeth. If I have breakfast, I will brush my teeth.
As we expected it to. It's not the moment. It's definitely the moment to warm up if you're
Tom
Fnatic,
Tom
but it's
Jack,
not the
though.
moment to change
Shut
the
up.
compositions. If everything is going to be ready for Shanghai, our eyes
You not
have
feel
to be
gross in your
that
mouth before eating? No.
huge
Not at all.
Durka and Mini Boo.
Get interacted with
Got
nerd.
his number. That's all right. But now he's playing on the race. He was telling us the other day that he wasn't really sure. Like he got even his utility confused. 'Cause he
1.
wasn't so
The
used to
breath
it.
1 is a
But,
lie.
again,
Ask
I
your
also
girlfriend, she
don't
agrees
want
with
to
me.
see the Leo
2.
versus Wood.
My mom's a
It's
dentist
gonna
and is
be
very
interesting
proud
to
of
see
you
because
for your
Wood
teeth
also
brushing.
is this player who's been playing, what, 5 agents total so
Thanks,
far
Kexi.
since his debut here on Split, the first Split here for EMEA.
Yeah, and in the interview also said absolutely no problem.
If you eat after brushing your teeth in the morning, don't you just make your teeth dirty again?
Who's the proof is in the pudding.
I mean, apparently these fucking idiots are fucking brushing their teeth in the morning, then they're fucking eating a bunch of shit. It's getting stuck on their teeth. Their fucking teeth are rotting from the inside from all the food stuck on it. And they're like, oh, well, I brushed it in the morning, so I'm good.
TMV breath is stinky for 6 hours after getting up from bed.
Oh, if you think I'm getting up at fucking what? If you think I'm getting up at like 8 a.m., you are gravely mistaken, my friend.
Considering we've barely seen it in general from Heretics, and it also is a map that they haven't played with Woot yet, I think that it could easily be a 1-1 that hits a split. That's what I'm hoping for. Maybe I'm just projecting, but we'll have to wait and see.
All the map pick of Heretics about to get off to, well, we'll see how the start goes. 5 ghosts and a quicker pace.
You don't brush teeth twice a day? Yes! I just... You just saw one, and then I'll do it again before I go to bed.
To their opponents. Looks like we will have a slow and
Maybe that's the thing. Maybe you guys just aren't brushing your teeth before you go to bed, and you're waking up and like, why does my breath sting?
It was a highlight for me. It was a highlight of the game. We'll see if that carries on into this, or if Fnatic have a new vision on how to approach this map.
I hope they do.
I don't.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't. You've already brought it up. We've only been in the game for 40 seconds.
Can't
So,
even buy an Odin yet.
yeah, the fact is, they've got a 4-man stack up towards
Anyway,
that
here we go.
map.
Heretics Fnatic.
A
This
little bit of
game,
jump spot for
not that
Alpha.
important really.
For the
Gives
side
you the
of
map veto
Heretics,
advantage in the grand final, but
they're about to
other than that,
attempt to explode onto the
doesn't
B
matter
side.
too
Now, there
much.
will be a quick switch of direction from the 2 players.
comp-wise, I don't love this
They will
for Heretics
still
really.
have eyes on this, but it seems like for now, breaking that turret was more so of a ruse.
Well, this is where there could be some trouble brewing for Boo. He's trapped
A
in the back,
reclear.
but his teammates are on the way over to help. Swings out ahead of them. The position taken by Chronicle.
Yeah, they
Good,
just
but
got
he's getting
absolutely
the kills.
destroyed in this
That's
round.
only
Nice
Boo
reclear
falls.
by
It was
Fnatic.
Leo grabbing
Boo
both of
often
those.
is out here
He's
on A.
close,
He has
ready
been
to
quite a
finish
lot.
off Benji Fishy with a wide swing. 3 kills for Leo in the pistol
Okay.
round. A fantastic start for Fnatic. It's not only Leo who doesn't die this time. It's an Andalusia flawless for Fnatic.
What lineups do I use for brushing my teeth? You know, I start with the left side of my
No,
mouth.
a great start.
Is
for
that
them,
because I'm
especially on this
right-handed?
defensive side as well. I
The
do
fuck is
think
this?
that this matchup is always going to be one that, even though
Where's this camera?
though it's
All
exciting,
zoomed
it's
in.
just a little
Fnatic
bit
really
wholesome
brushed
for me, 'cause
Heretics'
I feel like
teeth in this
for
round.
A lot of the players over on the Heretics side will be sat there looking at this as like, okay, these were the players we wanted to be able
Close
to
the
compete
Preds.
with last year, like when they were in the tier 2. I think Benji's even said it. He looked
Any
up to someone
mods?
like Bosa,
Fuck it,
wanted
that
to
kid
play
was
against
just
him,
here.
beat him in the first game of Split 1, and now has the opportunity to make it to the grand final for the 2nd time regionally by beating them again. It would be an incredible storyline. For Fnatic, it's almost the opposite. They had the high highs of last year, looking unstoppable. People thought they were going to do
Good
the
stuff for
3-peat
Fnatic.
in trophies, which no one had ever won 2 in a row before. They did that for the first time.
And this is the thing I
They're
think
looking to
Fnatic
get
are going to
back
do. I think they'll
to
have a
that
good
level.
understanding of how
And
to
yeah,
beat
you're
this comp,
highlighting
because
a
it's
note
just
that
like what they
in a
did back at
round
Lock-In,
again,
when a
like
lot of
Glass
these kind of
Six,
comps
you
were
did
running
it.
around.
You did it yesterday.
Right.
I
Take
couldn't
control of
guess.
A, and their reclear of A is going to be
Just
pretty
tickle me.
obvious,
Makes me
right?
feel good.
You're
It's
gonna
something
you're
you don't
gonna
typically
know
expect
when
to
this
play
reclear
against.
is coming
I
in.
want him to
No,
get
Right.
right-clicked, like just one shot. I want him to get
On
insta
range.
right-clicked.
Somehow through a wall as well.
Because they're never
Sure,
going to do
why
this
not?
silently.
I don't think
And
that's
so
gonna
what you can
happen.
do is you
Any-
can just
any
take
weapon
control
in
at the start, and you
Durka
can
is a
often actually
dangerous
leave.
weapon.
Right, as long as you're like within range to hear like the stun, right? The stun is coming out. So you don't even have to always stay here.
That's in play. Fnatic can lose 1 player, but after that,
Also just
again,
playing it
will
safe,
become
nothing wrong with that
costly.
against this kind of
Has
round.
invested into shields with
Nice
that bigger
splash.
weapon, and he's the backup player for this
Shooting
side.
not
Bosa,
great.
There's a bit of pressure on him to at least drop a player or 2, do the damage, make it easier for that spray that now will be through the smoke to get it done. Durka, no shields, and he's just running at them. That's
Oh,
one
there
way
you
to
go.
handle it, I suppose. And back-to-back Andalusia
If you're wondering, okay, Bosa's aim wasn't great there, but if you're wondering how to play against the second round, some teams, hello, you know, round Leviathan rounds that cost you the fucking game.
But no, this is where they have the
That's how you do
rifles.
it.
This is where they can start really getting
Tex,
things back
hello?
on the board. Leo definitely closest. to
Mazzino?
getting Ultimate online, the Nightfall. perfect for retake scenarios, but that's the thing. Fnatic, especially in the first map of series, have been off to incredibly slow starts. We've talked about like 5-0, 9-3 comebacks that they've needed in both maps yesterday. And well, we're back to the regular. The early spams to try and deny any of that extra space, or at least tickle up players if they do look to take that control.
Does a tiny bit of damage.
It was taken initially,
but not much. Obviously, this is something that Fnatic... This has kind of become the meta on Lotus to some extent. Defense side is... Again, agent swapping, right? We got a Raze with the Odin.
You know, Fnatic have been stacking
So before this used to always be like a Viper, now it's a Raze.
Because they're looking to contest on range.
But it could be, you don't know who it could be, right? It could be a Viper. It doesn't necessarily reveal what we're doing here. Now again, they take this A control.
See if players are still here.
Okay, here just in time probably.
Heretics have taken this to the other side of the map, but the rotations only began a few seconds ago. At least Chronicle was able to make it here. A snakebite had gone through. Good drop Boo on the back of the decay as well. Alpha's catching mini Boo utility in hand, and no one else could make it through thanks to that utility setup in play. So now
they seem to have a very good idea of what's going on.
Here to defend it.
Ooh. Nice shot from Rians. That will at least be an opener, but they have taken a nasty chunk of damage on the way in. Durka trying to deny them getting aggressive, but he's caught. He's attempted to spam, and because of that, he's lost his life. Woo
this is
about to meet his counterpart, his doppelganger of Leo, but doesn't even see him coming.
When do I get mod or VIP? Fnatic on their redemption arc.
At least finding one, turns on a dime, but doesn't manage to connect the second shot. And now Rians with everything to do. Stun will come back online. Gives him a chance to try and isolate a couple of these fights, but both players looking to take this one together. They know exactly where he is. Looks to get the spike to half. In fact, Leo could have maybe just stacked that one.
That's how you fucking play a 2v1. Get fucking half, tap it. He has to swing. And then both swing. This annoys me to no end when teams don't do this, right? Leo fucking knows how to do it. Zoltox, you're never getting mod or VIP. If you want to get VIP, fucking give the 5 subs. Pick the right fucking team who's gonna fucking win Shanghai.
Very well could have been there.
And then Kid will win a year later and DVIP you anyway.
Fnatic, I see some danger signs if Heretics do up pace. I mean, B side is left a little open, but they can fight from the off angle in towards the broken door. It's the C site that's really in isolation. Alphair has to be able to slow them down as they push through. This time he had the rotation of Chronicle to help out. As we said, the snakebite was there. The poison orb had already been put down. But in rounds where Heretics make that switch of sights.
Okay, back on an eco.
There could be challenges, there could be problems. For Fnatic, they adjust, they take a rubble control early. Now they're ready.
I think he got all 5.
Because they've got 2 players in the early stages of the round on site, ready to.
He got all 5 of them.
Slows Heretics, and now they're basically blocked out.
God, it's not really a good way for them to go, other than trying to retreat all the way back.
Goes with the 50 bits.
They have only really works towards that B
if I don't get here in time to pick PRX, I swear to God.
See, this one's going to be a weird one for that, because of course, like, 4 teams are going to be in the playoffs already, so those are probably the teams that you want. Right, you want the 4 teams that are already, you know, are going to be in the top 8 for guarantee.
It's Alpha, yeah, which, again, if he's informed.
Is Fnatic back? I mean, they seem to have a very good read on what Heretics are doing every round here. Right? Everything they're doing is good. I do think that the Fnatic can lean back on this map. This is like them early last year, right? Where they can just play, like they know how to play against this comp because they did it all at the start of last year.
They could just deny.
Right, versus this kind of breach stuff. So I think they'll just feel like, yeah, we know what they're going to do. We know how to play against this. We've already talked about it a fuck ton of times before.
It's only the first for isn't it? Only the first for Team Heretics, though. Still 4 players to drop, and one right up close is Alphair.
Okay, we got a couple kills, but again, Fnatic looking good. Seem to have just a good idea of what Heretics are going to do. Probably maybe suspected they would pick this map, I guess. Thought Heretics might be here.
This is already starting to get a little bit worried.
I don't want to pick Lotus into Fnatic.
Again, we know this has been a fantastic map for them.
God, imagine in Shanghai. We're watching Fnatic. It's the lower final.
Rather than the other way around.
We're enjoying the tournament. It's getting tense. It's getting crazy. And then all of a sudden, in the silence, as Fnatic are struggling, we just hear, "Ooh, oh, V." The Chinese fans, they look around. They're confused. They don't really know what's going on. but in the darkness, one person comes
Defense,
back.
There's just no stopping them. Look how far up Durka is already.
That's it.
It's a complete change of pace.
FNC.
Chronicle's now on with the Odin, but he's already low.
Not an easy fight to take, especially when Wood's
Oh,
back
he
on
is
the other
standing
side.
out
Okay,
here.
Chronicle,
Nothing, it's
decent bit of damage. Rien's down to 55,
Ooh.
and the kill gets him Rolling Thunder.
TESSCMM, TESSCMM.
In towards the spawn. Looks like it'll catch at least the one. Boaster tried to
Okay,
dodge it with the
4v4
Shrouded Step, but
retake.
still gets caught.
Durka's over one trip. Can he get over the
Them.
second one? I'm
Any
not
sort
sure.
of congestion around that spike plant. Late lurk being sent out by Durka. There is a player towards the broken door, Benji Fishy, who's sitting down waiting for the re-aggression of this side. Fnatic need their point of contact to make
Oh, the
a play,
C's
and with the
aftershock.
paranoia put through.
Durka
Boaster
had to
wasn't
break
able
that
make it
trip.
away from Rien's. Benji Fishy catches Alpha. Now they know his position, but Durka's steps are heard. The nade used, it might push him out into the open, into a wide angle, but Benji's able to win the fight
beats him.
nonetheless. And this is a much better face from Team Heretics. When the rifles come back out, the wins are found. Leo grabbing one. I'm not even sure if that's a echolocation or just a wild spray, but either way, fair play to him.
First round
Okay,
of the board.
first for Heretics.
Much better stuff from Heretics.
3 alive
Even
as well,
just being
pretty
able to
good.
deny
Pick up the
some
Odin.
of the spams. I think Chronicle might feel a little bit hard done by.
I don't think they're going to come and take A. I would suspect this
He
round.
tries to do it, they've
Try and
spammed
fight
him
A
right
to
back.
stop that happening.
But then even just, I like the way they're using all of the utility, especially Rien's. Having that Rolling Thunder deep, making sure
C's
you can
half
get
HP,
no
one
problems.
shot of the
So
aftershock
they don't
kills
just
you.
then give up that space. They have further counter utility to make things much more awkward for Fnatic on the retake. And their first round ends up being relatively
They're
clean.
gonna fight it
the
this
problem though, Fnatic's rounds have been so clean, they buy up easy.
That they
But
do.
this one is a bit of
plenty
a
credits
swing.
in the bank. Even for the next round, some of these players will be able to buy up. Ults are coming online as well. So is Boaster.
Oh, he didn't realize.
Right up top, but caught. Shrouded Step from Boo gets a little ahead of where they were ready for. And Fnatic, we saw this in, I think, round 3, round 4, where they went for the aggression around Rubble. It got them a lot of control. It allowed the early rotates, and ultimately, you could argue one.
So what's your play? 4v5.
4v5. Completely different result to be fair, or rather, there was a B site push when they had pushed up on Rebel. Now they lose their smoker.
Okay, so they leave Benji
Lose
inside
Boaster,
on A.
Durka down to 56
Come
HP
back
and
towards C.
0 information on that defensive side as to where this push could be coming in.
Dirk already tagged him. Definitely makes things a little bit more awkward.
Thing is, the way the map is, you don't
is being
probably know where they're going to be.
exactly
They do not
where
know.
he is, and they're now going to try and put the
Gonna be
pressure on.
fast.
He has no support, and they know that. The neural theft gave them every single piece of information they ever could have desired. Now, Alpha's pulled off miracles from here before, but Boo is more than ready for it. Leaves 3 players trying to rotate in time. Leo doesn't quite manage to land the shots. In
Ooh.
fact, it's Durka. He's quickly
Oh,
found
no
two.
way.
Chronicles found another.
I haven't got
This
this planted the
was
spike
2v5
either.
just a split second ago, and now it's very much doable.
I mean, Heretics have Rien's on low HP and the spike still to be planted, Tom. If I was to favor anyone here, it might be Fnatic. But Heretics have got Benji snuck in to that corner. If Durka doesn't clear it, and he hasn't, that will be a free kill. The second player, I think Benji had an idea, but the timing
Oh, the
is
cage
terrible.
helps him.
Chronicle, pit online. Does he want to use it here, though? No idea quite how low Rien's is. Perhaps 29 HP, and I think Rien saw him go in the corner. but the shot is
Oh, wow. That's a...
3 kills
This
for
is old
Chronicle and a
Fnatic.
5th round on
Right,
the
that
board
was
for Fnatic.
very last year's Fnatic. Where we're in a 3v5 and it looks like all hope
We
is
need a
lost and then
replay
we
of
just
what
get
Durka
3
just
kills.
did. Those 2 kills coming in so quickly. Wow.
Was that
That
2v5?
one's got a sting though. Like Heretics
That's a
finally
big loss
managing
for
to
Heretics,
get their
though.
first round on the board. The openers were great. Like Boo did an amazing job. Like he predicts where Alpha is going to.
Particularly on this map as well, it felt like that always happened last year, right?
And then connects onto a second player, waiting for them here, and it still just doesn't go their way. Like just the.
What?
What? All right. Okay. Well, I guess that works out for you, doesn't it?
What? I'm not even sure how he reacted to the first person dying so quickly to transfer. That was so quick. I think Dirk has found a new favorite weapon. I don't know. Couldn't do that with a Vandal.
Maybe. Well, it seems like
Tech
we
ball.
have ourselves a technical pause.
It was like Pansy in the
I did
building.
notice that Neil wasn't even in the room when we just saw that replay, so I wonder if maybe it's something to do with him. I don't know. We just see Weber on his own looking frustrated, which is definitely a little more interesting. Luckily, in this scenario, the coaches wouldn't be able to talk anyway. That dull, huh, guys? That dull. In your pajamas, going to bed. What's going on?
What shall we do?
I mean,
quick
Heretics,
early
I'm
player
surprised.
global,
We
I
went to the
think.
player camps there. I kind of do think it's something to do with Neil, because Benji is smiling ear to ear. Sounds like he's heard a good inside joke.
That's the thing. There was something I was confident about going into the season, was that Benji was always going to be great for the vibes. Like, whether he was good, the player he is right now, I didn't expect. I didn't expect him to be as good as he's been.
Not.
You look at the match yesterday versus FUT, he was genuinely unbelievable. But he was always going to be someone that was able to bring up the vibe of the team. That's why I actually don't worry too much
505
about
miles. This
Heretics
is
in a lot of
probably
these
too
scenarios
close.
where they have slow starts, or maybe someone's having a little bit of a rough game, like Miniboo currently quiet, Woot a bit quiet as well. It doesn't worry me because they have those players that are able to turn
Maybe
them back.
Austria.
It's also funny then when you compare to Boo as well, because Boo is just this cold, calculated. Well, here we go. Is this man phased?
He looked up at you, Tom.
Nothing phased about it. Yeah, he could, somehow he can't hear me. He could just think what's going on in the room. I genuinely believe this man is a genius.
I think so. I think so. His
Romania?
demeanor is disturbing. I'll be honest with you. It's win or
Romania's
lose,
further than Austria.
clutch or get stomped, get around,
Malta?
taking off the 2v5. He will have the exact same look on his face.
Well, that was the
Calm, cool,
thing.
collected.
I got to
One
film
nut.
with him in Masters, and
not
I was
Italy.
saying to Miniboo, it's like, oh, you're going to be the competitive one of the brothers, because he's so calm. And he goes, no.
This isn't
And
500
then Boo
miles.
goes, I want to win. Like, it's just like, this guy is a competitor through and through. He just maybe doesn't show it as much as some other people on the team.
Tunisia.
Nonetheless, well, it seems like maybe Neil has found his way back into the chair, because otherwise them calling a pause is a little bit interesting.
Maybe they're trying to find Neil. He's hiding somewhere in the room. It's a fun mini game. Keep the vibes up. You
Tough
know?
one.
See, I feel like it would
Tough
work
one there,
better if it was
Tunisia.
Where's Woot.
Just a small country located amongst a bunch of big ones.
Where's Neilzinho?
Yeah, it doesn't have the same.
No one's seen Neilzinho.
There, he's back.
Hey, we found him. We won the game. Unlucky. He doesn't look too happy. 5-1 down. You wouldn't be. This is Heretics map pick. Attack side. They need to warm up into it.
I am from
They're running out
Tunisia.
of time.
Hello,
There's the Fnatic team that
Grimeel.
can make those comebacks happen from, well, at this point,
Yeah.
it could be 12-0.
Things I know
still
about
won't give up on
Tunisia.
them. Heretics need
It's
to earn
flag,
that accolade, though.
It's red
I
and
think
white.
they need 3. That's the magic number for Fnatic.
It's
always
where
3.
Carthage
But no,
was.
I think especially the manner in which they lost that last round, like
It's
losing a 2v5.
where
one,
Star
to
Wars
just,
was partly
Odin
filmed.
getting a double kill, but then also the way the 2v1 was played, it looked like
Garrett.
Benji was caught a little bit out of position. There wasn't really any opportunity for trades. So I think it's probably just like getting them back into that right mindset, because we've seen this team just be so clinical.
England did
when
play
they
them in
get
the World
into
Cup
those
one.
advantages.
Capital City is
Letting
Tunis.
them
Yeah,
sit
that's
like
true.
that,
That's a good one.
Especially when it's Fnatic on the other side, you just can't allow that to happen.
There's always been another player taking those first fights, whether it's Alfier, whether it had been Leo, but Chronicle in following up and trading out. The guy's 9-1 right now. For Fnatic, everything is going right, and they've caught Boo.
Oh,
An
they will.
ambitious play, I'll call it that, to go straight into the spawn.
Ready for
to
it. They are
stick the
getting
TP,
cooked
and
by these nanos
from
every
the shadows
time.
he came, and from the shadows, to the shadows he went. Nice shot by Mini Boo.
He's just got his first 2 kills in quick succession.
3v3.
As said,
Benji's got an
I never
op.
worry about it when it's this guy.
Their
I think
guy's
he's had
ult as
one
well.
quiet game the entire season, and he was definitely aware of it. That round was already looking pretty dangerous with the first 2 kills going in the other direction, but Heretics fighting from a deficit, not in a bad spot now.
Well, as much as I love the Odin, these players are well aware of what they're facing against. A rocket, though, that works out. Durka taking down Mini Boo, and the both players remaining are low. The nade's back online, and it's perfectly positioned.
That's
React 12
good.
has to run, and Durka catches him with a headshot. Benji Fishy, though, they know this op is in play, and they've nothing to deny it. They have to face him in open combat. 61 HP, and he hits the shot. Down to 33, halfway to Fuse, and another shot for Benji Fishy.
Okay, Benji with the big clutch
And
with
the
the op.
doubling of the rounds, Heretics back on the board. That could be the fire lit under them.
There's always things where you just see like your Cypher players bought up an operator and you go, that's really interesting. But when it's Benji, I just don't feel like you can even worry at this point. This guy is so good in scenarios when he's needed. That clutch capability even baits him Boaster almost. Like he gets hit by that paranoia seconds after he manages to land the shot. And then just clinical with isolating the duels, knowing the timing of when he needed to peak for that counter to already be gone.
Okay, so now Fnatic on an eco.
There we go.
So that's a big win.
Your second favorite gun in the game.
No, I'm not taking that slander. This gun sucks.
You said you were converted when Enzo was playing
when
it.
Enzo
you
has it.
specifically said,
When Enzo
oh,
has
I
it.
have to take back everything I said about it because it's looking pretty good now.
Listen,
And now you're talking
Now, the
smack
damage
about
that
it.
Fnatic can do in this round will be
I know
pretty
I
big.
disagree with those words. I mean, the guy's already got 50 bullets left. done
As in you slept
barely any
on
damage.
the Ares, or as in you slept on it and now you think
the
it
words
sucks
that I
again?
said, I slept on that
okay.
perspective.
This might
and
be
I no
like a
longer
round
hold
where
it.
you
The
maybe
gun
should
is
buy.
trash.
I don't know.
Basically, I played it and ranked again
The
and
Viper's
realized
bit.
it's just terrible.
Got a
So
judge
what you
or
have
Maybe
to...
that's just...
Then again, I don't really even afford that.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. As LMGs go, this thing might as well be a water pistol. He's already picked up Brienne's though. Durka looking to make a fool of me, but he's caught out. 1 kill, and now we go to much weaker weapons. To be honest, in my opinion, stronger weapons, but that's neither here nor there. Chronicle's caught up close, has some backup from Leo, late flank out of Alpha, with a Marshal in hand, and the entirety of the attacking squad ignoring these players, just moving into the B site where they'll find a plan. Alpha has to go to the Classic. The Marshal isn't the weapon for this fight, although a lot of these players are tagged very low.
30 seconds
The
left.
Classic being spotted already. He's going to go back to it. But now that they've seen that
They
player, they
rotate.
rotate over to the C site, where Heretics are finding a nice open plant and even picking up Chronicle along the way. Chances here pretty low, but Leo's recovered
Leo's
a
just gonna
rifle,
save.
and a lot of these players on Heretics have been tagged up. Don't think he'll go for it, though.
Yeah, that's the thing, is whether or not he wants to just throw the rifle into the wind, and a lot of that damage maybe not necessarily confirmed. Already things being given up. And you can see this is more of the controlled aspect of Heretics that we've come to see. Very passive, even got some deep control towards the spawn, so they have their rotation out of there already. They don't need to fight any of the remaining players on Fnatic. They can leave this site without too many problems. Saying that, he actually hit the tag onto Wu while doing the spam. But I think that Alpha, in the end, is just going to
Okay,
decide
5-3,
to
nice
spike,
comeback for
and
Heretics.
Leo will
Obviously, this was
hold
just
on to the
against an
rifle.
eco. They've been playing a bit
Everything's
faster
gone according
here
to plan in the late round for Fnatic,
since
but
the
not in the
timeout.
early.
They went for just that
5-3.
straight C exec. Let's see it
Heretics
now without
starting to
the
creep
ults,
up on
though.
their scoreline bit by bit. This round there'll be a little bit more resistance, though. Although a few ultis are online for them pretty soon. Fnatic coming out of this with the deaths they have and the orbs they found. It's going to give them a chance to have Viper's Pit and Lockdown online. Boasters from the shadows hopefully will find more success.
Still have
than
the
Booze.
off, but now you're against
Or even
this.
just stay in the bank.
Funny thing about that first fight is that must
They
have
all
been
want
their
up each
own
other.
stunt. That catches mini
Well,
boot.
yeah.
So he was just happy to just play through everything. The util combo early, a lot of that's almost used just to try and catch Boo, who has been teleporting across. A lot of damage
Oh,
done,
and they
but
don't
mini
get
Boo,
the kill.
as I said, he was 0-6 just moments ago. Never
Hey,
loses
again,
confidence,
Fnatic lose this
never
fight on A.
flees from a fight. And he's going to find Durka in the very first seconds of these rounds.
A very big kill as well, because just a millisecond beforehand, a headshot was hit through the wall onto Rienz. He was being
They
tagged up
gamble
heavy
C.
by that spray. So a big peek out of Minibu to find that opening and leave Fnatic without that aggressive stance on Rubble, but they have decided to gamble towards A site. It seems to be the C site. Killjoy setup. Leo in the back lines, Chronicle on the quick rotation.
A bit of
Turret
shooting
still
here
holding
out
B.
towards C.
And Heretics, I'm not sure if they're going to decide to open that door and move to the B side
That
or
smoke might
angle it all
convince
the
them
way
to come
around to
this way.
C. If it's the latter, they could be in trouble.
They're gonna go for a pinch.
Got Nightfall available if they want to use it. Mini Boot has
What a
been caught
stupid
out, but the
idea in
rest
a
of the team were
5v4.
going in another direction. Now this actually helps out Fnatic a bit. They're going to be left in a 4v4. They've got the lockdown to try and force them out of position, although Nightfall has been used just to try and deny that early space. I don't know how much that has actually helped Heretics, because they're going to have to flee anyway, and they're being pushed further into the
trying to
direction of
fake
Bo, so
as
they've
if they're
also
coming this way?
misread where some of the players are. So that Rolling Thunder has done absolutely nothing. Bosa now coming in with the timing, but Alpha is way ahead
The
of it.
one way is so good. I mean, the round by Heretics is a shocker. It's a shocking call in a 5v4. This is a like raise-ult round on an eco
Chronicle's
call.
got to be kicking himself at least because he used the Viper's
Not a
Pit right at the
fucking.
end. I
We
think
have
as
no
he
ults. I mean, what the
left-clicked
fuck
to
are they
deploy
trying to
it,
do, man?
all the kills came through.
I get it. You're trying to pinch on this, but
Unfortunate,
it's just
but hey,
such
better
a
to be
risky
safe than
idea.
sorry. And this time, they're at least safe at the half. They won't be losing the lead. 6-6, the best possible scoreline for Team Heretics. As we said, nice opening pick, even with the paranoia, the reveal. Got them
The
what they
one way
needed
is
to
nice though
find
by
that kill.
both. I didn't even know you
Alpha
could do
close.
one ways here.
He found two, but that third was coming his way nonetheless. A little too clean. Rianz was so low as well.
Okay, now money low for Heretics. They need to win this.
Heretics, it seemed like we're used to delay, but the lockdown just ruined everything they were going for. Back into the round. Again, we're going to see a more passive position this time with the spams from Durka. Not going to try and fight them out in the open like last round. The thing is, though, Fnatic are a very similar setup.
What's this,
3
Fatal?
players towards that broken door. No opportunity for a rotation. And actually, the Nightfall is going to get quite a lot of info here.
Oh, it's also lighting these players low. That wild spray through. It doesn't land this time, despite a little bit of damage being done. The Nightfall is most of what you were seeing on your screen, so it's all going to decay right back up. For Durka, no success on the spams, but he has declined any further aggression from the side of Heretics, who will now go back in the other direction. This whole time, Benji Fishy has been sat on C, up in hand on Mound, waiting for an opportunity, but Alpha's playing super passive. Chronicle, on the other hand, goes pushing, only finds the one.
But now you know this is just one guy.
Spike was dropped, so they're going to have a decent idea that it was rotating, and in fact, Boaster
Maybe has no essentials either.
On B, may be able to get that extra little bit of information. The only problem is again, it looks like it will come down to Alpha.
30 seconds left.
Has to give away his position as well. They're not deciding to isolate him, and instead
Again,
running through all those nanos, who's
cooked a little by
lot
that.
of HP. Miniboo's down to 40. The push is delayed. The kill is clean and easy for Alpha Yer. Now repositioning for when this cage falls and he can take a fight, but Boo wins it. Everyone on the side of Heretics is tagged. 12 seconds left to get a plan. Still a nade online. The blast back in. Here he comes, and there he goes. Leo and Durka out of the round, and a chance for Boaster. 6 HP is the margin that was in it, with Wu just about holding on for long enough to deliver a headshot back. 6-4 now. And a 2-round gap. It's doable for this attack.
Maybe a little bit of impatience from Alpha there.
The are starting to run a little bit lower on Fnatic.
But yeah, it's
and a
not gonna
4v3.
Massively this round. It might just leave Boaster with a weaker weapon, which has been quite a common theme, I'll be honest. We've seen that quite regularly in their matches so far. And actually, I think we just heard Benji. That was him saying not to take the operator. So maybe going to go for something a little bit quicker in some of these rounds. Not having that in
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Durka. Miniboo's bit the dust again. There's been a back and forth between these duelists, but once more, it's only ended in a trade.
And there was an attempt at aggression by Boaster up on B mid, just clearing
Okay, a raise for a raise. I mean, are you going to do
even to open the door and meet up with his teammate, but Durka gets dropped. Granted, it takes almost the entirety of Heretics to get rid of him, but they do it in the end. And now they slow it, pump the brakes, and let Fnatic second guess themselves. B site will be left open with the turret holding on to control. And the ultimate used by Benji Fishy reveals the positions of these Fnatic players.
And you see 2 players here.
They now look to open that door, move into the B site where they've seen it's a little bit more open, but in fact that's all a ruse, just telling Fnatic that that's the play they want to go for. Instead, the stun is being set up, the play is back towards the C site. Leo's just rotated in on time. And Alpha up top, to be honest, this is not a position I think they'll be very ready for, but by the looks of things, Heretics are going back once again.
Boaster have flash? No.
Boaster in position, but he doesn't have the gun to fight them with. It's going to have to be the retake once more.
B.
And this time there isn't the ultimate to force them out. Instead, though, there is Chronicle.
Push through.
He's already picked up one, and again, Heretics are going for another late rotation. Boaster, he's heard the steps. He knows that this is heading back to the A site and gives the information over to Chronicle to reposition once more. This is getting right into the late round for the side of Heretics, really playing those
Still
rotations.
could be someone on B.
The fact is, though, they need a kill. They need to pick off one of these players. Chronicle would be ideal, and that's exactly the man they removed. Now the remaining 3 of Fnatic, all coming from a similar position. Wu up close, ready to brawl. First goes his way, but that's the trade of the player without the gun. Leaving it into a 2v2 scenario. Rien stun is not going to connect, but he lands the shot anyway, and even gets the second.
Okay, it's very scrappy. I mean, that was a weird round by Heretics to push through Heaven there.
Resurgence, 4 out of the last 5 rounds. The attack sides got their groove back. And on the side of Fnatic, slowing down, trying some new ideas, even finding open
has to be
picks,
much
but when it's
further
traded
back.
out like this,
They've kind of lost these last 2 rounds, I think, by one Althea, one Chronicle, just being too aggro and trying to win the round themselves. Because like they're in a tough spot there, Heretics.
I love the
right,
fact that the whole team is always all in. Yes. Like there was never
like,
anybody left
I mean,
behind.
Fnatic didn't know someone was left on B. I mean, Chronicle could have died from this way as well. So.
Again, we're gonna have this early battle, and again,
they keep going for this fight. Why are we not?
The showstopper not gonna connect, and there's one on the other side.
They haven't won this fight once, I don't think, Fnatic, anytime they've gone for it.
Just trying to clear angles at this stage, making sure they can't
hasn't been good for them.
Well, it looks like Fnatic are gonna need to win another clutch scenario as they're in a 3v5.
They even saw Alpha coming up with the trap, so flank is being watched, being held.
Heretics.
As Alpha in the other direction. 5 players still alive, but they've lost the 2v5 in the past. They need to be careful. Position of Rien's is the main danger as they cross to site.
Heretics have just been able to claw it back. I mean, what was it? Was it 4-0? I think it was, right? So this is a nice comeback for Heretics.
Still standing in position, stun ready on hand, pushes Alpha into the open, but still hits the shot. Re-ends, no trouble to be found until Leo steps up to the scene.
Monarch 99, thanks for 50 bits.
Losing a 2v5 is one thing.
Do you think Silver could get value on this map for clearing kilojoules Zootil?
Kilojoules. Yes, I do. I think that is a good reason to play Silver on this map.
Was all just a bait to get him to walk
because
in.
you can clear this.
Needed
Obviously, you
to
missed
win
the
first fight,
C's nades
6-6.
shit.
We get an
But I
even
think if you
half
weren't
out
gonna
of,
play
what was it,
super
5-1
aggro
lead for
on A,
Fnatic?
like if your defensive game plan was not to like try and win the fight on A, like Fnatic in this one, right? They never really. Oh, that's a crazy shot. They never really won this fight.
This is an example of it. Is your watch Regan's put out his stun, a player will peek him while he's doing it, and he will
So we
still
get
be able to
to
get his gun out
the
and hit the
attack
headshot
side
before
now
they
for
can.
Fnatic. But
That's
yeah,
how
I
clean
think
this
if you're not going to play
game
aggro A,
is.
then
That happened
Silver
again in the round before
could be
where
very good. And
he's
Silver
pushed
isn't even
on
that bad
while trying
for
to
the aggro
stun
on A.
and just manages to connect the shot. The guy really is a talent. Another one of those players we've seen come up from the tier 2, from S2G.
Use the kilojoules mollies to break the kilojoule
6 and
mollies.
6.
That is a
Great
fair
resurgence now onto that
use
defensive
of them
side
as
of
well.
Fnatic.
The only thing is, of course, like people can
historically,
shoot
always
those
known for
as you
their
throw them
attack,
down.
but as
That
it was
does happen
mentioned,
sometimes.
when they played versus Liquid, it was their defense that was impressive.
Okay,
Yeah,
wall
but
for
this is the
B.
thing about Fnatic, and we heard it
So
from
Heretics
Watchparty
see this
earlier in an
wall
interview,
probably. They see some
with Zoe
noise.
that-
And they
They
converge.
just cannot figure out that first half. They'll do it on attack, they'll do it on defense, they'll show weaker faces, and then they'll come through half two, completely different squad, and get out of their own way. I think that's how he put it in a lot of these games they've been playing against
Maybe he
themselves.
just needs to tape over the board that they're like 10-0
It's
down,
half two,
and
boys.
they'll just play good all the time. Yeah, like, oh, there was something that goes on, so we have to play with a huge deficit. You know, maybe someone used
Now
the
they
cam.
make them
next
think
time.
it's a
7-1
C hit.
down. Yeah.
These
Don't worry,
guys come
boys.
out in A, but
Veto
who's seen
Keter
them?
back.
Pinged him.
Well, Heretics' defensive side now to be put to the test, and after a little bit of poking and prodding on the map, Fnatic are deciding to take this towards the A site, door to be opened moments from now, and a retake for Heretics. I find it very unlikely that Boo starts to scrap on these angles. We'll see how much
Wow,
utility
Buster
Fnatic
has been
expend
doing some
the actual
tech on
side
this map.
control
I don't think
already.
I've seen that one way
Paranoid is
before
taken out of
either.
the round, and just take a look at the sidebar. There's basically nothing left
see
but the
this?
refreshing utility
What's
in the
this
late
one way
round.
on?
Although it is a classics ghost round here in the pistol, we don't expect
On this archway?
to see a ton of that supportive util. The paranoia was the main danger, but it's still in play for Boo.
Also, just look already how deep Chronicle is currently sat, just waiting. They're going to clear every angle other than where he is, because why would anybody be that far
That first
back?
kill
It
is
may
big
not
'cause
matter.
they'll play
Already
in Chronicle
one
big
comes in,
time
there's
for a
Mini
kill.
Boo down. And they've still got to deal with him, just causing a nuisance while the rest of Fnatic fight on the site. Finally, Rians has managed to kill him off, but
Hey,
by
both
that
pistols
point,
for
the round is
Fnatic.
already over. Both are waiting within the smoke, and it's another pistol. Both.
If I can
going
find how
away
many
for Fnatic.
points each team has,
think every
I mean, it's not that
single
hard
angle that
really.
they
Just look at
decided to
their
hold,
regular
Chronicle from
season
behind
wins
picks
plus
up one.
playoff wins.
They're scrapped out across the site, holding their angles, winning the
A
fight.
+3 if
Nice,
they
easy
won
pistol. Often it can come down to a coin flip, but
Their
Fnatic
region, and
have
then
won that flip
I
both
guess it
times
is. It's
now
hard for every
an
team.
early-
But if you just want one
early
team,
lead.
I don't know. I don't know where you can look. It doesn't matter.
Thoughts
Though.
on the Kenrick and Drake beef?
Is because normally you might
I
leave
don't
someone behind
care.
one. So they actually put Haunt above
I don't
us
care
to
at
clear
all.
it. He was playing even
It's
further
probably
back,
honestly
just
a
almost
marketing ploy between
knowing
both of
that
them.
they're methodical
If we're
enough
being
to check
real.
it and adding that to his repertoire of going even further back.
One of the main things that we heard from Heretics as well was how strong that counterplay was in their previous series. It was Benji tweeting out a lot of props going towards Neil Zeno and Weber for preparing them so well for their matches and up against Fnatic. This is a map
Do you get
that
points
we've
for winning
seen
the playoffs?
a fair
Yeah.
bit of. We know how they like to play it.
I'm not sure if you get a
Heretics on
point for the grand
defensive side,
final because you
I'm
get 3
curious
for winning the region.
as to
So
how
I'm
they'll
not
be
sure about that one,
playing
but
into that. We can already see that the
otherwise,
trap
yeah.
setup for the second round is towards the B site. Having invested into those, giving them a
I love when
much
my
better
marketing
chance
ploy is being
if
called a
that's where
pedo.
Fnatic decide to crunch it. And with the camera up aggressively,
doesn't matter though.
there's a
does it?
chance that they think the Cypher setup is C. It's maybe not worth pushing on a low buy and go running into this trap. In fact, the spike is shifting back to the right.
Oh, they're desperately trying to find out where that defensive Cypher cam is. We saw a similar thing yesterday.
Yeah, the spams.
They still haven't managed to find it. The problem is you've spent all the utility looking for that cam. The cam's going to tell you they're there, but you just don't even have the weaponry to really act off of it.
Oh, no.
It's a couple of sheriffs.
Oh, they're running into B. Oh, this could be bad. This could be very bad.
Might not mean anything. Durka with an easy opener. The rest of the weaponry,
Okay.
it's just not enough to trade. If they had this sort of stack up and around with guns, I think that would have been an easy win for Heretics.
This is
Fair enough.
Valorant.
Peter Leah, thanks for that 12
But the
months.
trap setup at least got one. But, I think good prowlers on the way through.
I don't know if that was the setup. That was a man right-clicking a smoke.
Yeah, well, he was caught by a trap wire. He wouldn't know where. There's a man right-clicking in the open.
Okay, as long as they keep
Boo's
3
a bit of a
rifles,
fiend
it's
for those
fine.
long-range angles on the right-click classic. I don't think he'll be getting anything. Well, listen, if he manages that, we'll have to take him off the stage.
If he manages that, I'll buy the bundle.
I thought you bought it already, Tom.
I haven't bought all of them, that's for sure. Oh, never mind.
No,
I'm not buying that skin.
Yeah, the minima is, I mean, it's a close second to the Smite for worst skin in the game.
The minima is a great skin. Classic of Mitch and Tom L.
Couple of credits farmed over.
The minima sheriff, I can't wait for minima 2.0.
They very much won. I believe it was the 3rd round off the back of Leo having his ult online. The Nightfall was used to
give me a
counteract
Vandal
an
minima.
aggressive B push alongside a Viper wall. Ton of value from that early ultimate. This time, the player farming those kills and plants early is Durka, Showstopper. Now that can have a little bit more of a direct impact on a round.
Unfortunately for the other side, not really able to farm up too much. This would be a game where
you don't even
really
play.
Kick things
I've
up
got
a
this
gear,
this battle pass that I'm definitely not going to complete. Speaking of minima enjoyers, Trolls,
pressure being placed onto Benji.
the #1 minima enjoyer.
From these scenarios, but looking like he's just going to back off. I think knowing that showstopper is going to be in play.
You are a monster.
Be careful. Really needs to get himself around that corner. Durka is going to go as far as he can, and it's not quite enough. They were very ready for that.
This has been a bit old Fnatic. Maybe other than losing those couple rounds at the end. But
deep nade, but the stun forces him back. In goes Mini Boo. It's like a bottle rocket, but he's taken down just as quickly. A short-lived life on that aggressive stance. Great paranoia, but the off angle from Alpha Yer. Good for the trade.
4v3. Monterey, thanks for the 50 bits. Durka with the kill. Durka again. Alpha. Right, double pistol, double bonus. If Fnatic lose this map, they are officially fucking washed.
Yeah, what at this stage we always talk about.
Oh, here we fucking go.
Pistols, it gives you like an 80% plus chance of winning the map.
It's strong.
Winning both pistols and both bonuses, it's got to be like a 90.
Now I'll tell you a bad skin. The Sentinels of Light.
In terms of winning this.
That's a bad
It's
skin.
definitely not a good sign for Heretics, especially as they're the ones who picked this.
So Heretics back down on an eco again.
If this was last year, I would have called them crazy, unless they were loud. This year, it's been a map that has had problems, but it seems like Fnatic are improving as
Half of you absolutely disagree vehemently, and the other half were very much like, yep, true. So it seems like that's a very divisive skin.
Missed performances than last year, but
Benji's
when he
in
is
trouble.
on, he can be an absolute menace. Utility already deleted for Benji. Only that cam remains, as both trips are already gone.
A few sheriffs ringing out, yeah, but sending Fnatic back towards their spawn. This isn't a round where they need to feel goaded into a fight.
I mean, as long as Fnatic convert this. I mean, if Fnatic convert this cleanly, that money's going to be so good that, like, it would be, again, it would be tough to lose.
Clears up the close angles. Did it not clear the close left? Ah, they're worried about the traps, of course. It could be a slightly higher trap wire that it managed to slip past. Not spotted.
Oh, they saw Boo. If he saw that it was Boo, then
the A site will be hit.
Probably end A. There's that one way again. I mean,
have got a bit of a read, Tom. They're all
gonna have to do that one in your games.
Fnatic being methodical, taking their time to clear utility and try and bait
Oh,
them.
Boaster.
It hasn't worked out. Mini Boo ready for one. Oh, he's going to take a hell of a lot
Oh
of damage.
my
It doesn't
goodness.
matter if you hit the first shot. He's got another nade to deny them even further. Woot now.
Oh
There's
my
all, but
God,
Mini Boo
this
doesn't need
guy.
any help. He's got himself a third kill, was already low on HP, his brother's gonna chime in, and now it's left onto Chronicle. 9 seconds, gonna try and bait him in, and well, it may not even matter.
Wow,
Benji's there to
massive
support.
thrifty.
Heretics off to the races in this second
Mini
half.
Boo and
Thrifty
Boo.
round win to get back
Mainly
on the
Mini
board.
Boo.
I was worried about them because I said if Fnatic keep it up, it's going to be over pretty damn soon. I thought it would be the next round where we'd see a glimmer of hope for this squad. Running through a snake bite, vulnerable, hitting the second headshot, and wow, the adjustment on Alpha Yer as well. This guy is dueling for days on the side of Heretics. They've just been given a lifeline. Showstopper online coming into this round. Odin bought up by Woot.
Party will be for nothing if
What
they
Ray?
lose.
Thanks for 50
They
bits.
plant, it'll be hard to push them out of that spot. Although,
I blame
that's where the
Fnatic's
showstopper
slump
can find a lot of
entirely
value.
on
Really
Chronicle's
aggressive
shitty
defensive
haircut.
side up
Once
towards
his
now.
hair had
Taking
time
a
to
lot of
grow out,
control,
they
took
became
themselves
good
in the
again.
corner up close with Boo. The problem is they've committed a lot of players to this
Trying
side
to
of
get
the
the
map.
orb back. He's just about going to be able to claim it. I was a bit worried he might get pushed at the same time, just with how many players are currently around that position.
Okay, the
Instead,
fade Odin spam.
I quite
That
like
makes
this setup.
sense.
They've almost completely abandoned B, but with mound control already, they can have a quick rotation in that direction,
see
and it
them
means that they
close.
have both an Odin spam plus all of the
Fucking
Cypher
hell.
utility with some
This
pretty
camera.
ratty cameras ready and waiting.
Party will be for nothing if
I
they
like the
see it.
reposition from Moon as well. He's already aware that these players are going to dump
nice
We
these
should
setup.
shave their head on FNC for the bold buff rather than
avoids the
Durka.
paranoia, avoids the further aggression
Who
that would
was
be
that?
coming his way. Fnatic avoid the setup.
Joshi.
As they move away from the A side into B. Nade is
Yes,
used
perhaps.
for Viper's pit up and in. Here comes the showstopper already. Past Chronicle, and he's got the angle up top. Beautiful
Thought he ran
positioning.
away.
Snakebite slows any further aggression, and boom,
now in they
is
come.
caught through the
Ooh.
pit. Even the aggression out of Durka. He's looking for that
Chronicle
Odin.
pit
He
drop.
runs it back, but Chronicle was dropped with the wall bang from Woot. Now looking for a little more damage, but not catching anything. With Durka awaiting him on the other side and the decay fading. He's right back up to fighting form. Benji, Fishy, and Rian's left with a difficult decision as to whether they even commit to this or not. It looks like they will. Good start.
Oh!
Benji's got two.
What?
It's only Durka left up top.
What
Benji's
the
got it as
fuck?
well. Gorgeous utility.
I was gonna
from
say go
Rian's,
and
but
fucking
what a
save.
follow through from Benji, Fishy.
It's the flip of the script. We saw some crazy rounds won by Fnatic in the last half, and now Heretics have just stolen one of their own. I think I saw Benji's reaction. I'm not overly surprised they've taken a pause here. I think he definitely needs
Oh
it.
my
The
goodness.
heart rate definitely pumping.
Just the stun.
What was a perfect stun. Most
And they all win
a
the
little bit
fights.
lost, it seemed, in the madness, and he's going to get absolutely everything.
And that's all muted. Click on the first. I saw
Okay,
Let's Go.
Heretics take a
Saw
timeout.
some other words too.
Interesting.
1 round gap between them. What
It is a bit
recovery from
individual.
Heretics. Like
They
you
have
said,
been
Tom,
pretty
not just
clutch here,
losing both
Heretics,
pistols,
in these like
losing the third
disadvantaged
round after
situations.
as well. The follow-up.
It feels like whoever gets the
They come
first
in with
kill
a
isn't
thrifty
necessarily
buy,
converting
and
a
that seems
lot.
to have set them in the right direction. A pause now as they
We had a thrifty
take
just
Neilzinho
before
and
this,
Viper
and then into this.
into their comms. Have one shot at how this one's going to go, but here's the problem, Tom. Something you brought up. You've been tracking this for Fnatic. Those guys, they do pretty well after a pause, regardless of who calls it. I think Koi learned that the hard way.
I think many teams have learned it the hard way.
yeah.
I think Liquid learned it the hard way as well. Every time there was a pause, it seemed that Fnatic would win the next round. So, yeah, giving their coaching staff an opportunity. Of course, it's doubled up in this case with Mini alongside them as well. That's the thing, though.
It's these
It
coaches
genuinely
now.
will be an incredibly
I
impressive
swear
victory
to you,
for
it's the
Heretics
coaches.
if they go into a map that, what, Fnatic have
It's always
played
when they take a
6
timeout.
times already this season. So bear in mind, obviously they didn't go to the last international, so that's only kickoff and here. They've gone close pretty much versus everyone. I think the worst loss they've had on the map is 13-10 versus KC, and that was back at kickoff. Ever since then, it's either been OT or a flawless victory. Go in, lose both pistols, lose both bonus rounds, and then win the map? That would be insanity. It shouldn't even be possible. And for Fnatic, that would definitely be a questionable matchup, especially with some of their players performing very well. Like, there have been, well, almost lights out performance from Chronicle. Dirk has been online as well. But that's the thing with this Heretics team.
Okay.
I sort of said it earlier in the day. If they win this match, they will have beaten all of the top teams. Like, it's not like they've,
Olympic
by
game
any stretch,
host
had an
cities.
easy route. They had to
What does it
eliminate
mean?
Na'Vi. They had to beat FUT to get into this match.
Oh, you want
They
the
beat
Winter
KC
Olympics? Is that
towards
what they
the
want?
End of the season as well. They have gone through all of the teams that we're saying, okay, this could
I don't
be
know
the
the
best
Winter
team in the
Olympic
EMEA.
ones.
If they win this matchup, they are the best team in the region.
This is the thing.
Dunno.
Looking back at
Top
the old
grossing
days,
movies.
Tom, going back to Summon FC
In the
for Fnatic,
2000s.
they faced a fairly similar thing.
In the
where even when
2000
they were
top
winning
grossing
games,
movies.
even when they were beating
Shrek?
top teams, people were like, "Oh, it's a
What do we
one-off.
think?
It's the bookie strats. Yeah, it worked this
Titanic
time,
was the
but
90s,
What are they
wasn't
gonna
it?
do?
Avatar?
afterwards? What about when a meta shift comes? They just don't have the players for it.
Was Iron Man?
And over time, over
In
a
the thousands?
long time, they proved it
Party will be
again
for
and
nothing
again.
if they see
It's one of
it.
my favorite things. Neilzinho a long time ago.
Number one, Josh,
actually had a
Vancouver.
Vancouver and
tweeted out
Sochi.
about it. And someone went
I
in
just
on
spell
him,
Vancouver.
told him he's there for clout.
Wrong.
Reason he was there. Long time
This is
ago.
the 2000s. You've done the fucking
Feels
modern
he always
ones.
Takes the opportunity
Lord of the
to go
Rings,
back
good
to
one
that
there.
thread and say, just another one there.
Return of the
Just so you know, just proving it for the 5th time.
Don't make
you
me
were
type
wrong.
all out.
For Heretics, they're proving the international scene.
No,
They're proving
that's
the
right.
regional
Star Wars.
scene that they're one of the
Fucking
best. But this could be the best. And what a way to
Phantom
do it
Menace.
as well. A competitive map, one that's good for Fnatic. They come in, they have a good start, they win the pistols, they win the 3rd rounds. That is a death sentence for 99 teams out of 100. But they might just be that one.
Golden Globes, I don't give a shit. Best-selling
A little bit of time to
Nintendo
think
Wii
about it, I
games.
guess.
Wii Sports.
It's not a bad scenario, I guess, for them because
Mario
they stood
Kart?
around that they probably shouldn't have done. It will be the Fnatic players that will be left stewing in it. But at the same
Super
time,
Smash Bros.
I almost feel
Super
like they brushed
Smash.
off far worse.
Was there not a Super Smash Bros?
They brushed off far worse. So
What
I
else is
don't
there?
think it'll be the end of the world. It is exciting to see them as well going back to that international stage. I
Wii
think
Sports
everybody
Resort?
expected the, well, basically, if you look at any predictions,
go.
including my own, we would talk about
National
who's
Basketball
going to be the team going to those
Champions.
internationals with Fnatic. Like, that was
Lakers?
always
Yeah,
the
of
talk.
course.
Them missing it at kickoff was genuinely
Nikes.
mind-blowing. Like, I think that completely switched the script on how this year was going to go. And if we're being honest, Heretics were right near the bottom of everyone's list because you had a lot of youngsters that were going to have a lot of problems straight off the rip because they weren't able to have Woot playing because he wasn't old enough. That's another thing that's crazy. Like, we're talking about what? This is his... Is it what, 5th game with the roster?
I believe.
It doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like that at all. It feels like he's been a mainstay within the league. A little bit of a quieter game here today, probably because he's been using the Odin, which, I don't know. I'll be honest.
I'm not sure. Whoa, hold on.
I think it's good for a lot of people
Dunno.
when you are the Turkish aimer. When you're the guy
Pixar
who hits
Oscar
every
winners,
one tap.
animated features.
Don't use the Odin.
Wouldn't you
Pixar
say Dirk is
films.
that guy, though? Not the Turkish part, but the other bits. And he
Monsters,
uses it pretty
Inc.
well. Maybe he just needs to learn to use
No?
it. Don't say
Toy
like me
Story.
with the Aries. I don't want to hear
2,
it.
I don't know.
3,
I
4.
think Woot has himself
No?
the better headshot percentage.
Brave.
I haven't looked, but I'm
Wally.
confident in
Okay,
it.
Tom, the desk did this a while ago. I want to ask you, who'd win in a 1v1?
Who? Woot or Durka?
Woot or Durka?
Woot.
Pixar
You're
films.
confident in
All
that.
in. All
Your
in.
bald brother thrown under the
Turkish
bus.
aim.
Pixar films.
All right. No, I'm glad. I got to see what kind of person you really are. We learned it here today.
It's tough with them in my ear.
Well, Tom,
What are other Pixar
this
films?
has been a
Oh,
bit of an
no.
extended pause. This is never good.
Fuck's sake.
Just seeing us.
Okay, we can focus in on this then. Other Pixar films. Up. Ants. Or was it A Bug's Life? Which I always get confused which one's which. It's not. Fuck's sake, what else is there? Incredibles. Best rock video group. Foo Fighters. Oasis. Blur. Who's a rock group from the 2000s? Who's like the biggest? Linkin Park. Let's fucking go. Kills. Green Day, good one. 3-time Saturday Night Live host, Michael Jordan. I don't fucking know. Band artists with best-selling albums. Best-selling albums of the 2000s. Lady Gaga? Is that when she started? I thought it was. I thought that might have been right. Let's go Linkin Park again. Best-selling albums of the 2000s. 2000s. Rihanna? No. Beyonce? No. Jay-Z? Eminem? What? Kanye West? What? Was Justin Bieber the 2000s, or was he? I think he was 2010s, wasn't he? National League MVP winners. Does that mean fucking NFL? When it says National League, Does that mean National Football League? Is that what they're after? Well, I guess you shouldn't just put Manning. Well, no. Because Peyton Manning definitely won multiple. Dancing with the Stars, don't give a shit. Best-selling books in the United Kingdom. I mean, I would assume it's just Harry Potter. Which ones, though? Goblet of Fire. Do I have to type it all out? Deathly Hallows. The first one came out in the 90s, I think. What are the other ones called? What the fuck are the Harry Potter books called? Order of the Phoenix. Chamber of Secrets. No, that one might be the 90s. What are the other ones called? I mean, I don't know why. Why is it called the Sorcerer's Stone in America? Why is it? What's wrong with the Philosopher's Stone? Too big of a word or something? Grammy Award Male Pop Vocal. Justin Timberlake. Broadway musicals, most performances. It's a popular musical. Oklahoma. Chicago. Cats. Not Cats. We started, we're back.
A little bit of aggression.
We didn't miss anything, don't worry.
A little bit of aggression to Rubble.
We missed fucking
Spotting
nothing.
these players early to look for their stances with Fnatic.
Americans can't comprehend words with more than 3 syllables.
You said it, not me.
A lot of damage, but I love and applaud the idea.
Okay, the deep trip from Benji.
Yeah, much slower take at this point. Trips being moved, Benji still spotting. It seems like they're heading into the heavier stack site. Of course, with the broken door already being open.
There.
Gives opportunities to sort of switch back quickly.
My ultimate is ready.
And more importantly, having that lockdown.
Coming at the
Getting
Killjoy
that
lockdown. I
early.
mean, Seth haven't really gone anywhere.
Try and clear things
See
out.
the
A little
Omen
bit
as
of
well.
extra
I
information
think you just have to lock down
for
here.
Boaster, but that might just be attempted as a ruse. It does seem like they're going to fight into this, though.
Well, the lockdown at this point should send Heretics back in the other direction. There will be a late stun put through to try to slow their push, delay that advance. It doesn't seem to do too much. Fnatic are in. Plant is being secured as we speak. Big swing though. Heretics are going to
They
attempt
didn't plant?
to stun.
Oh,
this
you're in
push
trouble. You had the plant.
away from that plant. In goes Durka. Good for two.
Maybe not. I lied.
He's out for free. They still need to plant, but with the nade exploding right now, they should have plenty of time. Benji Fishy trying to be the thorn in the side. Big kill from Miniboo. Durka's low. Oh, and
There's no
Durka's
fucking way
down.
they lose
Chronicles
this.
in the same position. What a shot.
There's no
Benji's
way.
doing
Not
it
again.
3 kills already. The last man standing, Boaster with the big old gun. Some damage done to each player. It makes it somewhat easier, but he has to find.
There's no fucking way. A 2v5 again.
Kill of the round. He might need another pause to cool down, as they've just equalized on Fnatic.
I can't believe it. We saw it earlier in the last half, a 2v5 on the C site, going in Fnatic's favor. And I was saying you can't afford to let rounds like that slip. And now Heretics have done exactly the same the other way around. And Benji Fishy is at the heart of it. They came into this season picking up young Turkish superstars, picking up Miniboo, one of the better duelists in the tier 2. And picking up a Fortnite guy who went into streaming and then came through the tier 2 as well. And at the moment, he's looking like their best player.
Gavin with the 50 bits.
Truly impressive how good he has been. Fnatic
I don't know about any other words, but I know America is the only 4 syllables we need.
I remember a long time ago, looking at Benji as a player, mentality and ability in other games, but it's hard to imagine it translating well. I had faith, Tom. I had faith he'd be a good player,
Not this
but
much
he's
faith.
a bloody great player. It's unfathomable to be able to compete at the top level in so many different sports, so many different ways. 18-10 up against one of the best teams in the world at a time, uncontestably the best.
Kill Benji.
Yeah, Benji.
Fishy as soon as possible.
Check Benji Fishy buyout.
Check Benji Fishy PC.
Remember when he used to follow me? Remember?
The tech pause.
Remember?
Are you sure he's
Do you remember,
I'm the
Benji?
one that called it. I had to see. I had to see, but we've been assured. The man's playing the game fairly, but it doesn't look like it. 9-9, tied up after pistol wins and follow-throughs. Fnatic are now
Okay, they're now on an
longer in the
eco.
lead,
Won
and
both
not even in a
pistols,
good
both
position
bonuses.
Economically, Stingers times
And yet we're
4 in
tied.
play and a Guardian for
Holy
Alpha
shit.
here. But a big rocket in the back pocket. That could be what turns the tide of the round in Durka's favor.
Looks like again, gonna have this early brawl.
Ooh.
Spam has almost killed Chronicle. He's on his last legs
Fast
already.
into B.
Durka has just gone though. He is
Fast into
sent
B.
straight into the B site. Space
We're
has
gonna
been
pinch on
taken.
this.
Nade will slow any form of
Nade is
rotation
good.
for now.
Sent them back out to
And
the
even
players.
the paranoia is decent, but it doesn't even
Oh,
matter.
but they realized, they figured it out,
It's
Heretics.
just going to be the 2 kills coming through. Corner cleared as well for Woot
Well
with
played.
Minibu alongside him. Any
So this had
danger
real danger,
in
and the
this
nade from
round,
Durka was
they have
good as
dealt
well.
with it. They have
Really
dodged it.
faking this out.
While
But
Leo,
they
I'd
figured
be
it out.
impressed if he even managed to get that kill. And
And then the
Andaluthia
breach
flawless
kind of sealed
to
it.
put them in the lead, Mitch.
I'll give the applaud to Fnatic in this round for at least having great ideas. Did it work? No, quite clearly not. But the idea to have Durka go aggressively on B, start to get those players who are pushing up rubble every round to come back to start that support play, and then the nade goes through. It forces them back. Well, it forces Minibu forward, unfortunately, but the rest of them go back straight into 3 players who were pushing up on A. Whether you want to blame it on weaker weapons or what I've seen is shots hit again and again by Heretics, they find the win. They put it now 10-9.
Result fatal for Heretics. Holy
Shit.
shit.
That is denied by Durka.
We've seen these 2 battle.
You know,
and
I
brawl
don't
throughout
love
the
the
match,
fucking
and
one
I
breach
will say
flash
Durka's
plays.
come out on top
One
most
KO
of the time.
flash, one breach flash plays. Not a fan.
I don't mind it though. It's disruptive from Heretics. It leaves them.
That's
a
why the
man
Omen
down,
flash
however.
again. This is why
Around
Omen
the
flash
Fnatic
go.
coming in
If
with
this
the
is an
buy,
Omen
still
flash
got that
instead, he
showstopper from
probably
the
gets
last.
a kill.
Leo is 1 away as well, so I assume he's going to be the one taking the orb here to get that Nightfall. Nightfall showstopper.
Yeah, I don't know why they
one of the
didn't use Omen flash. I
nastiest
mean, you could stun and
combinations,
Omen flash if you
just
want. Like,
because of the fact that you can get that information. They may not even need it. They're going straight through, just putting that pressure onto Benji. Fact is, though, he's just holding for now.
Patient play. He knows he's got backup. They can't push up without someone spotting. Rianne's caught behind the wall.
that means I got 3.
You
wanna get
on the
out?
other side as well. Even footing for these players. Showstopper pop by Durka, looking for someone. Spots the trails, and the shot is
Nice.
good. Boo is down.
Yeah,
Benji
everyone's
Fishy
dead.
only good for 1. This is a much
Another
better round from
2v4.
Fnatic now with full control. And Woot and Rianne's on the same angle to fight through a Viper orb and almost take down the Viper. 35 HP left on Chronicle. It seems somewhat doable. They need to find these opening picks. That's a good one with a stun right after. Rianne's moving around the snakebite that just faded. But no flashes for him. A prowler for Woot is all they've got to work with. One flash could make all the difference. Instead, it has to be dry peaks and fights that will not be won.
Okay.
Guaranteed by Durka.
Big win for Fnatic.
His
Yeah,
4th
just the
kill
opening
onto
idea here for
Rianne's.
Heretics, I don't think
To
was
equalize things yet again.
the right call necessarily there.
Himself up to the top of the board,
One breach flash, these one breach flash, one player plays. I mean,
him alone.
even if it's just one guy, you're in trouble. If it's multiple people, you're just always dead.
A lot of the time, you're gonna have Nightfall in, and he'll chase it with the showstopper. If there's no one there, you've used 2 ults, and you got the site. Okay, you got the site. But instead, he takes the space of the site just off his own back, and then they put the Nightfall through, so he guarantees a kill.
Okay.
He knows there's going to be someone there. They're not going to allow them to have that site for free.
The mini boot off, where is
Slightly
he?
delayed take, but
He's on
it
C.
works for them. Still, Heretics have been climbing back. Finance is still good.
Gets on the
Now
line.
they have that operator
Playing for a
onto Minibu.
trap play here
He's
with the
gonna come under some
camera.
serious pressure.
Flash
Not with
stun,
the
but
Odin this
after a
time,
while they
however,
don't
so
like
he's
it. They
taking a
hear
bit
them.
more of a risk with some of the
Can't get out though.
angles.
Needs
He's
a
won that
smoke.
one out.
Needs a
I don't know
smoke
if he's gonna be able
yesterday.
to escape from here. That's going to be much more difficult. Everything being thrown into that
Oh.
corner, and eventually he's taken down.
Yeah, just a stray
Just
shot
a
needed to put him low
bit
enough
too
for the
slow
snake
here from
fight
Boo.
to finish, especially that little vulnerability applied. So one downside, right, of having that player there, even if it's Minibu, he can blast pack out. You'll often see Jets there. You'll see Boo. I think actually going to Fnatic, Boaster was the player
Breach
in
flash
those
is buff, so
positions
it
because
pops
he had the
faster than
Shrouded
break
Staff
meta.
just to
I mean,
bail,
it would
but
be fucking OP in
even
rank.
with smokes up, it's not going to be enough a lot of the time. Team Heretics fill in the space of the player lost with 2 towards the A site. B site double stacked up on as well, despite the camera being there to spot. And all the while,
Okay, so
Fnatic
smoke on B,
set
that might
their
hold
sights
this
on a
up here,
wide
so
open site. The
they do come
undefended
C,
one on
then
C,
they're in
and the
trouble.
post plant has been strong for this squad.
Thing is, they still have double trips here on A. They omen flash out A. They've got no idea what's going on.
Sat outside of B. They're almost forced into the retake. Now
Oh,
they
we
do have the
used omen
showstopper.
flash?
That's going to be good to clear
what?
some of the positions. Nade,
a weird
boom
one.
available, flashes, aftershock, and a couple of smokes. So there's a hell of a lot of
I do still have
utility
Razel.
available in this scenario for Heretics to use. But just look at where Fnatic are going. They're almost playing completely outside of the site.
And for good reason. That showstopper is about to be used. Miniboo now won't find any easy targets.
But he's going to clear out pretty quick. They're going to get this idea.
To hit them from. Goes for the wall in the back. Even if it does damage, it's not enough. Shot
Oh!
Booster on the double. Chronicle showing up here. And Miniboo's all alone. 1v3 up in hand. It's not the weapon for this fight. And it's not a situation he sees as winnable.
Well,
Running away to save the weapon. Fnatic have claimed themselves an 11 and the lead back in their hands.
Yeah. Good overall calls in this round. Like that was firstly the rotation to find the gap in the first place, to get into the C site, with the Heretics gambling on the other two. Then the read of the showstopper being such a high impact ult to play from outside of the site. And then the second it's fired off, just the re-aggression to make sure nobody can get anywhere near that defusal. Good round from Fnatic, but was starting to look a little bit dangerous. Now has them back in the lead, back in control.
Will be for nothing if
Although
they
they
see
kept
it.
that
And then
operator
Monjoshi,
through
thanks for the
this,
food,
still a few issues when it comes
Long.
to the finances for Heretics.
okay, they do force
They
in
most certainly are.
with just
Even
a
more so
sheriff.
than their support player
Fnatic
Riaz. He's
11-10,
coming in
very close.
with a full belt of utility,
Been a bit of a
but a sheriff to work with. He should
weird
be the one
game, to
fighting
be honest.
first
A
anyway,
lot of
so
clutches, a lot of
this paranoia. It's absolutely perfect. It's pushed them back. It's denied the aggression.
Kind of
It's
just a
burned
big
flash at
scrap.
Riaz as well. The aftershock even used. A lot of utility out of the hands of Heretics for no real control. They haven't got rubble. In fact, they realize they have to concede it.
Definitely leaves them with a problem. They put Miniboo in space over on C just to make sure that Fnatic can't go for the same rotation. Actually, looking like they're going to push up on B as well. They really don't want to just sit back and let the ground go.
Oh no!
But even with the two-man setup, Alfia is able to spray down
Oh,
both.
they have the perfect call and
It
they
leaves
just
that B
lose
side
anyway.
wide open. It leaves Miniboo walking up, and if they go back here,
Wow. No, they'll come
might
to
just
A, I
walk
think. They're
directly
pinging out
into him,
C.
but
They know he
with
can
an
be walked up.
operator from this position, I don't know how many kills he can expect to get.
Well, nothing as they're not even walking towards him. The B site now turns into the threat for Fnatic. Smoke to the left side, smoke up top. Only right that they've got to clear. And now with the
open
door
doors,
open, a
they see
potential
us.
challenger
Gonna
steps
spike
up.
it across through the door.
The ult will not be given a chance just yet. They wait for the door to close, but he's going to swing it right back open. Even still, Dirk has already bypassed him, caught himself a kill. Now Miniboo doesn't want that fight, but the door being open betrays him. Leaves Alfia the chance to shut him down and put 12 on the board for Fnatic. Now
Thank
two
you,
in a
Kevin.
row for Heretics. Just to claim an overtime. It seems
Okay,
unlikely.
12,
They've done it
10.
before.
I mean,
Worst
again,
positions.
I think they'd win both pistols, both
Oh,
bonuses, so
absolutely
it
flawless
shouldn't be
as well,
this
though, for
close,
Fnatic. This
but
was unfortunate. They hit the headshot.
the
and
Heretics clutches have been pretty
But from there
insane as well.
onwards, Fnatic were in complete control.
Nice Alpha.
Not letting any more of the rounds slip that we saw earlier, and you even look at the ultimates, they're definitely in their favor. A couple of orbs will get that lockdown again.
So we go next,
A
Breeze
Viper's
and
Pit as
Split.
well.
Breeze and Split,
You have to
two
feel
maps
like
the
Fnatic
Heretics
have
can
what it
very
takes
easily
to
win.
force this over the line, but
Like, I don't think this is a
safe
death
to say
sentence.
Heretics are not going to give this one up without a fight.
Okay, he sees a lot, but the problem is we got 4 players towards A, and if they come fast, he can't really
This is
do
dangerous.
much
We
to
saw
stop
the
them.
orb picked up by Alfia. If they claim site control, he'll be planting.
Oh!
They'll be finding
He
themselves.
said, lying
Nice
to you
lockdown
all.
afterwards to push these players out of position, buy more time. Durka shut
What?
down, and so too is Chronicle. No Viper's Pit anymore.
Classic Benji Fishy
Root
random
onto Boaster as well,
kill
and never
round.
mind the plant. They can't even get on the site. A jump up top now leaves Leo surrounded and shut down.
Well,
and right when they're backed into
I just
a
lied.
corner, Heretics answer up.
Could you not
11
tell? It was
rounds
my
now,
lying
just
face.
one for that
I was just lying
overtime.
to you all.
It's just
I said he
ridiculous
couldn't do
after
much, and then he
losing
killed
3
2.
rounds in a row. It's just an Andalusia flawless that brings them back into the game again. They're definitely getting their money's worth today, because we've had quite a few of these rounds. Benji as well, just a pixel is all he needed. The flash comes in just seconds later, but he's still able to find the frag. 21 and 13 up there and out. But you've also got Chronicle and Durka still going. They come in with the better ults.
Great, here we go.
Still come
12-11.
with the
Got
rifles.
Killjoy ult
Fnatic
into
uses
just a
one.
Viper's Pit,
Well,
just
it's
a
either
full
been a
B
dominant
goal.
victory on this map or overtimes for Fnatic. This is their
Simplify
chance
the
for
round.
13-11,
Here
a
we go.
regulation win. Previously, I believe it was 15-17 in favor of Heretics when it got to that OT. They turned up when they needed to. Lockdown is used in this round as we see Fnatic take
Yeah, but
control.
it's
and
not
look
comfy.
closely.
The
Heretics
flood
are
is
right back
fast.
into the
Wow,
fight,
well
and they're
played,
winning
Heretics.
every
Well
duel.
fucking
3
played.
kills already, and it looks like Fnatic are set for another overtime on this map. And it's a nightmare for them.
Spike down
Even
as
with
well.
the pistols and the follow-ups, they can't put it across the line in regulation. Short of a big clutch from Leo and Alphayer, it's going to be the case yet again. 55 seconds, spike down on B. No real utility to get them through. If that reveal even manages to find a player, I'd be surprised. There's 4 guns on the site ready to fire.
Pull off something truly absurd, and it is not even going to be
Overtime we
remotely
go.
close. OT on map
Nice
number
flood
one.
by
Both
Heretics.
these
They got in there
teams
so fast.
Able to dig deep when it seemed like they needed it most. And honestly, this map has been an absolute.
You have to
banger.
shock to stop them, and
seems
then
to
yeah,
just
look at
swap
this.
on so many occasions of who is going to be dominating, who's going to be in the league. Because a lot of these rounds have been squeaky clean. And there's been so many as well that could have been, and then resulted in a 2v5 or a 2v4. Both teams have managed to pull up those sort of rounds, and now heading into OT. Those are all that matters. Who's going to step up the biggest? Everything that's happened throughout, be it pistol rounds, follow-up rounds, even bonus rounds,
I don't
all
know
of
who's
that is
gonna win.
irrelevant.
It's like it feels like Heretics.
All that matters is who wins
You know,
by
Fnatic
2.
have won both pistols, both bonuses, but it feels like Fnatic have been, I guess, more in charge of the
Wise
game.
man
It
once
feels
said,
like
"The
more
past can
so.
be a great teacher." Here's where you've got to apply
Oh,
everything that you've
yeah,
learned.
he spammed
Those spams
with the
are near
stun.
perfect from Woot this time. Durka down to 58 HP.
Still
reveal.
fighting though.
Yeah, it's surprising to see him still spamming right back. It's only a matter of time
Okay, they
before
take
Woot's
A
in
control.
that position up top on
That's it,
platform.
Fnatic
to fire
haven't been
right
winning
back.
this
Durka
fight very
predicted it
often.
and actually spammed it ahead of time. We're getting into the mind game territory with these Odins. They're not worried about Durka anymore. They know they're all in safe positions, waiting for the wider peak. Eventually, you've only got 300 bullets. I mean, it's a lot of bullets, but you're running out of them by spamming them all around. Someone has to peek and confirm there's still players here. The Prowler is the one to do it in this case. Durka, it's so
No,
close.
Mini
This
Boo.
is
risky,
Valorant.
Dizzy Violet, thanks for the
Here it is.
23
You're
months.
nearly 2 years TMZ.
He should have been dead to rights, and eventually he will be. He has a teammate there. Boaster's not able to capitalize, but he eventually gets one. Still, though, just going to be
Mini
those
Boo
trade
plants, he'll
Boo
get all.
left on just 10 HP, but the aggression of Woot with his Odin is not going to stop. He's stuck in the mud, though. Already, the trades just continue, leaving things back into a 2 versus 2. Chronicle might have taken the angle earlier than expected. Now Woot is left to try and clutch this out. Still, that Odin in hand. He knows exactly where Chronicle is. And if Chronicle beats, he still hits the shot! So clean with it in these moments. And that will be Fnatic taking the lead just about by a whisker.
Just about indeed. This could be the first time they take it in OT. Like I said, they either smash a team or they lose in overtime. For Heretics, they'll hope to lean back on that history. But this play from Durka, ambitious, and it worked out. It pulled them into the site. In all these fights where Boaster's able to pick up that one more great reveal. And it's good to see Leo following up on his own utility. Fine, I'll do it myself. 13-12. One more now for Fnatic.
Okay, here we go.
To be going into Breeze, their map pick.
13-12.
With
What
the
do we
advantage
do?
already under their belt.
1-3-1.
Back onto the attack.
Come and take B control. TP across. Open. Come and take C control.
That's quite funny, really, that you'd say in buy rounds, Heretics have been better. You lose the first 3 rounds of each half and still take it to OT. But that's the thing with Fnatic. They're always the best in the late game. You might be able to get it all the way to 12. But when Fnatic are in the server, that's
So a bit
completely
of a
irrelevant.
classic Fnatic round.
Up close.
Especially after the one
Position
that
gonna
they
be
lost
revealed.
before.
Getting out of here is not going to be easy. The paranoia is good. He doesn't have any plans to get out of here. He's trying to stick around, in fact. He's got a couple.
But this didn't
Almost
happen to him last year.
disrespectful. They expected him to try and retreat, but he wants to take this round into his own hands. They are still trying to deal with him. And in the meantime, the rest of the squad has arrived.
There we go again. Don't you think it's crazy? You know what I was thinking at that moment then? Imagine this was Fnatic Heretics last year, right? And Boo is trapped here on his own. There's
Easy
no
stuff with
fucking
Roll
way he
of
gets
Thunder,
2
and
kills and
almost an
lives.
Andalusia flawless.
You
Robbed
can't
a bit by
convince me that
Rien's
he
going
gets
down,
2
but,
kills and lives
hey, I don't think they're
when
gonna
he was
care
playing
too
for the
much.
exact same
13 to
team last
13,
year.
and they get another swing
He
at
just
this.
fucking
It's
died
just
instant.
absurd as well. Like, you can't really blame Fnatic for not expecting him to try to.
There's
win it
no
off. I think
fucking
there
way
might
he
have even
does
been a
that.
moment in their mind where they went, "Oh, he must have got out."
Well, it wasn't even that. You saw Boo. Because he'd been hit by the paranoia, he thought, oh, he's probably using this to Shrouded Step up top.
Yeah.
It's either away or up top. So I'm going to look up top. He comes out of the smoke, looking up there, gets shot in the side of the head. Guy is still stood in the same place he was. It's ridiculous. But he made the decision. At some point, running away
Okay,
will just give them the
13-13.
opportunity to chase you. And I don't know that there would be teammates close enough by to help out in that fight. Instead, he stands his ground. He'll die for the
Dirk it
cause.
off.
And, well, he doesn't even end up doing that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess in his head, it's like if
Now
I
again, if
go
I'm
1-1,
Heretics-
it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Just
he-
get
Attack
he's
side?
confident in his ability to hit those. He
Oh, they're
won
on the defense
16
side now.
16. He has been going 1-for-1 the entire game.
No, they're on
so
there.
It's understandable.
They're on
Heretics
attack.
now going to take themselves a pause.
I wouldn't
Neil,
be
one of the
sending too
coaches
much
that's been
util
able to
towards A
make
because you've won that
Masters
fight
events with
every single time.
Multiple different teams.
Right.
Weber being alongside him in it.
I'd be wondering
Stewart
how,
has
like,
definitely
I'd be
proven
sending
themselves
Benji towards A with like a
over
cage in
this
his
season
camera,
as
seeing what's there and see if
powerful
he can just take A for free
coaching
on his
duo.
own.
The fact is, what have they got for us here? 'Cause the same can be
Or
said
just
on the other side.
contacting out in
Alpha
general as a
alongside
team.
Mini
See how far we can contact up.
definitely have some ideas.
There.
The operator is going to be in for Dirk.
Because again,
Of
they've
course,
lost this
is
fight
a
every time they've
sacrifice
tried
of
it.
Shield, so it definitely
So
has its risks about it.
they're not going to send that much.
Boo's not afraid to go for that challenge.
Right,
up
it's
and
just
around
Boo
Rogue.
that they've seen, but he's been here before.
Toxins going up.
Spams haven't yet started.
It looks
Chronicle
like we're going
bit
for a
more
B split,
patient with it than
but
what we've
Fnatic
seen
are in a
from
decent
Durka.
spot to stop a B split. They
Letting
got
these
Durka
players get
posted with
close,
his
waiting
off.
for a step to be made. And there it goes, rattling away. Same old play that you're up against here for Team Heretics. They know. And this one's typically played out. Benji very aware of the player in the corner, but he's just lurking up to destroy utility to cause headaches.
So they probably,
Make
this
sure
story
it
has
isn't
been here a
someone
lot,
that
right?
has to be.
Still could mean Killjoy is
Rotate
on
in.
C.
But in the meantime,
They might not
take
fully
a look at
expect
that
that.
defensive positioning from Leo.
Durka's got them
He's
a lot
moving
of.
away from B-Head, moving instead towards A, popping his reveal here, but they've waited it out. A good sense of how Fnatic like to play this defensive side. They've
Okay,
watched
looks like we're going
how
to
they
end
like
in
to
an A
breed
here.
these
yeah?
rounds, and so far everything's going according to plan for Heretics. The dash in is perfect. In fact, the flash
A little
might
stun.
even have just revealed him for Miniboo. 5 versus
Now
4.
getting pinched,
Chronicle
nice.
surrounded and taken down, and the sight is there for Heretics. There's
Okay,
nothing
Heretics.
Fnatic can do but hope for another 2v5.
Yeah, and with Nightfall,
2v5,
there's not
and
gonna
they
be
got
any
an off as well.
surprises, although Alpha does get an opportunity. Nice shot from Durka. As said, no shields to play with, so he's even lower than you might expect, considering he hasn't taken any battles. First goes his way, but the trade is immediate.
Okay.
No chance to find a gap
Heretics
in the armor
first match point.
of Heretics. They'll take themselves the lead. Now their opportunity to convert.
There were a few points along the way here, Tom, where
Oh, are we?
Heretics
Heretics.
for Heretics. 5-1 pistol round and third in the second half as well. The 9-6 lead.
They might call you a
Economy
heretic for
crushed.
that.
But for Heretics, they've somehow kept themselves in it. In the darkness, you have to give yourself hope. And look, they've done that. One more round to claim their map pick and put Fnatic into a very familiar situation with an OT loss on Lotus.
Yeah, the only time they won an OT was actually back at kickoff. Since then, it hasn't
Long
gone
time
in their
ago.
favor.
Okay, timeout
That was
Fnatic.
versus Vitality in one of the first
Now
matches
Heretics
we
attack
saw.
side, sorry, Heretics defense side.
For now, at least,
I
it is
think,
definitely looking like the
What
opportunity
would you do
is
if you were
sat
Fnatic?
in
They tried that
Heretics'
fast
court.
B play, they tried for that
They've been
default
good
play,
on this
that didn't
defensive
really
side.
work.
One of the major problems
What would they
is
do?
the
They went for
fact
two
that
very different rounds in the last two rounds.
when it comes down to that C side, getting through Benji has not been easy. Honestly, he is proven to be an absolute master of the side.
Maybe try and win the A fight at the beginning.
One of the best in the region without a doubt. Maybe one of
Do
the
the
best
classic
in the world. We'll
Fnatic
have to
B
wait and
split.
see. Both teams, of course, already booking their tickets. It's all about that final.
Oh, you're fucking
And that's the
kidding me
thing,
now.
like getting into the final, having that upper bracket advantage
Here we
more
go. This is what
importantly,
this was.
The new thing of getting to choose your opponent.
The West Wing
Yeah,
Mad
we
Mates
don't know how
Sopranos
it's
lost.
so
I mean, to be fair,
interesting
you
to
think
see,
about it, it
like,
makes sense.
Winning the region,
Salt
actually
Lake City
having
and
some real
Turin were
value
the
for teams.
Winter
Okay, the points
Olympics.
are cool. Yeah, but
Shrek
they have
2
the
was
same
on there, but not
points value
Shrek.
as kickoff, so they'll be matching up
Pirates
to
of the
likes KC.
Caribbean 2, The
It'll be
Dark
interesting as
Knight,
well. There seems,
Spider-Man.
to my knowledge, at least,
Who
there's a
gives a
video
shit?
out from Leo
We
Fowler and
Fit,
Pam,
of course,
right?
a new
And
Super
they said
Mario
in that there'll
Bros.
be more information later. So we're not entirely sure how
Spurs
that's even going to
1-3.
pan out in terms of
Finding
if
Nemo.
four
How did I
teams
forget
come
that
in
one?
as the top seed of the
Ratatouille.
region and say, hey, I
Got
picked
two of the better
same
ones.
team. What happens? How does it work? Is there a priority system?
Jet?
Is it RNG over who gets first pick?
Remember Jet?
Or is it a favors list? Could be many other options as well. For these
Bands
teams,
with
they
the
don't know
best-selling
exactly
albums.
what they're
NSYNC,
competing for just yet.
Outcast.
All they know is
Outcast?
they need those wins under
The
their belt to give them
Beatles?
the best possible
Okay,
chance
Britney Spears,
to
fair
push
enough.
forward on the international
Shania
scene.
Twain.
And here in regional, already locked in.
This isn't
For Shanghai,
Outcast.
both of these squad
That
matches
high.
off in terms of elimination, but a road straight to ground.
I mean, I like
Much
Hey Ya.
appreciated by either squad, I'm sure.
Don't get me wrong.
I'm also certain as well that, especially for the Heretic side,
This is the...
if there's a trophy on the line, they're gonna want to be the ones lifting it, especially after kickoff, falling in the final after
Oh, this was
losing to a team
baseball.
they already beat.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
I don't think they're gonna want to
Don't
allow
give a
that
shit.
to happen again. So
Best-selling
getting that
books, The
first
Da
spot,
Vinci Code, of course.
it's gonna be integral, and you also have to
Half-Blood,
bear in mind
Half-Blood Prince,
teams that are down
Angels
in the
and
lower
Demons.
bracket. Like you're looking at KC, you're
Sting?
looking at
What the
FUT,
fuck is
teams
Sting
that
winning
both
two of these
teams
for?
have
What's
had
Stevie
to
Wonder
play
winning
throughout
for in
the season.
2000?
Teams that are solid.
Phantom of the Opera, Rent.
And I think, to be
With
honest,
more time, I
a
probably
couple
would
that
have
maybe in the terms of FUT had a little bit of an off day
These two
yesterday.
maybe...
We know
Well, I didn't even know the
sort
Lion
of
King
performances
was.
they've been bringing all
I guess it makes
season.
sense.
One of the two teams that managed to go 4-1. Unfortunately, Heretics already sent the other one home. Definitely a bit more brutal. But for now, at least, to get our heads
Nordic American
back into
flags.
the game is down to one round. Fnatic, as said, when things get tough, that is
Okay.
where this team seems to really just
Argentina.
pull out the best of their rounds.
USA.
We've seen crazy clutch moments from the likes
Cuba.
of Chronicle and Durka in particular within this series.
Texas.
Let's be real, any of
Chile.
the five on that Fnatic squad could easily turn this back for another OT.
Who's this?
From what we've seen so far,
Hits in there.
Heretics have a pretty deep pool for those late round clutches as well.
All right.
Angie Fishy especially. 23 and 14 on the Cypher. Whether it be the AWP or the rifle, the man's able to get the job done. Attacking side for Fnatic as we get back into the game. The barriers are up. Trap already spotted and destroyed on the way through on B. Some presence shown early.
Okay,
but
so what
no
do they do?
committal
They come for
from
this B
Fnatic.
default
They're
again. They
spread
stick
in a
with it.
1-3-1. 3 players contesting for this B main control, taking utility out of play for Heretics. So no matter what, they have to commit a player to watching that angle, making it easier to push into a site in theory. But Heretics have decided on top of that to rotate their second B player to the C site. Now Rianz is here, quicker resulting utility from Rianz, but it's
already
all
here,
gone.
and that's
Now
the
it's down to
spike.
just rifles where Benji Fishy
Oh, this
and
is not a
Miniboo
great round.
are doing the brunt of the
So they just did the
Alpha
BC default
sneaking in,
into a
almost had an angle, but they
CX
spotted
GG.
him, dealt with him as well, and it looks like this is where this one ends. An hour and 20 minutes, give or take, a long one.
Okay. Long game, but we got there in the end. But it was a long game. But we did get there in the end.
Nothing if they see us.
Not a great last round by Fnatic though.
That's the spike.
It was the spike. TU and Barbuda. Haiti. Brazil. Mexico. Panama. No. Oh, this one's Colombia, isn't it? Bahamas. Paraguay. Fuck is that? I don't even know. Grenada. No. What's it called? Guyana? Bolivia? El Salvador? I always get these mixed up. It's not Honduras. Nicaragua. St. Vincent. Trinidad. Is this one El Salvador? Yeah. Suriname. I like that one for the USA. Uruguay. On this one's Honduras. Barbados Slim. Costa Rica? What's this? Cuba? Canada? Is one Costa Rica? What's it called? So Belize. This one's Grenada. Jamaica, nice easy one. This one is Panama. Oh. Dominican Republic. Oh, what's this? It's one of the islands. It's I can picture it. It's got a fucking triangle. What flag is that? It's... Which one is it? It's like a triangle flag. Fuck. Is that Argentina? What's this one? Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras. Guatemala. This one's Venezuela. This one's Dominica. Well, this is Peru. And you are... I want to say Aruba, but it's not Aruba. It's... Oh, the flag. I think it looks like this. And this is like black. I think. And it's like, is it like yellow and blue? Something like that? Right. Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, Bahamas, Barbados, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis. Like, St. Lucia, isn't it? Let's fucking go. Get in there, Lewis. SpongeBob characters. Oh. SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, Plankton. Meet me, Dr. Pearl. Larry is the lifeguard. Larry Lobster, King of the Ocean, Neptune. Pet Snail, Gary. Squidward. Mrs. Puff. Superhero. Mermaid Man. Barnacle Boy. Obese Fish and Rival. School. Right, this is where. Right, the Pirate Ghost is Flying Dutchman. Wealthy arch rival squid is Squilliam. Evil Bubble. Oh, I do remember that one. I don't know what it's called, though. Plankton's wife is called Karen? Karen? The My Leg guy. He's got a name. I just thought it was My Leg guy. My leg. The Doctor. Don't know. Man, tough ones here. Tough one. It's been a while since I watched SpongeBob. The obese fish and rival. I don't even know who that's. Or the school bully. I remember the bubble episode. Does it have a name? I didn't know the My Leg guy had a name. Evil Ray. Is that the guy from the... Is that the guy from the fucking meme? And the news report, I mean... Is it Man Ray? Man Ray. Go on. Do you know this? The Dirty Bubble? Is that what it's called? It was called Dirty Bubble. What's my leg guy? Perch Perkins. Good one. I wouldn't have got that. That's good. Perch Perkins. Wow. Fred? My leg guy is called Fred. Wow, you guys know a lot. Who's the doctor? Flats? Do the impression of Fred? My leg! Doctor was Dr. Gill. Dr. Gil Gilliam. Good job. And who's the obese fish and rival? Bubble Bass? Bubble Bass? It was. Fuck. You guys know your fucking shit. I mean, I did okay, I thought, but
he was the
you
one
guys know your
shutting
shit.
down Leo and Dirk at the
Okay,
most.
I'll be
And
back in a
thinking
second.
about Breeze, thinking about this second map, Dirk is going to be a constant threat. He's improved so much in the Euro. Every single protocol
they
in
might
FNC
start
has
this map
improved
pretty
so
quick.
much and how to implement it. And yesterday, Leo was doing wonders to set him up, not only with the ultimate, but with every single piece of utility.
I mean, not even just Leo, but you're looking over at Chronicle as well on that KO that we
Really?
expect to see him here on Breeze. Again, what Fnatic did so well in their match yesterday against Carmine Core was isolating that Sentinel that was Tomazzi on this map here at that Cypher. But Benji, we also see him being very dynamic with his positioning, something that I think that he has that edge up compared to that match yesterday, where you are going to see him being a bit more fluid with where he's looking to position himself. He's not going to set up in the same spot every single time and allow himself to get isolated.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we haven't seen Heretics play this map since week 2. Woot was not here. Karatech was still filling in that spot in Heretics. So what is he going to be playing? The thing is, what are the expectations? We know the Heretics in the past has been like, okay, let's just throw a Reyna here because there's no way that you can prepare against it. But there's not much to be prepared against. Like, they played against Vitality. We know that Vitality loves this map, and they made it their home ground. Anything that they do here does not need to be that outrageous as a surprise. At the same time, we see if they can play anything, so you can put them on literally any part of the map.
I think that makes it so difficult for Fnatic to also read into this, because on paper you would think, okay, he just slots into that KO role. We've seen him play.
Did I
this
check out
agent on
today's
other
FPX
maps,
Club match?
but
No,
like
I
you
didn't.
mentioned, there's that surprise factor, and that's what I
No,
love.
son, I did
The
not.
opportunity to
We're gonna
either
do this
lean
game
into
in
the
green,
Yoru
I
Jet
think.
meta
Green
here on
10.
Breeze could be an insane surprise opportunity for Heretics. Okay,
Boring
same old.
Heretics, come on. No, funny enough, Fnatic here starting on the attack. On the previous map, we were talking
Life
about
was
how
cooking
good the
today?
defense
Yeah,
of
I
Lotus
saw that they
with
won.
those retakes. Yesterday, the set plans,
Is
those
this
set
worrying
strats
for
against
EDG?
FNC
I mean, it was
gave them a very,
close,
very
but
good attack and half, and they were very comfortable with it. But now,
27-19.
they also need to recover mentally
Worrying
from
to
one, a
lose to
map
this
that
comp.
has been
Berlin went
extremely
2
long
and 20
for,
and they
you know,
still won.
circumstances also outside
Holy
of the
shit,
game.
46
and now
ACS,
Heretics
that's tough.
have a chance to just send it over to
How
the
the fuck
grand
did they win with this?
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how both teams will be faring on this second map. And for all the action, we once again gonna hand it over to Tom and Mitch. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Zoe, once more. Yes, it's time to dive into
Not
map
green,
number
I'm
2. Heretics this
colorblind.
time
How many of you are
with a
colorblind
1-0
in the chat?
advantage up against Fnatic. Let's hope their Breeze on Fnatic is looking a little bit better. OT on the first map, expecting a close one here?
I don't know. I think it depends almost purely on one player, which I know sounds ridiculous, but Miniboo, when he played
lied,
versus
I
Navi
don't
at
like
kickoff,
green.
He went 24-6. Like, he had a
1 in
truly
20 people are
unbelievable Euro
colorblind, really.
performance. When he played versus Vitality, it wasn't the same. And that's the thing. I feel like this is not their most comfortable map. It's not one they're going to be picking themselves. But when they're forced into it, he becomes such a pinnacle point. And he's up against the Yoru, who's done exactly the same on the other side. Some of Dirk's performances in their matches, again versus Na'Vi, were utterly insane.
Now against Karmikor, of course, Karmikor just sat back,
I think Dirk was doing was
didn't do
pushing down
much,
this tube,
and just got
Facing
exec on and lost.
nasty little angles to play from on the defensive side.
This is the same
Looks
pistol
like
that they're doing?
Boo
I'm
will
pretty
not
sure
be
they've
quite
done
as
this pistol
aggressive,
before.
but it's early days yet. Jump peeking out, hasn't spotted
he's
them
dead.
just yet, and look how close Fnatic will be by the time
No,
he
he's not.
eventually sees them. But it doesn't matter. The correction is perfect. Alpha Year's dropped, and now the control is entirely in the hands of Team Heretics. They've got Tube. The only thing
TP
they've
past
lost
the
is the
trip.
site, and as a plant comes in, it's a two-man
they can just
disadvantage.
walk past the trip.
Fnatic have to fight back from. Look at the damage too. A good shock dart, though it doesn't land. Still could have been deadly for
So
these
the double
players.
flank, they just need to chill, wait.
The only real danger is going to be Leo's aggressive position,
Wanna
but
make
it's
some
not even
noise
that
here, I think,
valuable when
yeah.
you see where the players on Heretics are mostly coming from. Util for Boaster's going to be completely denied, isolating these fights. Not going to be easy, but he has managed one. Flash is going to make things awkward, but Boaster's still holding his ground. It's going to have to be an ace for the IGL if they're going to be able to take this one over the line, being pressured from multiple angles. He somehow connects the shot, but didn't expect Benji. A really nice try from Boaster, but it's not quite going to be their third pistol of the series.
Well, we heard a holy moly guacamole from Jake in the last map. I don't think he's going to be quite as upset after that. What a start. 4 kills under his belt, but the pistol slips out of their control.
Boo looks surprised.
Oh!
I don't think...
He got a reaction out of Boo. Now that's quite a
He might
day.
have pulled a muscle in his face, but...
He didn't limber up before the game. He wasn't expecting that much of a surprise. What an attempt.
Oh, it's
so unlucky.
And you understand why he went that way, because you think all 3 players would be coming from the same
100%.
spot.
He made the right call, but the wrong read in this situation, but nothing you can do about that. A pistol round.
More kills
down
than he's
for
had on
Heretics. Not
some
something we got to
whole
say on the
fucking
previous
maps of this
Tom,
map.
but it didn't matter. They were still able to find it in the end.
It's
Now,
just 3 orbs away from a Viper's pit.
very powerful start. Could even make that third round the difference in it. As we expected to be online by then. 3 players spotted. Woot, good for 1. This site control seems to be entirely theirs. A little sneaky play.
So just fucking go. He's got a little paper Rex thing on his classic.
Viper's pit. Great snake bite, and it makes it easy for Chronicle to follow up.
Made this one costly, but that's about all. There'll be a couple of players drop.
So yeah, they
Heretics
get rid of 2
managed
guns.
to
It's not
convert
awful,
themselves that
but
second round. Now we get to see if they can do the same thing that Fnatic had done to them and truly make things difficult on their map choice. This is the way you expect things to get a little bit more difficult. I'd also make the assumption that Fnatic may play for an orb here. Now obviously you can do the same with the plant. You get the plant, get the Viper's Pit. I think it's one of those ults that you can pretty much wait for that to happen. And for now, at least, Fnatic look like they're just going to be playing this one in more of a default.
Understandable for the round that's in it. A lot of weaknesses for Heretics. Miniboo's Outlaw could be dangerous. His position could be even more dangerous.
straight away.
Pushing down
We
on
didn't see a
mid,
ton of
taking
this
that
from
close
Common
range
Core. I think
angle.
they only did this
Solo
one round. He's
A-side
already done it
holders.
twice.
A lot of support in this round is put into this mid play to make sure that nobody's coming behind Miniboo in
Oh, we've
through
only
the
got
elbow.
2
Gives him
light
the chance
shields.
to be the point
Oh.
of that spear, but the orb is blocking out any control, and the reveal forces him back. So good early denial by Fnatic as that advanced map control is taken out of Heretics' hands. They have to fall back into somewhat more of a gamble. 3 players on B, hoping that's where the hit comes in. But as we can see, and the Viper wall there as well. As we can see, it's the A site that seems to be the real
Actually,
target.
might have been more beneficial to get tagged by it once and then TP. Just so you maybe force them to think like you could still be there.
Bait somebody into the fight.
Deploying drone.
Okay, but Fnatic again, their slower style here, it does seem to get this quite often where they are able to
It just makes
exit
things so awkward. They've actually
like this
intentionally
again.
just blocked off where he is on the stairs. Alpha, or the timing, it could be everything. It's only going to be the one,
For
though.
one, and
and
that's
that's
a
actually
gun.
a rifle for Woot. That's not too bad at all.
Not a bad start. So much more still to be done. Leo, I thought he suspected Woot's position. Instead, he's tucking in for the late round play.
We're gonna
Lurk
get a
coming
fight
through
here.
from Benji. Fishy caught by Durka. Good read from him. And now this is where Leo starts to step forward, making his way towards that door. Plant being, the Q's rather being tapped. It's being seen that that's not being
Flash.
stopped. Good kill for Brienne's. Follow-up is there as well. Trading over the weapons, so he doesn't have to reload. He can defend right here and now. 3 kills already. Durka trapped in the corner, but no info for
Okay.
Brienne's.
I mean, 4 kills, not a bad bonus. I think if you're Heretics, I think you might want to put the Cypher here on A, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's a really good bonus. Like, that was a couple of
Try and
pistols,
put
still a
trips
couple of
in
Bulldogs. I think it was
holes.
only the rifle, really, that they picked up on Woot that was actually anything of real value.
Like,
and
I'd almost
they
be
managed to
daring
drop
Fnatic
4
to do a
players while
VXA.
they do it, so although Heretics lose the round, I don't think they're going to be too unhappy with that one. They now come in with Rien's on a Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft available as well, and only a couple away from having the null command, so This is not a bad spot for Heretics to be in whatsoever. They just now need to capitalize on the round, and that Viper's Pit is still there. Boast didn't use it just as a bolster to economy. He wants it for this round.
Did that hit them or not?
Careful here. I think it's a better call. See a lot of Vandals considering a pit in play. Might not be the A
I like
plan.
sticking around.
It's a little bit of a backup. I expect some shorties in the back pockets too if the credits allow. It seems like they do. Good flash for Woo.
Wow, nicely played, Heretics.
Gets
out. Nicely done.
He's down to 45.
And then you're punishing this because of the Yoru TP. We're now here. That's crazy good. Again, this is the kind of thing we just didn't see from Comical yesterday, right? An aggressive reclear.
They were ready for that A play, and now the numbers thinned out
And
down
then
to 3.
into the Yoru TP, we're already here. We're fighting this again. It's like the Yoru dream right there.
To position. He's so far away from the rest. Well, they do look to build into this B side, but just look at the rotation. 2 players are already into that back corner while also having the Cypher set up. Like, this is everything and more that Heretics could need to defend this. I feel like Chronicle's going to have to hit some crazy shots, and that's not what he was looking for. It may even just have to be a save now for the side of Fnatic, because going into a 2v5, okay, we've seen a fair few of them won, but it would be pretty optimistic.
Well, really, it's the fact that there's no flashes, right? There's no way to get through these angles. Like, if you can get that Viper's Pit in play, maybe you could even get it done in the 3v5. The 2v5, it's tougher and no way to get into position to put the Viper's Pit in. Yeah, saving is the right call.
Can you make a clone run with a knife? I think so.
No,
isn't it just the gun that you've equipped
from Heretics who are happy
when you do it?
to allow Fnatic to carry these weapons forward? Of course, it's not like anyone on Heretics really wants to be in a position where they have to buy something in the next
Although
round.
I think if you
Crowds
right-click,
are
it's
pretty
different.
low,
I think
and
if
it's
you
a good
right-click it
money-maker
and do
round.
it, then
It's
it
also
always
good
has a
lead
gun.
extension, because now
But
they're
if
up 3-1.
you...
I like this. Again, just the early
If you
aggression
left-click
coming
it, I
out.
think it has the gun that you have
Pop
out.
flashes. This was something that Fnatic struggled with when they came up against GX as well, was just these mid-pressure plays where they have pop flashes to just send it through and then just look to try and hold on to the ground. And the thing I like about Heretics is they're very happy.
Okay, so Fnatic, pretty bad buy. They just got the 2 rifles they saved.
They're not going to overface, they're not going to risk too much and allow Fnatic back into the round. Both players take that initial fight and then they're gone. And while for Fnatic, this round's going to be all about hero.
Mid and aggro and mid.
Or Leo put up enough numbers to pad the gaps. Get them into a late round, that Viper's Pit still there.
Knife suppresses 2, I think.
It'll be one of those games where we end up saying that for quite a while. I can feel it coming. Round 5, aggression good. Stocked up right at this trap. And
What do they want to do? They
They
break it.
for a wide swing. Rienne's the one that would be in
Oh,
danger
he
from
sees
it.
it.
He's already spotted it.
Look at the wall cup.
Taking a lot of damage. And the push-up from Heretics is strong. I mean, it all depends, though. If they lose this control that Rienne's is holding on to, they'll almost swap
this
positions.
flank.
They'll isolate Boo, but instead it's Mini Boo who's picking up kills. 2 from behind. The backup by Durga. The shots aren't quite hitting, but he gets there eventually. Look, it's manageable. It's winnable. The spike is down, but Durga has
so
ult
only
to
got
try
a
and retrieve
classic.
it.
That's the last thing that Alpha wanted to do. He was trying to be so sneaky. And then the Neural Theft utilized by Benji to sort of just reveal him in the backlines is the worst possible scenario, and Boo just holding his ground.
Okay, weird round.
In the
Very weird round.
A 4-1 start on this
But a
defensive
nice
side.
reaction after
Well,
they've
Fnatic
come all the
didn't
way
have
up
a
here.
massive
We
amount
again, we
invested,
push
but
mid.
I think there's already going to be some
But I think
alarm
need to-
bells ringing with the fact that
They've
just
seen
the
this mid aggro
push that
now a
came
couple
in from
times.
Heretics, just the gall to just go walking all the way in towards their spawn. That's got to be frustrating.
I know exactly.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you can see from this perspective, as we started out the round, the attempt to take control, I really enjoy, especially when you've got those weaker weapons. Sending someone up through tube, playing on the back of the trap. This was an
we got
idea
both
I don't think we're
Yoru
going
ults,
to
Viper's
see
Pit,
played out in a full buy
Silver
round.
ult, KO.
So it's not the biggest of dangers for me. Now, okay. Ult is used already by Durka.
They come, so they've seen enough here to where they should know about A main.
Already dropped now. Durka looks to finish that ult. He'll just go into it on site. Not looking to take a fight in the back of it, but they've lost Alfier. Now control falls out of their hand, and the ult from Mini Boo.
Silver ult on the Viper's Pit.
Positions. They will now know, or potentially know, where Boaster is. The Hunter's Fury is thrown through. Mini Boo searching for this Viper, so they can manage to take down that pit, but there's no chance. The shots have not connected onto the right players. Pit still up. 3 versus 4, although the numbers favor Heretics. Getting through this setup will be very difficult. The flank out of Benji Fishy perhaps stands a chance. of turning the tide of this round. In fact, his position is absolutely perfect. Just seconds ago, Boaster stepped out of this ult. If he does that again, he will be down and out. Hunter's Fury by Leo is good. Takes down Miniboo, but he's last man standing. Not able to connect on the Riaz to shut him down.
Nice retake by Heretics.
How can he possibly deny this defuse? He's realized there's no chance. He's getting out.
Yeah, the idea from Fnatic
Nice retake, and
not
again, the
bad.
aggressive
It was
flank.
mainly revolving around having either a snake bite or
Good
the
stuff.
Viper Spit, which I don't believe was actually covering the spike plant. So the goal would be that they'd be low. I think one of the players was, but the rest were not. So I don't mind the idea, but it didn't quite work out, and they also needed to catch Benji. Like, that was the thing. Him being able to flank and just remove this Viper's Pit completely makes that idea so much more problematic.
Okay, we do have a buy, but it's not great.
A scenario that we've seen many
Time
times
out.
from Fnatic throughout this season, but the fact is the lower bracket almost seems to await them at this stage, losing that first map in such a close fashion, and right now they've not turned up to the races.
Heretics have kind of destroyed them in these full buy rounds for the most part.
Fnatic slow to start. Who would have seen it coming? Is there any way for them to get back into this game? Oh, it might just be over. Things we've said before. Things we've regretted almost immediately. A timeout for Fnatic.
It's
typically where
and
they
they
bounce
used
right
what?
back
I mean,
into
look at
things.
their
A
ults
lot
as
to
well. Like,
discuss coming into this
you're,
round. And
you're as far away from all these
it
ults
is
as you
an
could
opportunity
possibly
for
be.
Heretics
You know,
to
you
run away with
used
things. They've got credits even if they lose
4
the fight
ults that
right
round
back
and
into it.
lost.
This
Like,
is where Fnatic's back is against the wall, but typically
you can't
that's
you
where
can't
they
use
hit
4
hardest.
ults and lose.
It's definitely a worry though.
You know,
Like,
okay,
if
yeah,
there was
they
any
used
map
a,
that I
they
was
used
kind
a
of
few
feeling
ults as
would
well, but
go more
it's still
confidently in a
tough.
team's favor, it would be this one that Heretics really haven't shown much on.
Like,
since
it's
their
fine
defeat
for them,
to
they're winning.
Vitality. They played it once this stage, once at kickoff, and that's it. We haven't really seen it whatsoever. We've definitely not seen it with Wu. But as always, it seems like he just fits right in. Miniboo.
Post is like me in ranked. If I'm
Rian's having
top
a great
ranking, we
game
might
as
be in
well.
trouble.
Right now, Boaster sat at the top of the board.
Okay, they have to talk about this mid aggro.
Durka, though.
So they're going for their
It's
B
looking a
split
little bit
play.
more disrespectful. The pop flash,
Oh,
just
the
about. He
perfect
even gets
timing.
the TP off, but it doesn't matter. He's already dead.
And those numbers way down. You can see
Cage triggered.
good old
Benji
fashioned
looking at
Fnatic
minimap
pause.
there, his reactions were
Right
low.
off rip, able to take
Little
some
slow, but
kills,
he didn't
find
pay for it.
themselves in a favorable position to close out the round. Now they look to the B site. Now there is a rotation in play. Benji, Fishy, and Woot, two very dangerous.
So this is kind of a
players
variation on a
occupying
call
this
that
site.
they did against
Benji's
Calming
gonna
Core,
walk
right?
in.
Where
He
they
wants to
come up here
come through
aggressively in mid and they do a
Boaster's
B
got
split.
the angle, a little slow on the reaction, and Benji punishes ×2.
Fucking hell, Benji.
Give this man an inch, he'll take a mile, and already making it competitive for Heretics, but still the man disadvantage. The A site open, that's where this
Okay,
fight
they've
is
seen
going.
Woot as well. They know the day is
Now they
free.
know where both players are.
Yeah, they've already seen Benji, obviously, just moments ago, and then with Woot being spotted by the drone, that was everything they could have needed. Chronicle somehow still aware, and Woot. Not gonna give it another go, buddy? No. You failed the jump once, you just pretend it didn't happen, walk away.
I didn't even want to jump up there anyway, it's all good.
Yeah, I was just doing that to bait everyone at home.
Head
Still.
ticking it.
A 1 versus 3.
Just gonna play for damage. I kind of.
Spike ticking.
That's a good
fairly
idea.
Far away.
You're not gonna
Definitely
defeat.
aware
You're not
that
gonna win around.
someone is pushed up down here. Even gonna pop flash the angle. The read is there, but Leo crosshair placement just too good. Fnatic, they take their pause, break straight back. I'll be curious to see now what happens with that middle control, because the last few
That's
rounds,
a really nice idea
Heretics
by
have been able
Fnatic
to
off the
set
timeout
up,
though.
get their own flashes in, and instead Fnatic look to directly counter that play. Now obviously it was only by a millisecond, so I don't know if they'll shy away from that altogether. But I believe we've seen other teams do that, like go for a mid play, it not work once, and then just give up on it
It was
for
a
the
good
rest
round.
of
It was
it.
a good
Yeah, we have
idea.
for sure. I think the second that
To
your
counter,
opponent
like,
sees you
what they're
trying to fight
doing.
it, that's where they're just going to turn and dump their utility.
That may be
It was
the
a more
deal.
favorable fight for attackers
Very
typically.
passive
than
on
if
A.
sat on the A side having to break through a choke point, or sat on the B side trying
I
to
really
break
think
through a
this is
choke
gonna
point.
be a B
You know,
hit.
mid's just that little bit more open, gives you a lot of angles to compete from. You see
Fnatic
those
waiting
lurks
for
at
some
Alpha
response,
as well.
waiting for some
It can be a
aggression.
big problem if you are dedicating a lot of manpower and a lot of players to that position. Their team Heretics, they have given it up, conceded completely, but the idea here is that Fnatic will probably go walking up. They'll probably test it again, maybe even do the same swings, the same punishes, and that's where Miniboo, from miles away, can take that pick with the operator. For now, though, a very slow approach to the Fnatic attack, perhaps expecting some aggression. More particularly,
I mean,
Alpha is the one expecting that.
they've left this for so
position
long.
left in the box of elbow. It
Do they ever
sometimes
move?
just plays no role.
They might
catching
move
out
with
the
this
action,
now.
and that's the end of it. But sometimes it's massive.
Fake's gonna work. Oh, it's gonna work like a
for that A
tree.
but he's using it more so as a ruse. Trying to even bait in with some steps. And actually, he's just
Kill
peeked
here
and
on B.
taken out. Miniboo,
Nice
it's the
goal.
second time he's TP'd away. Look where the X is on the map. TP'd out, but died just before it was available. A little bit unlucky. Benji, though, they walked into his site.
Oh, he's jumped up though.
Still get the
Just the one kill to be found. Well, the second, I suppose.
What?
But the trade out by Rienz, by Woot as well, leaves Chronicle against the world. 1 versus 3.
Okay, no, he's on
An
site now
idea
as well.
of Woot's position for sure, but Rienz and Boo have repositioned, have made it around to B main, where Chronicle will now
Taking
have
that
to have a
time,
crazy
nice and
reaction
patient.
to take both of these players down. They're pushing to go. Oh no, they've split up. Okay, maybe an opportunity, but the jump up top right afterwards. Chronicle doesn't predict it. Boo's able to trade out. Heretics are able to win another round. and put a
Wow, I mean,
4-round
Heretics
lead
just,
into their back
again,
pocket.
Benji, unbelievable
Just
here
again,
back site.
Benji doing well, like coming out of there with 2 kills when his position was completely known. We saw this just the other day from Fnatic on this map where they were very good at predicting.
And Fnatic, again, it's a great
They knew
call.
exactly where he was, and they were just throwing all of their utility into the back of the site. That's exactly what happens here, and Benji still comes out with 2 kills. And then just the quick reactions of Rienz and Woot to be there in time.
That was insane by Benji, bro.
Agreed. Nice! 6 and 2. Fnatic once again left with some weaponry weaknesses. Chronicles had to spread the wealth to get them a couple of guns in, and they do have the ultimate for Durka once again. So that might be an opportunity to at least garner them some extra space.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Decoy's gone
Okay,
running into
back
B.
to some aggression here. Miniboo has the ult
As it
still.
went in, rotation from Rienz comes into play. 3 B stack. Much lighter on A. But there's an opportunity for Boo to pick one and reset into it, hiding from this Yoru ult. Durka's spotted him already. He's seen the op in his hands as well. That's a good opportunity for him to take him down. I thought he was going to commit on the back of the flash instead, scouting out the rest of the site now, making his way in. They know they forced Miniboo back. They heard the teleport sound as the gate crash was used over on the stairs. Alpha has to be very careful. And he goes
Oh,
swinging
that's a
into
big
3.
kill.
An easy trade-off.
That's a
and
massive
down goes
kill
Durka.
because it
Things
just
aren't
means
looking
now they
good
can
for
all
Fnatic.
focus this way up.
They're having
Shocked Alpha.
opportunities.
Okay, the
Alpha looked
reflank
like he
from
might have hit
Poster.
the
Oh, they're
timing
ready
there,
for
but
that
he
as
doesn't
well.
manage to land the shots.
I think
and
so.
Chronicle even desperately low. They're going to need something truly ridiculous to be able to pull this round back, and they don't even have the utility to do it. The counter flashes from Wu are fantastic. The dart even revealing these close angles.
Okay,
Sure,
Bosa's
the
trying to
snake
play
bites
for
are
the...
going down. That will buy a bit of time, even get them an extra kill. And actually, here comes the
What?
Leo with 2. This round should have been all but over. It should have been done. And instead, Wu is going to try and fight forward, try and find Boaster, but look how far back he's sitting. The IGL doesn't want to give him
Wow,
anything, and sure,
Fnatic,
he'll
what a
take the
win, the
final brag.
3v5.
But at
And
this point,
Heretics
the
kind of play
3v5,
this
the
almost
round goes to
perfectly,
Fnatic
really.
again.
Now that's an old school Fnatic round.
They just
if ever I've
don't
seen one. Get the
leave
site
someone to the
control, allow them
spike.
to put the pressure back on, but then in comes your utility.
They just got a little too
perfectly
eager to
timed.
fight, I
Miniboo
think.
died, Woot got tagged down low, was vulnerable, couldn't even push
The guy
into
who was
B
on
to
the
take
spike, I
fights
think,
they wanted to
was the
because
first
of
to
the
die.
vulnerability.
Explain this from Leo.
He got killed by the
And then you
snake
get
bites,
Leo
right? And then
tries
no
to
one
do Leo
else...
things, you know, that's what it's all about.
No one else
you
is
gotta
getting
create
back
your
on.
own hope. And from the darkness, they've emerged 6-3, round back on the board, competing blow for blow with Heretics now, and a chance
Okay,
to string them
6-3,
together.
big,
We said
big win.
Heretics had a lot of
Now
money, a lot
Heretics
of
is right.
crowds.
Look at this. We got a
Now that's starting to
Sting,
run a
we
little
got
bit
Judge.
dry
We're
after a
gonna
competitive
Viper's
couple
Pit
of
on
rounds.
B, probably.
Judge in play for Boo, but he's got his Viper's Pit to back him up. Benji Fishy, who has been one of the big hitters for Team Heretics, is left down to a stinger.
Such a ratty B-site defense. This is not a map that normally you get away with using this sort of weaponry.
Take flight.
Drone might put a spanner in the works. It's going to be the Judge scene. They know exactly where Boo is. They've still got to find Benji, and they'll know he's here somewhere.
Deep hit.
That Judge
I
is
have to
scaring them.
assume.
They push the backside instead. Benji's not aware. They're going to go swinging through the nade. There was a small gap allowing them to fight, and the Judge just not good on that range. 13 HP on Leo, but it's enough.
The pit might be essential in an eco swing round like this. You got to judge like.
There's a TP from Miniboo. He's just gone for it, and they didn't hear him, but they've heard him now. Leo's just realized the steps. coming through behind him. At least I hope he has. I think he has. Maybe he hasn't.
not.
No, he didn't. He should have heard those steps. I don't know how Miniboo was
Spike's
able
here.
to
He
thread
loses
the
the
needle
spike.
and slip past them. And we know spike plans. This is very dangerous. Everybody's spread out. 25 seconds left and a need to make it towards the site. But with Rianne's falling, that should make things a little bit more doable. In fact, okay, the timing not fantastic for Leo here either. He doesn't catch Miniboo rotating. And Tom, to be fair, I'm now a little bit scared. If this position is as much of a surprise as I think it will be, he could grab a pick. And at that point, this round is winnable again.
It does seem like Fnatic are less aware.
Yeah, I
Problem
really
is
don't like
he
investing the
doesn't
pit
know
there.
how much
Even
he
if
got
the
away
pit
with.
is
I
just
think that's the more
going
difficult thing
into
is
B
he
main
may
and
have
they
managed
just
to thread the
fucking run
needle
A,
past
I
multiple
don't
players,
really
but
care.
even still,
I
it's
think
whether
it's
or not he'll be
still
able to
worth
get
doing
1, 2, 3
100%
and then
in
get
an
out of there
eco
with an
swing
operator.
round like this.
I'm not so sure. Fnatic are going to take this one. And
Like,
that's the
put a
thing, this
trip
was
here,
a round of flanks. The fact that
put your
Miniboo got as far as
Cypher
he
on
did
A
is
and
terrifying,
just,
but look at
you
what
know,
Alpha got to. Like, he walked
put
all
double
the way
trips
into their
here,
spawn, basically, to kill
and
Woods in the
I'd just be
backlines. And I think
stacking
that
towards
the
A.
players with the low weaponry actually did a decent job. It was the rest of them just being sort of caught off by some of the angles that they lost in return. There was a bit more of a problem. Again, Fnatic at a mass deficit of 5-1 down, slowly climbing their way back into the half. Now, the last 2 times they played it, it has been dominant attack sides. 10-2 versus KC, a 6-1 to close out
Okay, there's your
versus Navi.
timeout. But now you're on a bad
Time
eco.
before that, they went 9-3 versus Gentlemates, but
Not investing the pit there has to be incorrect.
Not a fan?
It has to be. Like, what are you saving it for? When are you saving it for?
I'd like them
There's
running
no
on
way
us,
you're
I'll be
gonna get
honest,
a
but
better chance.
Breeze is optimistic.
It is interesting. It is curious. I'm not sure what the ideas are behind it,
It's a
but I'm
worse
almost
KO.
certain I hate them. No. Heretics call a pause. Time to touch base with the coaches. Like we said, Fnatic have been winning the rounds right afterwards, but they're on a 2-round streak now. It's time to put a stop to it. 6-6 half still possible, but Heretics want that lead when they swap sides. Do they have what it takes?
I want to see
get
KC
there
and Fnatic
in
go
terms of
Shanghai
credits?
and lose
Maybe
horribly.
not in this round. 7-5.
I don't think
the best thing
Fnatic
they
would
can
lose
hope for.
horribly.
Miniboo
I
at
don't think
least still has
Comico
that
would lose
operator.
horribly either because
Everyone
they've
else on
got too
Sheriff,
good
so
of a team.
Again, we've already seen
I
rounds
don't
like
think they
this
do
one, but
amazing.
I do think it's a little different doing it on Lotus than Breeze. You have to have the gamble right on Breeze. The second it comes to retakes, Fnatic should have it in the bag. Not least because
Thing
of
is
their
with
utility,
Fnatic,
but
I don't
just
think
the
they're
range
just
of
like
advantages they can pull.
overwhelmingly bad.
You
It's
get
just
shot,
that
you lose the round, you lose the game. It's an FPS
Stick Crack,
game.
thanks for the 4 months.
What are the best teams on each map right now?
Well, I know Bind.
This Heretics roster at any turn.
I know Lotus.
Whoop having a rifle, Miniboo having an op. There's always going to be chances. Again, it's always tougher when you let
others, I
them
don't know.
slip. Especially versus a team like Fnatic. They're never going to be giving up. Boo's
Oh, he just
definitely
walks
given up
into
a
that.
bit of information, but I think it was just bait. I almost believe it definitely was bait.
Put the
just
orb
tap
down?
the cage so that he's expecting someone close and then give Whoop the angle. That's already a massive start. Another rifle
It's a
into
big
their
upgrade.
hands.
Now do you
And a
Viper's
player
Pit?
dropped their lurker in Alpha, yeah.
This is getting more doable.
Bind is not
Viper's Pit for
NRG.
Boo, looming over the
There's
round.
an NA team though.
Fnatic seem to be moving towards it.
It's not NA.
It's the A site. Getting Crash left in towards middle. Maybe Durka is just going to try to take some more
Now
space.
Pit,
They've already been
Pit,
spotted.
Pit, Pit!
Shots rang out. Boo knows there's players close. Viper's Pit's going to be activated on the back of it. Flash is close. Boo doesn't get caught by it. He's got all this control to play with, but there's the TP as they start to look in the other direction, moving it in through these doors. We've seen this wall before. So have Heretics. They know what it means, what it often means at least. Good nade. It's actually forced Boo out of the ult, but they don't expect that. He goes swinging
Spikes
into
down.
them, finds one, and he's back in safety.
3v1.
And with a shot
Oh,
from
man,
Benji,
sees
Fishy,
him.
the only man standing is Leo.
Time as well.
A demon in clutches, but he's got so much to fight through, and the
Well
first
played.
shot is the one that seals it. Benji, Fishy on the Sheriff.
Okay, we
Picking
win
up
an
two in a
eco.
round like this, so valuable.
Running
As
into
Heretics
that
now find
cage,
themselves
I
7-4.
think baited Alpha into just be
I
like,
think
oh, there's a
also
guy
credit
fucking
needs
close
to
to
be
me. I'm
given
gonna
to
fucking
the
stay
beginning of the
close.
round, just baiting
And then
for
this
his
happened.
teammate to give him the firefight versus Alpha, yeah. The Viper's Pit, just being forced out of it, but finding value nonetheless. And while Benji's there to hit a couple of shots at the end, it's going to be 7-4. Half at least is going in their favor. And as
Okay, so now
we've seen
Fnatic's
recently,
by
have been troublesome
isn't
when it comes to
amazing.
that
He's got
attack
a
side.
stinger and a
Now they're the
bulldog.
ones with some vulnerabilities. but they have a fair few ults.
You just heard the call there from Miniboo as well. He's confirming. I don't know if it was his call in the first place, but an elbow pushes to come through. Decoy is the one leading the charge, but then they swing from the other angle. Nobody's here. Although they don't get to execute a play off the back of it, they do get the information early. It's going to mean those snake bites come through a little bit earlier as well.
Dirk out the
Delaying
spike.
this squad from taking
Yep,
space, but
fast
Dirk
plan.
can do it all by himself. Gate crashing in, finding the plant.
Oh, that's
never
big.
mind. Denial
Now
at
the
the
wall will
last
go down.
possible second from Woot. Just about finding that, denying the post-plant Viper's Pit, post-plant Hunter's Fury. And now Alphayear's caught on the lurk, trying to make up for lost ground. This is a beautiful stance to play from. Ult used by Miniboo, even gate crashes in. And
Oh, what?
the kill as well. Chronicle
I think Miniboo overheated there a bit, but it doesn't matter.
A chance. And the lead now for Heretics. What could have been a 6-6 half. What should have been, perhaps, with the last round being Sheriffs, is now double the scoreline of their opponents with an Andalucia flawless.
8-4. I mean, if they can win
A spot in
the second pistol,
final
then
they'll have this year regionally
they'll be chilling.
is on the cards if they're able to close this one out. Of course, it's always easier said than done. They've done that last round as an Andalucia flawless as well, but
He hit him with the nade. That's what gave away where he's... Oh, that's ridiculous. Or was it the corner?
I think it was
I'm
a
not even
goal.
sure if at the end Miniboo even knew where he was.
Just spray in. See if I
Good
get
job,
him.
boys.
Completely lost in it, but here we go. Fnatic again, fighting from a
Okay,
deficit.
8-4.
Last map.
Again, if you can win both
An
pistols,
OT thriller. This one looking
probably
more
be chilling.
dominant for Heretics if there
I
isn't a
don't love a
turnaround.
KO Sheriff. It feels like
Has to start with a pistol.
maybe not ideal,
They won
but
both
okay.
when it came to Lotus, still lost the map. They've lost
I guess
the
you do
first
still
one
have
on
a
this.
flash.
Orb emitting. Poison's off.
Darka may have been spammed down through the smoke last round. He wasn't happy
Yeah, they
about
go
that.
for the
I'm walking through it in this.
Orb and
pistol
A main,
round,
and they get
defensive
really
side sees
aggro.
aggression from Fnatic towards A main. Double
Because
push
they
on
don't quite know
Halls.
how aggro this is,
And nothing
though.
found. Again,
Because Benji
early
bought
aggression,
Sheriff, no trip.
finding them at least some information that they can now quickly begin
They're
to
always
flank
gonna end on
with
B
mid
because
control
of this
going way
camera.
for Team Heretics.
Thing is, the spike's about to die.
That's the spike and it's dropped.
That's the spike down. That's such a problem already for them. They need Rians to fight back, and he's got to be careful because now there's another player looking to round the corner. It's definitely
This
not
might have
the
been a bit of an
cleanest of
anti-strat on Benji.
But he is able to hold
Trying
up.
your Sheriff.
Although Woot's just got walking into the site. The spike has been taken, or at least it was for a second. Rians is still alive. He's on just 4 HP.
Rians gets out.
I don't know where
Ooh.
Leo is.
That's the
He's still
spike.
looking to come up around the corner. Timing is going to be absolutely everything. He's heard the steps, knows that they're going back towards the site. They're still clearing everything else along the way, which will give a little bit of time. And more importantly,
What?
It's that! I don't know how Rians is still alive, but more importantly, he's put Leo to an even lower health than he is. They're looking to try and fight him, or at
Sit
least
backside.
reposition to get back into a better spot. Woot taking the aggressive position to try and kill him off early. And now this round looks all but done. The shot
Oh,
connected.
what a shot.
4 HP versus 3. Leo to try and turn things back from
2
what
shock
looked like
darts as
an
well.
impossible position just seconds ago. The shot dart could be what ends it because he's normally so good with these, but Rians has managed to dodge it and lands the shot in the end. He should have died about 6 times in this round, but he'll survive.
A Jim West round from Team Heretics.
What a round.
Swinging through
What a
on those
show.
Sheriffs.
I mean, what
Kill
a
after
weird
kill
round.
found.
Again,
And I mean,
maybe a
this
little
started by
unshaft,
them
no
losing
trip.
the spike. A lot of damage being done. And players on Fnatic just shredded. That walkthrough from Woot is unreal. How he finds that much value, I don't think I'll ever know. And that was a headshot through the wall. And then a headshot not through the wall to finish him off. That's got to be a frustrating way to let that one slip, but for Fnatic,
Okay, big win for Heretics, though. That
because that's a
probably
round that you
should be
can't really
GG
do a
as
lot
long as they
about
don't
when
mess
they're
this
hitting
one up.
shots like that on Los Niños.
Turkish aim again.
Okay, you see this wall.
9 and 4.
You see this, a pretty common Fnatic
Heretics.
play.
Right here.
4 rounds away from making it to a final.
Yeah, they're ready.
They've been
Well,
on
Rians
awkward
is ready
fight
for it,
start,
and no
but
one else is.
Leo shouldn't be getting away with too much here. Doesn't have much support. Not a whole lot invested either. And one of the biggest surprise, Alfia really has been having a rough time this map.
They've shut him down again and again. He won't be catching that kill as they fade behind the wall, and although a headshot's eventually delivered.
I heard Benji make that call on the stage. I heard him go, mid, like just screaming.
I guess he was jump peeking, right?
Yeah,
So he just caught him. The panic coming through.
He's so loud that I could hear him through the headphones.
Let's hope he's not making the start around calls. Oh, Fnatic have stacked B for some reason. I wonder why. Well, the plans come through. Miniboo low on HP and caught by Leo, but it draws him into the open.
Okay, it's been a bit scrappy, but
delay the inevitable round win, double digits for Team Heretics.
Planted.
And dare I say it, a tough score line to
what are
come
the
back
top
from
teams in
the side
EMEA?
of Fnatic. If Chronicle cannot find this 1v3,
Heretics?
even can. Still going to be 9-5
FUT?
at this stage. So many players to
Navi?
take down, so much time left.
Calming Call, Fnatic?
So little time.
Fnatic Calming Call?
Believe he'll just be playing the exits if he even gets a chance. Angle held and swung on by Boom. Nicely done. Double digits for Team Heretics. This is Fnatic's map pick, Tom. I don't
Who are the
get ahead
best
of
teams
myself.
on the
Any
map?
other
That
team
was
I
a
would.
good question.
At 10 to
Who's the
4,
best Ascent
it
team
is
right now?
looking spooky. I'll say that.
It's looking done.
No, Tom.
Is there a
Tom, we
best
did this
Ascent team right
yesterday.
now?
We literally were here yesterday.
I'm not gonna change. I'm not gonna change my thought process. They can prove me wrong again. It's looking done.
Navi? Yeah, it probably is Navi.
Every time.
Every time.
Every time. From this scoreline, they need
Yeah,
to do it
I
every
take
time
Navi,
because
even
it is
though they're not
absurd.
going.
The way that Heretics are playing right now,
Bind is 100 Thieves.
they look like the better team. 10 and 4 up,
Breeze.
Poison orb emitting.
looking to get themselves almost confirmation. Like if this round is lost by Fnatic,
Who's Breeze?
oh, you're gonna need one of the best pauses you've ever seen. Because I don't know if I can truly believe
care
that the
shit,
players on the
man.
Heretic side won't be able to squeak through an extra couple of rounds. Trying to destroy some utility, but nothing there this time. In fact, as usual, it's
I don't know about Breeze.
Durka taking a little bit of early aggression. But all of that was just a ruse, an attempt to
Lotus
try and
is
sell a
paper
fake,
Rex.
as they do look to head towards this B site in the end.
Yeah, it looks like Fnatic are stacking up for some A aggression. It's coming in at the wrong time. Maybe it'll get them somewhat of an early flank, but not at this stage. Heretics set their sights on B. Knife goes into the back, doesn't catch anyone. Traps will still be
Oh, does
online.
Benji start to
Snake
go?
bite in from Boaster. Lets them know that he's here as well. You're running into a Cypher and Viper setup. It's going to be tough to break this defense. That was committal from Miniboo, not a fake gate crash. In fact, he's all the way through, but the flash poorly timed gives Fnatic a way back in. Benji fishing. Okay, he's good for one, but the flash gets him. The decoy
Woot's
doing its
2v1.
job. Woot, last man standing. A reliable player in clutch situations.
No
and the
way.
shots don't hit for Alpha. A very tough game indeed. The 3K for Woot just around the corner. And it's Chronicle standing in his way with 15 seconds.
There's no
Only
fucking
one bullet
way.
needed. A Red Bull clutch and an 11-4 lead for Heretics.
That's the difference between the two. Benji's going, come on, we got to do our little fist bumps, and Wood's going, I want the orb from the plant. Like, that is a man that is locked in right now. He knows he's getting his orb from this. A Red Bull clutch, and that's the thing.
Well,
Every
GG.
single piece of information was there.
Classic.
They used the cam to reveal him. They knew exactly
I
where
mean,
he was
just
coming
a
from, but
Fnatic
the shots
overheat
not connected
again.
from Alpha yet. This
They need to get this out of their
I've seen
game.
from him in a long time, but
Because it's a carryover from
shots
last year,
we're
but last year
seeing
they
out
just
from
got away
Heretics,
with it.
The ability of this young man. In week
This year they
2,
don't.
he got his visa. During Madrid, he turned 18, just old enough to play in the league. And right now, top fragging versus Fnatic on a map he's yet to play with this team.
Yeah.
And if they win it, they're in the grand final.
Okay, they got KO ult and Silver ult as well.
I don't know how many Uncle Eero quotes they read to make these comebacks happen, but now they'll be thinking of life like a tunnel. You might not always see the light at the end, but you keep moving. You'll end up in a better place than where you were. That's their hope. 4 rounds on the board for the defensive side. 1 opening pick.
Well, it is the
secured.
KO, but it's in an
Chronicle
unresable spot,
looking
really.
for that little bit more. The timing almost got him, but Alpha's able to deal death from afar. Shots for Mini. Boom!
What is this, man? What
He's
is
on
it?
16 HP, but I wouldn't count him out just yet. Hunter's Fury put through, and it's huge! So much damage, and still chasing down more! Miniboo, ult on site. He's got the info to play with the deep flash. He sees the defuse. It's being started. In fact, it's already halfway. They'll see that rising 5 HP on Rien's shock dart through. It's close, so it doesn't catch Leo, and he doesn't get a chance to fire the next, but Miniboo somehow has found a 3rd kill on low HP. The gate crash reposition. Perfect.
Good.
And Boaster now running low on time, low on HP, and low on chances with Boo right around the corner. 12-4.
Another unwinnable round that they win. Heretics are just the fucking Houdini of fucking Valorant.
It's not happening.
A
The way
3v5
that Heretics
again?
are playing every single time they've needed it. A star lights up the sky. This round, Miniboo was running riot with a little bit of support from Brian.
And he gets out of his ult, TP's backside.
These rookies, these players who weren't even close to the league last year. Some of them weren't even making it to Ascension. You're talking about the likes of Woot. Didn't get there. 16, 16, and 15 kills, leading their way on Breeze. And they have 8 chances to make
Well,
it
the team's
that
going
grand
to Shanghai.
final.
We'll know after today.
Show
We've
that
just
the
got
new
2 more
era
to
of
settle.
EMEA
It's between
Valorant
Crew and
sits
Lev
with them, as it will be
and
back-to-back finals within the
FUT
region.
and Carmine Core.
It was said earlier in the day, an expectation, I think it was from Watchparty, who he thinks he'll play if they are in the grand final. He said it'd be Heretics again. I don't know if he would have expected to be able to lose again to this game, but it'll be them who has to try and grind their way back through because they need so much more from this.
Seems moments away from welcoming Watchparty and the boys to that lower bracket run.
Did you see him?
For Fnatic,
Both of them missed
strange territory they find themselves in. The old guard, and well, it's time to change. 8 rounds in it, 8 in a row. Bloody tough comeback for any team to make. And with Benji Fishy having thread the needle all the way through.
And the ult.
It's a disastrous start to what needed to be the beginning of that comeback. Benji's looking for more. He doesn't want to get greedy though. Waiting for the wall to go up, for the info to come in and his teammates to burst through to the site. Gate crash used, Miniboo's here, and Woot's just waltzed in, finding himself Boaster,
Well,
the leader dead.
GG.
And now, well, he could call from the grave, I suppose, but Fnatic
Boo's
need
in a
lot
very
more
good
than
spot
that.
here
A few
in
well-placed
window.
shots could get them back through. They've done it millions of times. I've seen it again and again. But here, it's not looking too likely.
Chance is slim. And with the way that they've been playing in these afterplants, it's barely an afterplant at all. Woot wanted to take
They've
it into
seen
his
them
own
both.
hands, and even then he's done damage. It leaves just 2 standing in the way of Heretics and another grand final, and those players aren't even going to get
GG.
close. It ends up as a slaughter on Breeze. This map was picked by Fnatic, but it was dominant from the side of Heretics.
Well played for Heretics. I mean, they were the better team. They were probably the better team on map 1, really. Just lost out on both pistols and both bonus rounds. And then they have unbelievable, like, the 2vXs, right? The 2v5s, the 2v4s, the 3v5s. Like, they won so many. Like, no round is dead. No round is even close to dead. And so, yeah, big win for Heretics. We see next game is the big one, right? This is to determine the 3rd team going to Shanghai. Carmine Core versus FUT. Big game. Play Geogrid. Fine, I'll play your stupid Geogrid game. Okay. Island nation capital is not the most populated city. That's a tough one. Well, London is. Reykjavik is. What's the capital of Cyprus? Cyprus is, I think, is the only country with a divided capital still. But I'm fairly certain it might still be the most. But then again, it might not be. Island nation. Madagascar. Does Australia count as an island? What is the ruling on that? I don't even know. It is an island. What if they share an island? Is that an island nation? I guess that is also. So Australia. Is New Zealand's capital? Which one is New Zealand's capital? Auckland? Is that their most populated city, or is it Wellington? Or is Wellington their capital? I mean, the fucking tiny islands, the Caribbean and the fucking other ones, I don't know, but... Australia should be a safe answer. If I'm looking for the best answer... I mean, the only other one I could think would be New Zealand. That, like, I know is right. Or, like, I think might be right. I'll play it safe. Go Australia. Population under 5 million. Capital is not the most populated city. Population under 5 million. It's a small country where the capital isn't the biggest city. Okay. Under 5 million. That's quite small. Oh, this one's tough. 5 million. That's really not many. I'm trying to think of some of these, like Slovenia, right? Like little Eastern European countries. But I don't know if any I don't know what would be. Man, this one's even tough to come up with one. The capital isn't the biggest city. Like, I'm sure there are plenty, right? I'm sure there's plenty of fucking the Pacific Islands, right? Maybe they have a capital that's not their most populated city. Like, particularly the ones that are, like, multiple islands. I could definitely see, like, oh, they just put the capital in, like, the middle island, but it's not the biggest one. The biggest one is actually the, you know, other fucking island. Like, that will definitely be the case somewhere, but I don't know if it's the case. 5 million. I mean, these are small countries, 5 million. Like, apart from the Caribbean, most, like, America is ruled out. All of the Americas. Even, apart from the fucking micro-states, most of Europe probably is ruled out. But the micro-states, again, will just have their capital city be the biggest city. Or don't even have another city. I mean, most of Africa will be ruled out. Where the fuck can I even go? I mean, Qatar? UAE? How many people live there now? Kuwait? I mean, what countries do I know that the capital isn't even the biggest city? Canada, Australia, maybe New Zealand. Germany? Question mark? Switzerland? Question mark? Switzerland won't be, but does Switzerland have less than 5 million people? I don't know. Does it? Is Berlin's Germany's biggest city? Just do Malta? I thought Valletta was big. I might go Switzerland. Switzerland surely has more than 5 million people. This is going to be wrong. We'll come back to it. We have one guess. More than 30 Olympic medals. Right. I'm just going to go Canada. Fuck this thing. Canada, if you don't have more than 30 Olympic medals, Canada, then fuck you. Fuck you, Canada, man. There we go. Name consists of multiple words. Island nation. Plenty of good ones here. I'm going to go say Tome and Principe. Population under 5 million. Name consists of multiple words. I'm going to go... which one's more or less like? I'm going to go with my boy, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Great band name. Okay. Name consists of multiple words, more than 30 medals. Fuck you. Yeah, it's not the best answer, but fuck you. Island nation in Asia. Sri Lanka, Maldives, Papua New Guinea. I'm going to go... Does Timor-Leste count? It should do. I would think. Timor-Leste, East Timor. Let's fucking go. Population under 5 million in Asia. This would have been a good one right there. Let's go Maldives. More than 30 Olympic medals in Asia. Right, China, obviously. I would guess South Korea. They always been archery, don't they, South Korea? I would guess South Korea. Does India have more than 30 medals? I don't know. I don't know. Kazakhstan are quite weirdly good at fucking cycling. But I don't know if they've got more than 30 medals. Japan will. Does Indonesia or Malaysia? Don't know. I'm trying to name them all. I know China. I fucking said China. Which one's the best answer? Let's go. Let's just go Japan. And then this. Fuck. Come on. Capital is not the most populated city. Population under 5 million. Right, I'm going to go out on a fucking limb. Are you ready for this? Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Most popular answers. Fuck them. Least popular answers. Here's a little flex for you Americans as well. More than 30 Olympic medals. Name consists of multiple words. Most common answer. Look who it fucking is. When you think fucking success in the Olympics, who'd you fucking think of? Who'd you fucking think of, eh? North Korea was the least picked answer. Yeah, spam the Tory stuff. Georgia. Right, I need to see the answers for this one. Trinidad and Tobago. That's a tough one. Right. So, island nations capitals not the most. New Zealand is right. Australia, Malta. Micronesia again. Palau, Philippines as well. Sri Lanka, Taiwan, and Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, that's some of them are tough. Population under 5 million, capital is the most populated city. This is the tough one. Liechtenstein. What's Liechtenstein's capital? Is it not just Liechtenstein? What's their... Oh, Vaduz is their capital, isn't it? Is Vaduz not their fucking... Is that not their biggest city? That's crazy. Is that not their biggest city? Another city has like 2K more. Interesting. The more you know. Shan is their biggest city. I did not know that. Okay. Belize, Equatorial Guinea, Liechtenstein, Malta, Micronesia, my answer. San Marino as well. What the fuck's that? What? San Marino isn't big enough to have 2 cities. More than 30 Olympic medals. Capital, not the biggest city. I was going to say, what does South Africa even have an official capital? Switzerland was on there again. These ones are pretty easy, although only a couple for this one. In Asia, island nation, fairly simple. In Asia, pop under 5 million. Georgia, that's a good one. Bahrain. Armenia. Armenia is always a good answer for these. And in Asia, more than 30 Olympic medals. Here you go. Azerbaijan, China, Georgia. India does, kid! Come on, get that Indian pride in there, kid, in the shadows. You've got more than 30 Olympic medals. Indian Olympic medals. Let's take a look. 35! Let's fucking go. Hello, India. Indonesia as well. Iran. Iran was a good answer. Japan, Kazakhstan, North Korea, South Korea, Russia. Russia counts as Asia. I'm not saying that no part of Russia is in Asia. I get that, but I don't know. Thailand, Turkey, and now Turkey counting as Asia. So they're going like, if any part of your country is east of Istanbul, you're in Asia. Which is fine. Okay, I just, you know, people have different definitions, you know. How many does the UK have? I don't know. A lot. 950.
I'm so happy.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't ask for more than that, other than, of course, winning the grand final as well. We have to wait one more day to see you play again. For now, you can just chill, you can relax, and you can watch the other teams battle it out. Let's talk about our next match here. KC will go up against FUT. Looking at those two teams and how they've performed thus far, what are your thoughts? How do they stack up against one another?
Play against KC in the group stage. They're so good team. They're like us. They are a young team and they have amazing aim power.
Yeah.
But FUT has more experience and they have Yetuj. So
yeah, we know that you love Yetuj. Yeah, we can understand that kind of thing. You know, Boo was telling us yesterday how he thought that actually FUT was going to take this because it was a very hard match that you guys played against it. I think it's funny that you say you yourselves are like a new team and have all these explosive plays, but you won't give the same age to KC. It's like you have that advantage, but they don't.
Yeah, they have for sure, but we are heretics.
That's a quotable. Put it on a t-shirt, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of merch,
yeah,
check out those sneakers. Can you walk us through when you did that? Like, what was the story of you drawing on your shoes?
Can you give us a side?
Yeah, can you give us the side look? Give us
like here?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Okay.
Arnau, apunta.
I was in Turkey. I was waiting my age. Also, visa problems, like you know, and with my old friend, old coach, just give it the idea, just said, just go make some shoes for the stage.
And
they look great.
They look fantastic. I legit thought it's merch. Like you nailed the logo. It looks so clean, so crisp, just like your aim. Hey, transitions. Yeah, no, it's a good look, and also that's productive. That's how you want to spend your time. If you're waiting around, just do something, you know, like
I play ranked.
Yeah.
Okay, I might do the map veto now.
That's
And then rest my weary eyes for a second. Also, big shout out to Pacific. Pacific, if you're watching this, VCT Pacific, shout out fucking you, VCT Pacific. Because my life would be fucking hell if I had to get up at 9 AM and watch all these games. It would be a fucking disaster. But because you decided to do the playoff stuff that I was initially annoyed at, but it's made this time much better. It's made it, my life is better. So thank you, Pacific, from the bottom of my heart. Anyway, map veto. Calm me good. They ban Ascent. They ban Sunset. They ban Ascent. They ban Ascent. Now, I think they only banned Sunset here against Heretics because they perhaps thought that they wouldn't need to play that. So I think they're going to ban Ascent against your boys, FUT Esports. Who will probably ban the Breeze, I would have thought. Gamigur. I think we'll just pick Lotus. 100%. I don't see a world that they don't against FUT's comp. I think it's just an obvious choice. I think FUT against Carmine Core will pick. I mean, when they played, what did they play? Lotus Breeze. Bind. I think they'll pick Icebox against KC here. KC's Icebox a little weak. I think they could win that. Kamiko will then ban what? We got Split, Bind, and... Let's see the map. Split, Bind... I almost said Pearl. What the fuck's the other map? Sunset. Do you want to ban Sunset? They ban Sunset there. You ban Sunset against Heretics. You did. Maybe you won't ban Sunset. Sunset. Split. I think you ban Split. And then I think FUT ban. Sunset or Bind. That's kind of a tough choice. I think they'll ban Bind. I'll play Sunset. But that could be either way. Okay, I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, they are. But like we're gonna see in the game because they both lost. So if they learn from their mistakes, they can fix it.
Do you expect it to be a close one?
What?
Do you think it's going to be a close game?
Yes, of course.
Of course.
I think, like...
what do you think is the key to winning against KC?
Winning against KC. Stop the narrate, I think.
Oh, so on one side they have to stop CNET, and then the other one is stop. Okay.
It's so easy. Why can't you just stop them?
Like, it's easy to say.
Yeah, I know. Like on paper, like that's our job is easy. We just talk about that. Oh, why don't you just fix that? But like in theory, you know, it's easier said than done. Looking at the two teams, the last time they faced off against each other in an official, that was in what, week 2 of stage 1. So that's a while ago. How do you feel as a player who played against those players? How do you feel like these teams evolved? Do you feel like they changed up a lot since then?
I think they both good teams. Like I want to say, Fnatic, Heretics. I mean the last 4 team. I think they are insane teams.
They'll deserve it.
All matches are just going close. Like that doesn't matter the scores. Always close matches.
That's right.
That brace didn't feel very close.
Yeah, we hope for a close match. It's going to be explosive for sure with the players we have on the server. Wood, thank you so much for joining us again. Congratulations to you and the squad.
Thanks.
Can't wait to see you again the day after tomorrow. For now, we're getting ready for that last match of the day. Let's find out who is going to make it to Shanghai. And all of the action is going to take place on our stage.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Last words with coaches, team getting together, getting ready for their last match, because The loser is out. The winner will be moving on and will also be punching their tickets, which are now.
Yeah, exactly. Heretics has already made it for KC. Can they also go 2 for 2 as we jump here into the map? Veto Ascent is the map that they do not want to see from FUT, and FUT is going to say goodbye to the Breeze. Icebox, the first one. You look a little bit surprised, but why is that? Because I know exactly what you guys did against KC on this one. Do you think FUT's gonna do the same? You pick Reyna.
In my opinion, yeah.
You just look surprised.
In my opinion, FUT gonna lose Icebox, but they're gonna win 2-1.
2-1, why?
I think their Sunset is OP, like FUT is playing good on Sunset. If I don't remember like wrong. Also, it's same for Lotus. If they change their retakes, of course. I think we won, I think 6th round or something on the retakes. If they change their retakes, FUT can win easily. But in Icebox, I think KC is the best Icebox team in the EMEA.
What makes them so good on Icebox?
They're doing this like double move so well. I mean, they're always on the trades. They're always taking their trades, and also good utility usage.
Trade and power, and also on the side of FUT, almost every single time that they try a composition, the moment that they lose with it, they swap it around. Do you think that this far into the stage, now that we're in playoffs, now that we're so close to Shanghai, is that something that they can keep relying on, or maybe they should find their form? Because we mentioned Sunset. Do you imagine, for example, the Deadlock coming back, or is that something that they change?
I don't think they're gonna change something because we are playing same. I mean, we are playing 3 days in a row. Like, it's too much. Oh, Martin.
Well, actually, maybe you gave them some ideas to KC, because Martin is going to go on the Reyna. Wood, hear me out. I know that you're supporting FUT, right? But what do you have to say to KC to make that Reyna work?
They have Sage. They don't have double initiator. It's like, I mean, double duelist. So all need to do, like, for Martin, get cheap kills and go back. Like, it's hard for Martin, I'm not gonna lie. If there's a Jet on the like narrate or someone, doesn't matter, it would be easier for them, but without, I mean, just one Reyna is so hard to play, even in ranked.
Narrate on the Sova also is anything that this guy cannot do.
Well, let's find out if they can make it work. It's going to be an exciting match here on Icebox. The first time we've seen this map in a while. And for all the action, we're going to send it over to ever so lovely Pansy and Steel.
Oh, it's always good to hear from you, Zoe. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. But we're seeing that Reyna come out, Josh. There's a lot that's caught our eye here coming to this matchup. Of course, last ticket to Shanghai on the line for either of these two, both coming off the back of a loss. It's a tricky predicament, but it looks like at least Carmine Core are trying to bring out maybe an ace up the sleeve here. What do you make of this choice?
Very interesting maps here, maps we haven't really seen before, and it's got a couple of questions. So,
yeah,
you know, last time Carmine Core played in a head-to-head against FUT, Lotus was the map that Carmine Core picked, and now FUT's picking it, and now we get to see CNET on new maps. Yesterday, he didn't really have a chance to do that much. Here, will he have a better chance?
Nice. Well, off to a probably contested start. Already going to be challenged. Yeah, masses of Carmine Core flooding through the middle already. Going to find CNET at the very beginning.
What the fuck?
The captain tries to deal with it, and they just can't. Martin off to a blister.
How's my map beat though?
The confidence, 2 already for him, and it's going to have to just kind of spur on the rest.
I thought I had 4 as well, not bad.
Getting this pawn down, not what they wanted on that one. The second time of asking a little late. No, does actually catch.
Carmine Core picked Icebox.
But 3 in the post plan is going to be difficult. Still with the flash and the dart, but that's
they know that they started playing a Killjoy, right? Got demonetized? Unlucky.
Ability is going to come off cooldown soon.
I thought we had loads of time. Oh my god.
Massive work from Mr. Fall in there. Probably going to be good for him. Oh, but he is for making this genuinely look doable. Mr. Fallen waiting for the secondary player to show. What the hell was that spacing? That got so dangerous in the end. KC
nice try. If anyone else, if anyone else wants to chip in, feel free.
It got really close, but at least it's just pistol, right? It's
Sure,
not like it's a gun
sure.
round where
Yeah,
now everyone's broken. Sage Wall used that middle after they got that kill onto
Okay.
CNED. And I wonder
sorry
if
about that. I
CNED
did not
or FUT
realize
want to do like a little bit of a slower
time.
approach, because one thing I've noticed
I
about
thought like,
him
oh,
is
they're
that
still
if he's shut down
interviewing
early in
Wood,
the
like, oh,
game,
we're chilling.
It feels like his confidence takes a huge hit, and then it's hard for him to recover. So if they go too quick, and Casey's able to put him down, then he's gonna not have a great game.
Actually quite
I
nice
wonder
by,
if they do a slow approach.
Comical there, the flood on the other guys. Obviously they struggled to miss the fallen, but
on the screen. If you're playing along at home, the stage will be red. Yes, 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 yes. We love a tech pause.
well, tech pause again.
Break down and really chew the fat with Josh. Aren't you thrilled? But I do want to pivot this while.
Fucking hell, they need to sort this shit out in EMEA. It's every fucking day. No one else is having problems at this point.
Talk about I guess that kind of consideration when it comes to CNED, when
Again,
it
it
comes
is
to that
EMEA, they're
momentum-based
always the
player, that
fucking
he
worst
can be the
for
confidence-based
tech
player,
pauses.
and kind of roll our minds back to the game that just happened a moment ago, the previous one, where he was struggling to find his footing.
Can you pick the words that become other words when
One
you
of the games
prefix them
was
with
on Split.
spl?
He's on Chamber.
Spotter,
He had a few
Spire,
opportunities to make
Sparrow,
something happen, but it
Spear,
was already after they had lost
Spanoy,
the first map of Lotus.
Spapor,
And you know,
Spare,
it's very difficult. Like once
Sparinkle,
you've lost a map and you're kind of like, oh man, I feel
Spole,
like I haven't had a chance to play. He had a few
Sprite, does that
opportunities
count? I think
to
it
hit some
should.
shots and just wasn't
Sparinger,
being able to connect
maybe?
them. And that all stems from the
Spill,
first map of Lotus,
Sprode,
where you know, his
Spokay,
team has no initiators,
Spend,
no flashers,
Spurn,
and maybe the pace was a little bit too quick
Spaspoon,
because as he's dashing
Sphinx,
in,
maybe?
he doesn't really have any sort
Sphere,
of support. It's a
Spirish,
composition where you have to go slow, and the
Bad,
pacing
not
just did not
spelled
make
like
sense for
that.
the composition. So
How
now
do you
we get
spell
to
spare?
see on
I
a
don't think it's
different
like
map,
that.
Icebox.
Speak,
a
not
map
spell
where
like
you
that.
have a lot of individual freedom,
Spreach,
a lot of choices
Sprocket,
to make with Jet. You have
Spliver,
verticality that you can abuse. You can
Spar,
make space with it. You have
Spangled,
KO. You have drones that start
Rain.
going in because you have a second initiator.
Would you do the
It's
New
gonna be a
York
lot
Times
easier.
big crossword if you didn't have to pay for the
Really see what he
subscription?
can achieve
Biffy,
in that environment. And if we want to look
Spleen,
at the opponents in a similar kind of eye with that, you know, consideration of CNED now has the ability
Spleen,
to be
double
played
E.
in. Are you worried about the comp change not
Spam,
really having too much to force him
Spore,
off these sort of
Space,
positions? And this sort of
Spreed,
instance, again, no Gecko coming out.
Spry,
Yeah, you got Narrate there, but still, that's a lot on one man's shoulders. Yes, I guess you could argue the
Spry,
Lear with Martine on Reina, but again,
Splint,
there are a lot of
oh, Splash, Spoof,
problems
Splather,
that could occur if CNED gets
Sparg
that
you,
hot hand early, and
Spoils,
very little to deny
Sprain,
it from Carmichael's side.
Speech,
That's going to take effect in the second
fuck,
half.
spin
once,
us.
You know, Casey gets onto the attack side.
Yeah.
Solo Sova Initiator is very
Spangled.
hard to get Jets
I
off
mean,
lines because
and
it's very
Springer.
easy to dodge start,
Sprocket as well.
break it,
Yeah,
and it's
there was
very
some back
easy to
here that I
just
thought,
hide from a
maybe.
drone. You need that second initiator
I just
or a
went too
flasher
slow.
to really be able to take them off the lines. The Reina Lears are going to help that a little bit with, you know, getting
Unlucky.
CNED off of a B line or an A line.
It's because
But
I'm
they
trying
get
to make
start
it
on
entertaining
defense
for
here.
you all.
Okay.
And I
Morty
think
Ray
this
with the
is
50
going to allow
bits.
them to do, I
Would you
think
do the
they
New
can
York
send a little
tour,
bit,
New York
even in the
Times big
pistol
crossword
round,
if you didn't have to pay for the
flexibility,
subscription?
push down mid together.
That sounds like you're
I feel
about to
we're
offer
gonna
me a
see lot
shady
of these
deal.
Kind of like grouped pushes, and they're gonna abuse the fact that
I
Reina
don't
is
give a
able
shit
to go
about
and get a
Harry Potter,
kill,
sorry.
dismiss away, or
Yep.
he'll find these isolated fights. Maybe they
Word
can
ladder,
find, like,
April
Yedaji
1st.
lurking around on
Name the
Killjoy.
4-letter
And that's
words
kind of
in
what
this
the desk
word
was
ladder.
talking about somewhat, or at least, you know, they were discussing a little. You get those cheap kills and get out. You know, you don't need to outstay your welcome. Do the damage and back away.
April
and I want to see
1st,
how Martin fares in that regard
Fool?
too. Does he have
Like our own
that
horse.
presence of mind to know when to back away? Does he overheat?
Nah.
Does he have that temptation to go for more and more
Oni?
and more? Does he know how to find that balance perfectly? But something else I want us to discuss
Dunno.
while we find out what this issue is. Hopefully, someone can let us know. We are still looking into this one, so apologies for this, guys. I know you guys will want
What's
this to
Santa
get
putting in
underway.
your stocking if you're
Us as well.
good?
But I want to throw
If you're
Narrate into the
good.
mix, because when we talk about two
you're
players,
bad
right,
at
if you talk
coal,
about kind of
what's
impact
if
players,
it's
yes,
good?
Martin's in the
A gift?
conversation, but all eyes will go to Narrate and CNED, right? But totally different roles here.
Yeah, the desk was discussing this just before, and I think
You're cold if
there's
you're
two different
bad. Why is it if you're good? What?
why, you know,
Literal
you see
opposite
CNED
day.
as a conversation topic.
Nerdy
He's very
and
confident.
unhip.
He'll keep pressing the issue forwards. He'll have the op in his hands, and he'll make the
Nerdy
game go
and
into his way in
unhip.
a lot of instances if you let him get away with it.
Yeah.
The reason why Narrate is so
Square.
good in his positions or impactful
Nerd.
is because the positions that initiators
Dunno.
traditionally play, he's able
Light
to kind of
synthetic
leverage
fabric.
being on both sides of the map at the same time as a quick rotator. Once we get into the defense side, we're going to see
Metallic
CNED
golf
either having
club.
an A line by himself, where the enemy
Metallic,
can all go
what's the
B,
difference?
or the inverse. He could be holding the B line, all the enemy goes
Iron?
A. Narrate gets the benefit of being able to be at A.
Pivot between, right? Yeah.
A or B, depending on where the enemy goes. So he
Or dumb
gets to
or
see action
misbehave.
more consistently as the initiator. Same thing on attack. He's going to probably be with the pack, and when he's on his drone, and Martine's going in first, and Chin's putting up the wall and planting, and potentially getting spammed down because they don't have the Gecko wingman to
Wholly
plant.
dumb
You know,
or
Nary comes in
misbehaved.
and gets to play out the mid round and the post plants, and those are the positions that you really
You
get
can
to
find
thrive in.
impact, yeah, absolutely. No, that's something to really keep in mind as we go through this game. Again, I can only apologise for how long this is going
What the
on.
princess
It's,
had to cast.
fun.
Oh.
I'm interested because yesterday, we're going a little off topic. It's less serious now, Josh. Don't worry, you can. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try to wind down a little bit.
I'm shit at
Hey,
these.
you've done the good work. You've done the hard work early on. But I want your thoughts on Wingman, actually, because I saw a sign yesterday that said Wingman is greater than Sliggy. Right? And it kind of looked like Minnie's imposter was holding it up, which was incredible. Like, whoever that was in the audience,
Fuck
great
it.
work. How do you feel about
I
the
give up.
addition of Wingman coming in, someone that can basically make it a 6v5 that can plant? Are you on Team Wingman or against? I'm just a quick touch test. I'll judge you for it, but, you know.
I mean, with the way that a lot of the agents go in the game and how we're going to
What?
probably see more unique and dynamic agents coming into the mix later on, I like it. I think it forces certain situations.
The answers are
where
all
you could be-
opposite, but
when you
only
go in
one
for
letter
retake,
apart.
Wingman's on the spike. It forces the attackers to peek. They can't just like rely on.
But April
chances
1st
they can dot
celebrant.
on it, and then
That's not
you
like
have extra
opposite.
bodies, extra guns pointing back at you, and the same thing with attack. Like the amount of times, hey, I've played Sage on this map, right? I've gone in, I've put
Bullshit.
the wall up,
Shit.
I've gone for
Shit
that
quiz.
plant, and then I just get nuked by all these abilities, and that is the worst feeling in the world when you're Sage on Icebox trying
Songs
to wall
missing
up and plant.
movies.
And if you have a little bro to go and do that for you, and then
Nothing.
they take the hit, and then you could just, you know, bait
Same
all the
word,
utility,
different movies,
go
X.
pick up the spike and plant after that. Hey, I'm all for that.
Okay, so
knows.
just to let you know, we have had an update. It is, I believe, Carmine Core side are having an audio issue. Now, for some reason, it's taking a whole bit of time here. And I feel like the more we go off real conversations, we start, you know, just chatting.
Oh,
Production
I
gets
can't
panicky,
name
they'll
any
speed
player
things up.
beside Wayne Gretzky.
You know what I mean? Because they get a little nervous because then our
Right.
personalities come out.
4 to
Josh.
13
Oh,
out
no,
of
they
key
don't
places.
want-
South
Yeah,
American
exactly.
country,
They're like, you gotta
Peru.
focus on the game. If the game
European
is not happening,
capital,
then all we have is
Paris.
ourselves. And that's where the issues
Northwestern
begin.
state of
So,
India with
yeah,
secret
fingers
religious
crossed for their sakes
majority.
more than ours that we get this one going. But I'm trying to see who's
Punjab.
probably at full here. I'm having a
Largest
look.
city on the largest island of the
I'm looking down across the
Mediterranean.
players. Hands off keyboard. That's not a good look. Oh, a lean back chair. I always get panicky. Headsets are off. That when they come off, I know it's gonna be an extended time. I think it's already extended, to be fair.
It's a little bit extended. I
One
mean,
of the 2 countries that claims the territory of Kashmir,
Party will be for nothing
Pakistan.
if they see us.
At least
One of
place.
Asia's smallest countries in terms of area.
we
Why
gotta,
do you
yeah,
constantly
they gotta make
search
sure
for
that
bad
they stay warm,
Sporkle
though, right?
quizzes when you
Not
can
in
just
terms of,
play
you know,
Geoguessr?
in-game, like moving the mouse
Fuck
around.
off.
They need to make sure the blood's still flowing to the extremities. They don't want to like have their fingers all
Right.
cold and stiff
Smallest
and
countries in
everything.
terms of area.
Is that something you often worry about?
Not my
wondering.
It's not
fingers.
Philippines.
I am
Well,
seeing someone
is
messing around in the
probably an
crowd out
answer.
there. I wonder if there's something going on. Curious what's happening here. As running real low on topics to waffle about. So, as I said, I will go off the complete script that we adhere to more often than not. And
What are we just
start
smallest
messing around.
countries?
Maybe
What?
someone could bring up a
Brunei,
beverage. We need a
East
beverage
Timor,
sponsor. Like, we've got Red Bull, but I mean, like, you know, a
Maldives,
Lake Taron beverage.
Oh, and evening.
Sri
An
Lanka,
evening
Taiwan,
beverage, yes, perhaps.
Well, yeah.
A little tipple.
Nightcap.
Bhutan,
I mean, at this point, it might be like, thank God, game 1 was
Nepal.
over in 2. If that went to 3, and then this.
Kuwait.
You got any plans for this evening, Josh?
It depends what everyone else is doing. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
I just follow the pack and
I see.
you know,
Forever a team player.
What?
natural born follower. Yeah.
6th most populous US state.
Sorry, MBK. This is much cooler version.
Pittsburgh?
Oh, Nathan.
Pittsburgh? Fucking
Still waiting
what?
to see if,
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh,
Andy,
that's
start.
so funny,
Uh,
Fair. That's so ever so funny. Kukuka, go do your job, huh? Come up
Pittsburgh,
here and do your job.
PA.
You've got spare headsets.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, come on. Up
It was
here.
in there.
Come up here. I'm going to go off
Palestine.
script otherwise, or you're going to have to go to the bar and help me. It's one of the two.
But you have to climb over this wall.
Don't.
Okay, this
please
one I
don't.
was never getting. If any of you
Hey,
know
do you
that,
want to take the headset for a little bit?
you're probably from New South Wales, I
I mean,
would
you can
guess.
say hello if you fancy. Yeah. Whoop, whoop.
Wait,
I
wait.
mean, the game's not starting anytime
Pokemon
soon.
by
so might as well.
mouth.
Plugged in today.
Gen 1.
Normally we
Oh
have 3.
no, have they nicked the headphones? You can
Weeping
take mine.
Bell.
I don't think it's a problem.
Zapdos.
Oof.
Gyarados.
Yeah, that audio issue really kicking in, huh?
Goldeen.
Might be an audio issue up here if we keep going.
Gloom. Magma.
They will wish that they
Gengar.
had taken away that third headset after.
Charmander.
I know.
That's right.
It's fine. She can have mine. Have a
Golem.
little chat with you, Josh, if you want.
Sure, yeah.
You too.
Have a quick little chat.
Little check-in.
Wiggly tough.
Yeah, you know. Don't worry, guys. Tech pauses don't go on as long anymore. Honestly, I'm going to go look in some watch party chat, see if I can steal some ideas.
That's
Pikachu.
true.
That's honestly where I normally go. If the game's going real poorly, I'm just like, what's happening in chat? Let's have a peek. Which one should I start with? Where should we go? Oh, she's made it.
Wait, the problem is,
Ivysaur.
if Kukuka's here,
Yeah.
and the
Raticate.
tech pause is longer,
Don't worry
Pidgeot.
about
it
that.
doesn't go to the desk.
Blastoise.
Because
No,
the desk is here now.
So they've taken away the extra headphones, so you can have mine instead. You want to say hello?
Oh, well.
Josh has been demoted all of a
Most
sudden.
popular toy by
I
year.
cannot believe.
Yeah, talk to me.
I'm still in the building, Lauren, please.
Okay, sorry.
And you're here with him?
Don't make this a thing. Oh,
Jesus.
Oh,
I would
no,
never
allow that.
You've
Pistol?
encouraged the production.
have a
They
name?
found something they can go to, which is us on camera.
Oh, we're on camera?
Well, we will be because the lights have just come back
Oh,
on.
it's okay.
You know, it's
Why
fine.
is it PM?
It's
But no,
fine.
64
Hey, French casters, are we
GameCube.
talking about?
wait, are the
It's
French
going to be
casters
either
here?
France or Turkey
What's
staying
this?
home.
I'm not that young. I'm not that old.
Isn't it? Who'd you got your money on?
What, for this?
Yeah. Okay, now that you've seen the map veto, and especially
no,
now that you've seen the compositions,
Super
what do you think of
Nintendo.
narrate? First time's over.
Okay.
But
Oh,
it's
and
narrate,
that's the NES.
right?
We don't have any more headsets production. They're asking.
What's
There
that,
is no
just a
headset.
camera?
Josh, you're just chilling. You're just hanging out. We'll get you a handheld or something.
I was
What even is
told
that?
there was, that we were ready for this.
What?
Paper
wait,
gold?
wait,
They've,
It's okay.
they've told us a lie. No, my money would be on Casey.
Sony
I don't know why.
Walker.
I kind of believe. I kind of want the
What even
back-to-back
is that?
international. You know?
Yeah, but
It's got a
FUT
play on it.
last year, you know, like making.
You're saying I seem like a fan
No,
of
I'm
FUT?
playing devil's
It's
advocate.
a
Like, I
tape
put
something.
out every single
Brilliant.
perspective.
Thank you. That's
Yeah,
that's very kind of you.
I mean,
No,
that's actually my job.
look,
It's okay.
I'm a CNED
I know,
apologist.
these I know.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll always be on his side, but
Yeah.
I like the idea of Carmichael going back to an international.
Fucking
you know,
bears?
making up for a bit of a rough performance before.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Madrid wasn't
What the
pretty
fuck
for
is
the
that?
EMEA. So, you know,
Yeah.
a little bit more
Elmo.
international experience now.
But you
Okay.
know,
Devil's
Counterpoint.
advocate.
How do you spell it?
Love them.
Counterpoint,
Love them.
counterpoint.
Yeah.
what if instead of that, we just give KC
Yeah.
a month to polish everything?
Oh, what were
and
these
come back
called?
super strong because you know they already have.
But I
The
don't.
points for
Pretty
winning
short
kickoff,
name,
You know?
like
I don't think it's
Burb
polished.
or
They were
something.
polished at the start of the year. They looked great. They
Yeah,
had
but
fundamentals. They just
Burbs
crumbled. They
or
went
something.
international. They faced some pretty good
Burbs.
teams.
So you're
which is
telling me you
fair.
actually want them to stay?
I want them
Blurb.
after being, having a chance to go to an international stage, to go back and
What is
now
this
not be
called?
nervous and hopefully execute the ideas they had before.
Yeah.
I think, again, when you look at like Heretics,
Burb.
KC, they faced,
Burb.
who's it, like Sen and Paper X?
Burb.
I can't even blame them for having a hard time.
Oh yeah,
They're
exactly.
the
What is
eventual
it called?
winners and some of our longest standing like
Furby.
teams. It does seem as
Furby.
though we are ready to go back in game, so thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it was my pleasure.
Pokemon
I'm so sorry
cards.
to leave you here with Steel, but I'll see you later.
What is this? 1993.
You want to work today?
What are
Here
those
we go.
bears? What are
Thank
they
you
called?
so much. Apologies again for that. Seems that we are back underway. Fair
What
is
are
an
these
absolute
called?
superstar for coming on over.
Fuck it, I
Crowd's
give
just
up.
applauding her. and
Beanie
probably back to the tech
Babies.
issues
Yes,
ourselves. So,
I did know the name of
thank
it.
God
A
for that.
Talk Boy.
And, I can only apologise next time.
Did
I'll
any
be
of you have a
less
Talk
PC,
Boy
and
as
we'll
a
see if that
kid?
speed things up. But going back in, that's a quick reminder on this. Carmine Corp, one round to the good. They won.
See, it
pistols.
wasn't
Yeah, a little bit
camcorder,
close,
it was
a little bit
Talk
dangerous, but they got the
Boy.
job done with one still alive. I
See,
believe
there
that was
you go.
Shin. Moving back into this, just sheriffs, odds and ends, and not much else. And Tomasi, straight away, gonna find the pick.
Well, that was a little anticlimactic.
Story of my life.
It's a creep up maze here. Cena gets the better of Shin. Caught by surprise. 4-4 now.
Can I get that go?
Okay.
Spike having a chance to
I
get
do.
planted, but still a tall order. 4 foot on the attack side here.
Yeah, this isn't.
4v4.
It's more whether they can hold it in a post. If they get another kill, things get.
Two sheriffs and a
interesting.
bulldog though?
As it stands.
Some danger.
Did manage to recover the bulldog. Knife coming out. Oh,
Oops.
well, that's an issue. As Carline Core going to take that as the red carpet rollout. Time to get towards the site. Magnum needs to clear the closed
go pretty
box. Yellow
deep.
Jay's going to find a rate. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous. They're getting a little bit closer on this one. Mr. Fallin, last man alive. Sheriff, I believe, only has a couple of bullets. Oh my god,
Oh
okay,
my
just
God.
whips that back out. And now there's issues. Martine's been seen. What are you meant to do here? Needs to get to half. Martine, toying with him.
Oh, and he
God,
gets it!
Classic.
With the classic,
Fair
he
enough,
wins
yeah.
that?
Like, however they get there,
That's
scoreboard says 2-0.
unbelievable.
FUT look dangerous again. I mean, that's something that we saw yesterday and something we've seen throughout the entire season.
Ranked
Is that they
Fnatic
look
in
dangerous when they
EMEA.
have those sheriffs, and catching Shin off guard like
Well, I
that
mean, they
makes
beat
you really
Karmine
wonder
Core.
what was really going on
I don't
there.
know.
But yeah, that first pick on Attica at B was
I honestly don't know.
set things off, and I like how KC is waiting
So
for
what did Karmine
all
Core
the
do now?
players.
I mean,
we've seen other
after
teams,
this, you think like it's
you know,
definitely they've
Fnatic
lost.
today, we've seen Fnatic
So
on
win
this
with the
map, and
classic,
they
that
were
is tough.
maybe peeking a little bit too much on, you know, some of these situations, but KC waiting
So
for everyone to be
it
grouped
is a
up.
full save,
All
pretty
four
much.
going together for that retake. As we come into the bonus round, I guess, for KC. Only sheriffs in hand plus an outlaw. They're really budgeting for that next round.
Yep. We can see if they can cost FUT much here. If FUT,
Guess
I mean,
they
they've
bring
been
the
highly
outlaw
competitive,
over.
even
I mean,
with
because
some
they got the
substantial
plant and
purchases,
quite a few
so
kills,
might get to see a little
no
bit of
one's
that.
one
CNED
shot
off
to
a
this.
blistering start. Magnum removed. Gonna have to follow up with potential 2 more if they want to go towards that A site. See?
But still, the
opportunity
kill
there,
and gets
lovely.
out.
Be happy with that. 1-for-1 trade out, but we can see where the spike is. It's mostly focused towards. Is this enough to bring a player back over? I don't think so, especially now.
Now with the kill rate
But
dead as
very
well.
deep towards the site before kind of revealing their
Not gonna
intention.
be too much
Not gonna be
delay
coming
here.
in. Looking to see that lurk as well. There's a lot of pressure on these 3 players to hold the site and another fake. They're not committing on this plan.
Thing is that they're so deep that they kind of have to stay.
Big lurk coming from Yedajay. Still going to take another 5
Giving him
sec-
enough time to
5
lurk
seconds
through,
to
though.
develop. They can catch them all in the back.
Yeah, out of everyone, should be able to pretty much stop this round from ever starting. A little bit of a tag, doesn't matter.
Okay,
All clean
4
work.
alive, good
nice
for FUT.
pause there from FUT towards the side, waiting for that lurk to find an effective timing.
Continually tapping the spike to say, hey, we're planting, bait out more utility, maybe bait out a reaction, but they're realistically just waiting for Yedajay to be able to get in the back lines there and secure the round with that big flank. Big opening kill from CNED onto Shin again. I don't know why KC on a round like this, where they're running 4 sheriffs and an outlaw, why they're kind of like in this 2-1-2 setup, where they're kind of spread around the map. They need to take more of a gamble there and just stack a site.
He's got a really good land nice.
A nice land nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so
What's
overall
your
already.
land nice sound like?
Don't know. It's been a long time.
Oh, Neil.
Oh dear. Oh
Nice
dear.
play,
There it is.
but-
That's what we're waiting to see. The play-in for CNED
How do they
finds
just speed
massive
up?
value off the back of this. Utilizing
They
the
don't
Hunt's
have
Fury
to,
to kind of set it
but
in
they
motion
do.
and a captain to follow up as well. KC looking a little flustered in this. Magnum holding the back line, going to stop them from spiraling out of control, and he's still going to hold position. Rex has found a rate in the meantime. Yeah, beautiful work. Magnum
Ooh,
desperately
Magnum
trying,
gave
but
it a
2
good
still
try,
alive,
but
and it's scrappy, yes. And
it's gonna be an eco now. I mean,
battle, but instantly
the change of
stabilizing
pace
the
there
scoreboard
from
back
FUT
to
was
2 apiece,
crazy.
and FUT looking like they're trying to play in CNED a great deal more than before.
I love how CNED's able to go in with
There's your Jet master. There's someone who's
tag
played Jet all the time.
and the Hunter's Fury, get his kill, get out, and then off the back of that as well, Krax is just running up. That is a good land
It's,
nice.
yeah,
It is.
it's powerful.
You're right. Nice war cry.
Yeah, get you ready.
Okay, back down to an eco for
Carmine
Karmine Core.
Let's see if there's some damage to be done. They're going to need to get a grip on this game relatively early, because we're starting to see a couple of the win conditions hit online for FUT, which is, you know,
Oh,
seen
they
as
ran into the stack, but they ran into enough with them that
approach as a team. We're starting to see that nice
they dealt with it
synergy
pretty
coming
well.
through.
And
Not taking any
Jay's already
risks in this after that
taken
initial
the site.
skirmish towards B long, backing over towards A, and considering the space that Yellowjay's got them, don't blame him. So he can just kind of post up here and pretty much secure the entirety of this. Very, very difficult for KC to even find a window to do some damage back in. Maybe get a couple of ults online though, Shin. Obviously, Tomasi not a million miles away. Narrate still got a ways to go, but it's, you know, on the horizon. But on the other side, you've got a lot of impactful ults very nearby.
KC looking to see if
Gonna die
FUT
to the
gives
spy.
any opportunities for an opening here. The most they can do is get closer to the ults, maybe damage the economy a little bit.
Okay, they get 1, but that should be that.
That's about all they're going to get for this one. CNED
Even
just...
CNED.
If he's going to start warming up here, this could be a big game for FUT. Noted those issues before. Hoping to see a higher level out from him and the rest of the team
Okay,
as well.
good start for
Carmine Core
FUT
is starting
here.
to strike back for them too. Looking to see when that first buy round really comes in here. after what's felt
Okay,
like a drought.
Common Core.
I wonder when Casey's going to take a timeout here. There are more and more ults coming online for FUT. They now have KO's
I mean, yeah, they just saw
ultimate
everyone
ready.
now. Seen
And we've seen them having some pretty quick openings as well. I know at the start of the game I was saying how maybe they give Cena a little
Not
bit
even
of an
denying the
opportunity
spike. Big ult round.
to see how the
Have
round
res,
develops.
but I mean, this
right
is
now they're
a
getting
bit
all
better.
the opening kills that they need to get. So it's on Casey to make an adaptation instead of FUT.
Now, narrate, is he going to go for this ult orb, try and deny
Certainly
this?
can.
Yeah, they look ready to try and deny
3
it.
to 2. Already, you're seeing Casey postured up here.
There's a triple stack here.
Martin
The re-aggro.
really looking to deal with the lockdown. There's a lot of bodies around this. First shock dart, oh my god, came in, but
Oh.
Krax was so ready, they've got to back away. They can't stop this
Have
any
to leave,
longer.
and they lose the first
And
kill.
this should be a free site. They might counter at some point, but as it stands, it's only Narrate trying to walk a little further forward.
They missed their Sage
Playing a
slow.
very precarious game here. And FUT with 5 standing in the post plant, looking at the utility.
KO.
Captain still got a little bit of something.
Means no
Still got a
lockdown.
volley with the J.
Time's
and to add
gonna
kind of
be-
insult to injury, gonna pop the ult on the KO too. So very little for Carmine Core to try and implement here. Wall not going to be available. Res not going to be coming through. Magnum
okay.
though outdoes one, but the trade's in place. 4v3, making it 4v2. CNED looking
So
like
they
he's
didn't
on a
want to
heater.
wait the
Already
time for
double
that util
digits.
to come back.
So we
but-
are in the 6th round. He's looking absolutely on the money. In case he's
shot.
starting to run out of time. Yeah, Krax goes down, but you can hear that clock ticking. And this is when the stall from that utility can come into play. Tomasi going to get a
I was
drive by
literally
on the way
thinking
out,
then,
but the
Cena
damage is
won't get
done.
this kill. They never
Another
do.
round will be on the board for FUT.
Okay, Thomas, he gets
I like
3
the
kills. He gets
investment
close to his
of
ult.
the KO ulti
But
here.
FUT's money is already really good,
Magnum
so
has lockdown, and he's
That
going to
doesn't
use
really
it
matter.
at screens on that retake if given the opportunity. But
they save
once
2
that
guns,
null
so
point comes out,
and they have
he
ult.
can't use a lockdown anymore. By the time it runs out, it's too late to launch.
It's like they're doing 2 different ideas there, right? Like, we're Shock Dart killing it. I'll break the ult. No, I'll break the ult. I'll swing, but you're not swinging with
No
me.
real options.
It's just a little bit off from Comical.
No, they can get a bye together in this coming round, and they should have their snowball round almost in hand. 1 away from the Viper's Pit, 1 off from the Hunter's Fury. Everything else is there. On the other side, obviously burning a couple in the last round, but to good effect, right? They've started to build a nice little bit of buffer behind themselves. Starting to see like 6k, 4k.
When Martin turns 18, would he be more adult?
Well,
Well, you mean 20.
Ooh,
Interesting combo, but that
that
takes
was
out the turret.
kind of nice, yeah.
That's all they needed. Now it creates a question mark for KC. They have to put a person in the middle. They know that Yetterjays has lurked up through tube and through middle before, so KC dedicating a player just to prevent that now.
Lovely concept. And a very aggressive lean. Must be long. Martin does stick around just to see if he can catch a glance.
Oh my
but
goodness.
Did he spot him? I felt like he might look back, but Yetterjay certainly knows that he's got a little bit of space to take, and it's an individual
Oh.
endeavor. On his own, again, just kind of catching glimpses of each other, which may draw some attention further. The spike yet to be committed. Look how deep FUT are getting on some of these sites here. Cracked
FUT will
right on
want
the
to commit.
verge.
I mean, you've got no Viper now, so
Still, hesitation shown. Not sure
You
where they
just
want to
send
end it,
it,
looks
eh?
like FUT.
Yetterjay in a really
Jay's
precarious
gonna
position.
okay. Get the
All the way up
lockdown
yellow,
out.
going for the super late flank, but he is going to call his teammates back, and I like this
They
audible.
just run to B then.
30
Run
seconds
down
left.
the clock substantially.
You know you've got B main.
No Viper means no orb to cross.
20
No wall for
seconds.
safety.
This is getting so late. This is a very dangerous push.
Yeah, they
Yes,
finally
there's
heard
a little
them.
bit of space gathered, but again, you're walking not, I don't want to say blind, but a little bit of
Missed it.
danger. It looks like it. They've actually got a shot at this plant now. Yeah,
Oh, the Molly
uncontested.
missed, and now the
Plant goes
flank,
down,
and they're
Tomasi
not
falls.
aware.
Mr. Fallen's found that. That was in middle, punishing the cross and kind of playing a little bit
So
and
the
causing that
he just gets
paranoia
ahead of
now
the turret.
into an even 4v4. This is
Now
where it gets
4v4.
a little bit more dangerous. Shin does have the res, but an opportunity to use it? Yes. Tomasi back up. Now we're going to have the Viper's Pit if they feel. Gonna pop the Rainer ult, I mean, why not? But can they hold in the post now? Martin tries to make the cross, the Lidge didn't do what they wanted. Good 2-for-1 trade
3v3.
out though, but numbers now even. Cracks.
What?
Oh, what? The little look back? Oh, this is just...
That's like a fucking no-look pass in football. He just fucking no-look shot him.
They got right there then.
This has to be a KC timeout coming in.
It's gotta
now.
be, right?
So one of the things that has happened here in their role swap, Narrate going to Sova off of Gecko, and then Martin off onto the Reyna now. It means that right now their positioning is a little bit awkward.
Oh no, the turret, it doesn't
Normally we
see
see
the
Narrate being
sneak
able
up.
to move around a lot, helps with the retakes in a lot of these situations with the wingman going on a spike, the mosh pit being able to kind of lock out some certain angles, but right now it looks like he's trying to be part of the action a little bit more, but they're way too spread apart in these like 2-1-2s.
Okay, 5-2, no timeout. Back down to an eco. They used Killjoy look down that round as well. And res.
Space, and when they grab that little inch, they get to take the mile.
Flash prepared, seen it though. Look how low he's been taken here. Not sure what caught him early on, but down to 23. Maybe a little bit of spam, maybe a shock dart or two, but something really chipped him away, which could be very disruptive for that later game plan, or even trying to work him in early. Stalemate.
Okay, they just
for the
chill.
moment, as a very broken buy for KC will have to be brought to.
They have pushed down mid, and they've pushed pretty deep on B as well.
Remind yourself where Magnum sat. He's got a good idea of what's
I think he
happening.
might have
Similar
seen
scene
Shin's
for the other Jay,
ponytail
just
as
kinda
well.
sitting there, making sure there is no flank coming, making sure no one's pressuring the back line. Magnum close enough that he could potentially hear rotations or even maybe note someone, but Martine going to receive damage on the other side. Luckily, having that safe will at least keep
And you've seen the rain.
up on HP too. And
So did they
45
just come
seconds
back?
now. And here comes the adjustment. Magnum feels as though would have spotted enough of this and seen on the other side.
Tomazi needs to get a couple here.
That's
But
big.
they run into the
One and done.
rifle.
Doesn't need to
Pop his
upstate.
ulti.
Yeah, there it is. Perfect.
Oh,
Really
they did leave
nice
Mr. Fallen
approach
on
from
A.
Matty. Knowing what he needs to do.
Seen him just shoot
And
bullets
nothing
here.
looks available for FUT here. They're starting to, you know, run a little low, run out on players, and starting to run out on time. 23 seconds, leaving CNED on his own towards that pit side. And the rest over towards A, but KC haven't pulled the rotations. CNED just trying to kind of show a lot of presence here, trying to pull these players back, which
That's nice.
they're going to have to respond to. They're still on a
Hunter's
very
Fury,
light purchase, and they're curious here. Here it is, Hunter's Fury, 9 seconds. Eyes on the clock, there's only so many options. Should be able to get a fair plant now, enough HP to be able to weather a tag if needed.
Okay.
And they get what they wanted from this. This is huge. Nice work
Which
from
way
FUT
does
here to
CNED go?
toy with them, drag them around on the other side of the map, and Shin goes down.
Prax is low,
Still
though.
a couple more players
He got
nearby, but this
145,
wasn't the
doesn't
perfect purchase. A couple of people even missing armor. Martine without any. You can see Magnum without any. This is rough around the edges, but Narrate with a great
now
shot.
they're
Gonna
low.
take away
This
the
should be
player on the
calm. It
side
goes
still.
around now, surely.
HP low for Cracks. HP low for CNED. And they start getting overwhelmed. CNED down to very little, but he's still doing a lot. Martine 4 HP on the other side. This is getting so
No way.
dangerous, and CNED heroics here.
Time.
Outdone by Martine, gonna get the quick heal, but the time. It's running so low and Cracks.
Wow, how have they
Doesn't
won
need
this?
to make too much of this, just needs to play it safe, and he's done very well at that. As much as you'd love to have seen a bit more of a contest on it. They go down with the ship.
Man, I
and
think you
FUT
take the
carry
ult
on
if you're
as
correct, honestly.
intended.
The ult up's fine, the money doesn't matter.
Retake situation, but yeah,
Wow.
the time comes
How
down
have
so
they-
low, and CNED
I
has
mean,
the opportunity to just,
CNED,
like,
unbelievable.
keep moving around these tight
No
angles
HP.
around maze, high-low angles, and he's able to pick them off one at a time. And I think KC really needs to change up how they approach their defense right now. They have the Reyna, but they're not leveraging the Reyna doing to kind of like
the
Reyna
wax
things,
swing.
meaning like she's not taking these really super awkward off angles where she can get a kill and then
Get
dismiss
out.
and get away. Right now, it's kind of like you're in between. You don't have the verticality.
I like Prax's
of
decision
the
there.
Jet, but you're
He
playing
gets
a little bit too
145.
reserved, almost like
He
a
still has
Phoenix
KO
of
nades, so
sorts.
he just fucking
Okay, let's
backs
see if they
out.
can identify
Right? He
that
just
part of the
plays.
problem. You can
Like,
see
I always think it's a good
really
idea.
going
Like,
for
if
this.
you're,
Mostly him
especially
talking
when
to
you're
the
not a
players
pro
rather
player
than
and you're
the
not gonna
IGL
hit
back and forth that you
you're
sometimes
not
get.
gonna hit shots like they
Maybe
do.
just trying to bring them in with the
Anytime you're
concept
super
of
low
why they
HP,
went for this,
but you have util left,
selection, why they've gone for
just
the
think
Reyna,
of
how they
yourself
try
as
and
like,
bring this
I
in on
am
the
just a
defending
fucking
side.
util
So I don't feel
little
like FUT are doing
drone.
incredibly special or an incredibly
You know,
unique.
I'm gonna
They're
make
playing
sure
well,
I
they go
use
through
all
their
my
weak
util
positions,
before
right?
I
They hit
die,
their markers,
right? And I'm
but it's
gonna
not like
make
they've
use
come in
of
with
it
the perfect
because I
plan,
might die.
outdoing
You know, I
Martine
might
or
not hit
anything
the
of
shot.
such.
The double initiators
util
are very
can still be
helpful
very
for
useful.
FUT to kind of take the space with the drone, the dart, the knife, and then the flashes, of course, for the execute. But I want to see KC doing something by getting the Reyna inserted into very deep line. We saw it on pistol around down 2.
I've seen
I
it
like
back.
that a
I
lot.
mean,
And
we've
we
seen
could
multiple
do
moments, I
something
think,
that
where you do
more
see
throughout the
like
game. Also
all those
getting the
hours
Reyna
on
pushed all the way
Jet,
through, be
like
at the-
just his reactions to
garage
stuff,
area,
right? His little
and then
updrafts,
all the,
like very
deepest
fast
Reyna
plays,
has
like
gone
stuff
so
like
far.
that.
Martine
Like
has
you,
been basically
you
like
can
the backside
you
of
can
the
just
maze.
see it.
We haven't
You know,
seen
you
him
can
go
just
all the
see
way
the
deep,
hours
all the way
that he's
towards
put
jail,
into
for
the
example,
agent.
or into a nest.
Okay, last time around, a similar look happened here at the beginning for at least CNED and FUT. Last time CNED took a load of damage early on,
Okay,
maybe
it's a
from
fast
spam
A,
or
yeah.
just a little bit of utility. First fair fight he's got. Beautiful from Martine, much better there. Playing a
Okay,
little more
now
stuff,
there's 4
gonna
players
dismiss
here,
away,
though.
get a quick heal from Shin, and they've taken away the first man forward being CNED. Now, what's the rest of FUT look like without that? They still have that same level of impact. Carmine Core kind of cheated the early body here as well. 4 players on this side of the map, just 1 on the other.
Swing.
Yeah, the J. Yeah, he's in danger here. Could get closed down on, but he does get away with his life.
Okay, so what do they do?
Find a captain. How that? What? How did Mr.
They
Fallen
just
find
fucking
Magnum there?
run through it.
Martin's still on the site,
Oh.
but there's so many angles to worry about, and he got his attention drawn for a second, and he was punished for it. Viper Spit gonna be
Planting
there.
won't be easy though.
Tap on the spike. What do we have on the other side?
Just a dart.
Pretty useful in these instances. Didn't get what they wanted either, but
Okay, they heard
this
both
should
of
be
them,
go
so now
time
they
for
plant.
the plant to come in. So time's gonna be on their side. Casey using that as a moment to move around by maze. Tomasi and Narrate starting to clear through. There'll be probably cracks the first man they run into, but let's see how this fares in the pit. Cracks does have a little bit of stall here, so we can allow their attention to turn elsewhere for a second. Takes a look.
Oh.
Actually, Tomasi catches a glimpse first. And now down to 1. Out of captain, where are you? There you are.
And he wins it again.
Foot
The Army Corps have lost 7 in a row now. Oh my goodness.
Unstoppable since
And that was just a
pistol.
just
Look
fucking
at that
go
run
away.
of
There's not
rounds.
really
This
too
has
much
been
to it. And they have
very
4 players
one-sided.
there.
And this is the foot that is scary, right? The foot that's getting 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row because
I mean,
they just keep
just
on
a spam
going.
and
That's all
Anti
they're
Captain
feeling. We see
fucking
that here,
sprinting
where
in.
the timings are looking
And
really
that
good.
is
So
an
even though they're making a
unbelievable
little bit
timing.
of other mistakes, like for example, the person that has ultimate is the one that's playing from the spike in a couple of situations.
Yeah.
Right here, they looked so good coming in together and making
Now
sure
we're
that they're
down on
getting
Eco
all
again.
of those trades, protecting each other.
And the buy is so broken for KC.
So again, it's
Just
just stack
kept
on B.
under the heel of Foot.
But a deeper stack on
so
B
long
this time.
now. And a big adjustment. KC going for it. It looks like a gamble on this. Might catch Mr. Fallen potentially. Depends on the timing. Yeah, I don't think he's going to stick around long after that Lear. If anything, might spur this on. And Magnum just looks a little one and done. The judge ain't going to help you there. Magnum, oh, it's a stinger. Leaves a sour taste. Is that a captain going to clear through? And that's
know
the
why
site
Anti
open. It's got a
Captain's
little
taking
bit
the
of time,
ult
but
there,
not enough
but-
to really deny getting backside control. The knife's not
And they're
landing.
missing. Narrate's
Not as he
missing this.
wanted. Martin getting in their faces. Here we go. Maybe a little bit of life left in them
Shot
yet.
dart.
Down to 3 though.
Gotta
Wall
destroy
goes
that.
up. Mr. Fallen in a lot of danger here. Down very
Ooh.
low on the HP. Had a captain, similar scenes, but Yedajay still sitting pretty. I don't know if Shin and Tomasi have it in them to close
Have
this
2
down.
nanos.
They make it a 3rd round potentially.
Needs to get on those lineups.
Try and draw some eyes.
One enemy
I'd
remaining.
hear that go.
Oh,
Yeah,
got a
Jay
kill.
gonna deal with Tomasi, who was the player on the spike. They now know where Shin was too. Just too much in
And
front of
another
them.
win. And again, it's like
Foot
Comical,
seems
they
so
have a
well
moment
prepared
of
for
like,
all
oh,
of
we're
this,
in this
Josh.
round.
They don't look phased at all.
But then, I
It's
mean,
not
Magnum's
looking good for
position
KC.
is-
Their map pick,
I'm not sure
they
that's the way
changed
you play
comps.
that, to be honest.
They had
That's a bit of a
everything going into
desperation
this that
play.
they needed. They're on defense right now. What happens when they go into attack? They have the single initiator. They don't have the wingman for planting. It's
Wait,
gonna be
does
a
that
very
destroy it?
different
Actually,
story
that
for
will
these guys.
destroy it.
And
That's not
It's
missed.
going to be a story about CNET just getting in their faces.
That's
It's
a fucking
15
genius
right now,
lineup.
And there's only like up from here, right?
Yeah, he's already done enough, right? If you're looking at kind of making up from that previous loss that they suffered, he was a name that came to mind, and it wasn't just him having an off day, it just didn't look good stylistically. They've already solved that here. It's looking much better, back on track.
What does it do?
And,
It destroys the
outside
turret
KC,
here.
as you
Because the
highlighted,
KO
right,
nade is
they
a
changed their
circle.
comp. This is their map.
Right?
They
So
came
like
in,
it's
eyes
like
wide
it's like
open.
the KO knife
We're
and the
not
KO
seeing
nade like that.
validity on it.
They're
We're seeing it
circles,
fall a
right?
little
So the
short, not
nade,
quite playing
you put it
out
on top of the
straight,
roof,
not
but it
finding what
goes
they needed.
underneath.
Here's an adjustment though, and a very early lean towards his B side. Deep flash, yeah, we're away. CNET again played in, takes a lot of space here, and he's feeling confident. He's going to take as much as he's given. He's got a lot of I was going to say opportunities or opponents, not quite sure which one yet.
Oh, the
That's not what he
slow.
wanted. It's not what he wanted at all, Shin.
Okay,
And
here we go,
Martin,
Comical.
okay,
You
starting
can't
to
lose
clear
this one as
house.
well.
3 left. Crack still has ult. Getting a little nervous about this one. Yeah, I'm seeing
the
that
drone.
too. Flank on the way.
Did the drone not see him?
There it is. Teed in, teed up, and delivered. Mr. Fallen will be happy with that, but walled off
Okay,
now.
now.
This has to have Cracks having
They've
impact.
revealed him.
High flash, still got his
Mr.
knife.
Fallen got another
Mr.
kill.
Fallen's going to find Tomasi. This is not meant to be going this way.
He has nade.
Listen out to that spike. 3 bullets, Cracks. The defuse ain't stopping.
Oh
He's done
my!
it.
How the fuck have they lost that?
Losing today. It
How the
looks like
fuck
9
did they
rounds
lose
of
these
very
rounds,
clear,
Comical?
concise.
How do you keep
start
losing
to
these
this matchup.
rounds?
Fully prepared and fully confident, flying through these rounds now. And even that was the best opportunity they've had in a
Oh,
moment
yeah.
too.
This flank was huge from Mr. Fallen, but Narrate thought he secured the
Bro!
cracks.
Tomasi, come on!
Round. Oh, he's got to be kicking himself for that one.
And it's rare you've seen Narrate have a quiet game. I don't think he's doing awfully, but if you're holding the rate to a higher standard, it's 4-10.
Did the drone
It's
not
the
see?
impact game that I want from him. I love seeing this guy thrive.
Now they have
He's
KO
a key player.
and Soverall.
Overall, we know what he can achieve,
Sorry,
but it's
Sova.
just not being
Oh.
shown here. And a rough time for it to not come through, right? I can't stress it enough. Shanghai qualification is available for the winner of this game.
All
That's what
players
they're
here.
after
Oh,
Yellow
just the
Jay
spam.
clearing Shin in a heartbeat. Yeah, they spot out the follow, but look at them!
Fucking hell.
It's just back-to-back systematic destruction. KC
Fucking hell.
looking like they barely showed up on this half. What are you meant to do?
You should run.
Yeah, you should run. And then we see a flawless, a 10-2 scoreline.
Insult to industry, you know, it's something that is really standing out to me though is
Jesus.
FUT's attack sides have looked good. It's not like they're kind of like, you
That
know,
is
they
tough,
are kind of
though.
stealing candy
That
from the
is
baby.
very tough.
KC's been sticking to their setups a little bit too much. They're not playing as lucid. We've seen them before, especially at Narrate on Gecko, just running around, taking whatever fights. Here, they call a setup and they're sticking to it. And CNET is able to just dance around like it's a playground right now. But the FUT startup rounds, I like the mixture of fakes. They've used the double initiators so well for the push-pull. They've
Okay.
used combinations
10-2.
with shock darts and mollies to take out the turrets. That
Fucking
keeps
hell,
KC
that's
blind.
rough.
They've used
They won
darts,
pistol
drones, and knife
second,
to
and
fake where
these
they're
were
going, and then they walk
1v1s,
to
by
the
the
other
way.
sites. They've done
They won
realerts
2 1v1s
and late backstabs.
and lost
Everything's
every
looking
round.
So good for FUT. Completely different team than we saw yesterday.
It does it night and day, doesn't it? Right? It feels like such a different team. An early attempt at information and positioning coming out from Cena. They're kind of pushing down a little bit deeper, but
Nano makes them think
gonna
like,
go out
oh,
a
hey, this
captain
must be an A
who's
here.
got to play this very carefully. Easy to be overwhelmed. Caught on his own. After receiving no attention on that A side, we are seeing the players drift back over. KC being
Not sure if
very
he
quiet
saw
about
someone
this.
there or not.
We want to be as close as possible. Clear, all of it invested. Out of captain, going to back away.
Gonna wall deep.
Respect this. Deep wall comes in. Mr. Fallen's there. It's Shin to find Yellow Jay. Okay. This is the best start we've had so far for them. But keep in mind, Casey did win the pistol before. Mr. Fallen's just found a shotgun kill on Shin. And the spike's yet to go down here. This is all a scrap
And
around
now
the
we
wall,
get the
all
scrap
around the site itself. It's a 2v2.
of Icebox.
Magnum and Narrate trying to hold this one together, and that's great from Magnum. But Mr. Fallen in a 1v2, he's still alive!
Oh, and again, it's a 1v1. They will.
That could have been
I mean,
over
I
before it
guess it's a
started,
trade,
but no,
but
KC,
Still
they've
in it.
taken a step. They've taken a step, but I've been hurt in the past, Josh. I've been lied to before with good starts and pistol rounds, and I'm worried. I'm still worried.
We've seen crazier comebacks.
that is a crazy
happen
shot call to be
just
fair.
this past week, right? Not exactly a 9-3 curse, the 10-2. But 10-3 now, and Casey definitely has a chance to come back into this. It's going to be difficult without the wingman to play,
Yeah, they
without
go
the
for
second
a-
initiator to take.
I mean, when you're 10-3
Cement
down,
off
I
those
think you want to go
lines.
as aggressive
It's
as you
gonna come down to
possibly can.
teamwork. Grinding these rounds out.
Oh, but look at the amount of players here. Why do I get nervous? Why do I get nervous? 2 kills. Oh my god. Oh, what is going on? What is going just like bit by bit, it's just like perfectly falling away. Underhand flash swings it. Really nice try. Great from Narrate though. Needs a bit more. Careful. You're fighting on your own there. And there is a player on the way. Will they consider Yellow
has
Jay?
a Vandal.
He's got himself a Vandal. He's got himself a goddamn Vandal. And he's gone undetected for now. Do they think it through? Do they consider it? They're trying to stay together.
Oh my god.
Insult to injury. The Red Bull clutch, and he just stares him down. This one's done. Put a
GG.
fork in it. Put a bow in it. Whatever you want. This is... I've seen comebacks, but you're not getting it here. 3-11, Josh.
Tough pill to swallow for KC. And this is the type of push that they should have done on their own defense.
Love to have seen that.
FUT's doing it right back to them. Yetterjay finding the Vandal. Like, KC knew he was on the flank. Hey, he's not here. He's not trading us. We're killing this last player backside. It's taken us so long. He's still not screens. He's got to be
Okay, they
flanking.
forced, but
They
obviously
knew
put
about it.
now with pull rifles.
It's a bad day to have an off day, is all I'm gonna highlight about this.
They
And
don't
FUT look
know. I
like they've
think
come
it's
alive.
a fast
Right,
aid.
so they've tried to gather what they can here for KC. Get whatever purchase they can try and muster. Stingers, bits and pieces, odds and ends. They've been in that weird drawer that's got sellotape in it and scissors. God knows what they've been able to bring out. But it ain't pretty. And Mr. Fallen already going to find one. Looking for the follow-up. It's going to get a Jay and out of captain. This is looking like it's over again. They're struggling to land those critical punches, and it's fallen to pieces. 12 for FUT. They've got Shanghai in mind. And they look like they're about to get one map under their belt.
I mean, they just ran over them.
It's crazy.
They've
The
just
speed that
run over
KC
them.
was going up there, they wanted to go A fast. That single initiator's not really giving them the opportunity. Stalled out by the KO Molly in maze. And before they could even get to the plant spot and get the spike planted, it's a 5 versus 5. And FUT is just going in. And they've been doing it all throughout the first half, trading off of each other, running in on great timings, and making it so stressful for KC. They don't know where to
Tough
look.
loss for KC here.
Keeping
Not much
that
you can do.
momentum forwards.
I mean, I thought that FUT would pick this map.
They do want this.
See, again, get me on map
Just a
vetoes.
touch.
Get me on map
I
vetoes.
think maybe a wake-up call in that last game.
I'll map for you,
Stark
teams.
reminder that can
Let me
all
do
fall
it.
apart
I've watched
so
these
quickly.
teams.
Both having to face some incredible opponents, sure, but what a difference we're seeing today for FUT. At least on map 1, but hey, this is KC's choice.
This is KC's choice.
I want to remind you that it doesn't even feel like that's... It doesn't even feel fair
Now,
to
Lotus
say.
is the decider, which I don't
Sunset,
love.
not a bad map for KC, so maybe a little bit of something there, but man, you're going to be feeling awful after this.
The last head-to-head, they lost Sunset as well.
Like
See,
we're
that's the
piling
thing. When
up,
I do
we'll
the map
just
vetoes,
go through the facts, and that's
it's not what the teams
a
do pick
heartbreaking
all the
part.
time,
And a stall.
but it's what the teams
KC
should
slowing
pick.
down for a second.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say.
Magnum
It's what the
makes his way
teams should do.
up towards Tube, but it's cracked on the receiving end of a lot of gunfire. Needs to peel away from this. There's 3 players here. Rotation's coming in. 35 seconds. They're quite committed. Now comes up. Big info. Ult comes in. Cracks gets
I mean,
2.
they die
This is
so...
done for.
FUT
2
kill
left.
people
Shin and
so
Tomasi.
fast.
This might just be
Everything
the
just
death
happens
rattle.
so
It's a win
fucking
putt,
fast.
And it's a 13 to 3.
I mean, that was just a destruction.
FUT outstanding performance, Josh, fixing a lot of the issues, a lot of our worries on the other side. KC better turn up for map 2.
Well, that was a bit of a domination. I mean, if FUT win this next one cleanly as well, we could get a pretty quick day here in the EMEA compared to some of the others. Then again, the first map did take like an hour and a half. I can't follow that line, psych. I've never seen it. It's too American. It's gonna be too American. 10 SAN words. Come on. Of sound mind, reasonable or sensible. Sane. Spanish drink of red wine mixed with lemonade, fruit, and spices. Sangria. 2 pieces of bread with a filling between them. Sandwich. Conditions relating to public health. Sanitation. Composure or coolness shown in danger or under stress from the French cold blood. I don't know. Well, sanctity is like the holiness of a place. Santeria, I don't know. Santiago is a city. Sangfreud, I've never heard that word, but is it Sangfreud? That would not be the definition I would use for sanctity. So I learned a word today. Sangfreud, cool word. Optimistic or positive, especially in a bad or difficult situation. Is that sanctimonious? Sanguine, what does this mean? It's not sandial, and it's not sanitary. Is that what this means? Or is that what that means? These are 2 words. Fuck it. Fuck it is that? What does sanctimonious mean? A light shoe. A sandal. An establishment for the medieval treatment of people who are convalescing or have a chronic illness. And this? That was called a sanatorium? Man, that's harsh. An African American religion? Well, it's not Santa, I don't think. Is it Sanhedrin? No, Santeria. Loose granular substance found at the beach. Is that sand? That's tough. What does sanctimonious mean? Define. How do you spell it? Tamonious? Sanctimonious. Making a show of being morally superior to other people. Oh, so like Twitch chat. That's sanguine. Sanguine? Italian numbers. I don't, what's one in Italian? Uno? Una? I have no idea. Uno? What's two? Due? Find a historic document. Ooh, okay. Uniform, a writing system that appeared predating hieroglyphics. Could be this. I assume it would be this. Hieroglyphic funeral text, 2291 BCE. That does look kind of hieroglyphic. Hammurabi's Code of Laws. A Code of Laws. I mean, that might be this, but is that the Rosetta Stone? That kind of looks like the Rosetta Stone. 1800 BC. I mean, it could be this one. One of these two. Let's go with this. Fuck, it was that one. I think this is the Rosetta Stone. Codex Vaticanus, the oldest Bible. Is that this? They don't have a full book of the whole Bible. There'll be pages, surely. The oldest Bible. Is it this? No, that's too late for that, I think. Well, I know what this one is. It won't be that. Is it this? No, it's that. Fuck, with the little... Lindisfarne Gospels. That could be this. It could also be that. Fuck, it's this. An Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. This. Fuck. This. This. That's Beowulf. Oh, okay. The Doomsday Book. My Village is in the Doomsday Book. If you don't know what the Doomsday Book is, and yes, it looks like it says Domesday Book, but it is Doomsday. I'm going to guess that's this. It's a list of all the villages in England in 1066. Luther's 95 points. I mean, it's a list. Shakespeare's first folio. It says comedies on it. Isaac Newton. Declaration of Independence. It says Congress on it. Charles Darwin. I beat the average. Let's fucking get in. Get in!
Would have expected that Reina
I'll be
to
back
be
in a
trying
sec.
to take.
My eyes were open, but I didn't see much. No. Seriously,
Sorry
like
of
I
my
want
life.
to. I want to see like the intention for it, but I think that the snowball got so big at some point that even after Casey was able to win that second pistol, the way that FUT is able to close the second one, like there is nothing that you can do to take them down. And as I said, that was Casey's pick. That was like the surprise that they wanted to bring in.
I mean, while we've seen a lot of teams coming back from a deficit over the last couple of days, today was not the day for KC to do just that on Icebox. And one of the big reasons is, of course, if you're going up against an absolute aim god like Zenit, who's warming up here in the aim labs. I mean, he's been out of this world during the playoffs thus far.
Oh yeah, exactly. I think that he's, we've mentioned it before, he's a complete menace. I don't think it really matters what he's playing. I think that he just looks so comfortable in FUT. Like, even when the plan is a little bit crazy or we might not fully understand it from the outside, Zenit makes everything somehow with a smile makes sense.
I mean, he's so wholesome while he does it as well. And of course, you have to imagine that Lauren is probably thrilled that he's back in form here on the Jet there as well. But even
he is the vibes.
He is the I mean, look at him right now.
He
He's
is
just
the vibes.
laughing.
That is
I don't
vibes.
think we've seen FUT vibing actually this hard on stage. But of course, that also has to do with his team, helping him out. Cracks provided so much value in assisting CNET in finding that space.
I do want to talk about what we've seen from the other side there, Casey. Obviously, heading into this, we did discuss their agent selection.
Yeah.
Coming in with that Sova, coming with the Reyna. You just touched on it, Ash. Reyna didn't quite work out for them. Narrate on the Sova. We've not seen that before either.
Yeah, exactly. I think that especially we also saw him in the Jet the other day. We were talking about when is it taking it too far? We talked about Casey, about Eng bringing 3 duelists together, just put it in different roles. And now this late into the season, he's also flexing again. Don't get me wrong, he has proven that he is an exceptional Gecko, as well as with Fade. But, you know, maybe it's too much on his plate already.
There is such a thing as flexing too hard, I think, because when your agent pool is going to be that wide, and not even counting the Reyna that we saw during kickoff as well, that totaling 7 agents since he's joined this roster and moving off of his previous role as a duelist back in Tier 2 and NA, it is a lot to have on your plate when you are learning so many different things. And then also with the Sova, I think it's very different compared to the other initiators usually playing. When you're looking towards that Fade, you're looking towards the Gecko and the KO.
I mean,
it doesn't give him the
it's just
opportunity to
I wouldn't
take as much
blame
initiative
Narrate
for
playing
himself
Sova on that map.
in
I mean, they
his
just got
own fight
fucking
for
ran
as
over.
well, because Sova is much more about supporting his team. He has to play a
You
little
know,
bit
FUT
safer, a
FUT
little
were
bit
aiming
further
well.
back in that
They
kind
had
of
a good,
regard. So
got
it's
a
not
decent
really
Icebox. Like again,
enabling
I don't know
him
why
to
they
be
picked
the
Icebox,
Framer that
because
we
as
know
soon as FUT
Narrate
changed their comp on
It
Icebox
doesn't
and
give
had
him-
a Sentinel, it's
even
like,
though
oh,
he's
they
very
don't.
flex, it doesn't give him
That weakness
enough
is gone.
flexibility to
Right,
have
the
kind
weakness
of
is
plays
no
that
longer
we,
there.
for
Like,
example, see him
they're
have
chilling now.
with the Fade, with the Gecko, or with the KO.
Yeah, so it looks like they limited themselves a little bit here in terms of what
So
they can
next
do on
map is
Icebox
Sunset.
with the agent selection. Now heading on to Sunset.
Yes.
This is going to be FUT's pick. What are your expectations? What kind of comps do you
Girl.
want to see? How much can they cook? Is it going to be overcooking? Where are you at?
Here's the thing, right? Now we need to turn around and look at FUT. Amazing first map, but when we talk about flexibility, we have to talk about Mr. Fallen. Are we going to see that same composition? No, there's not going to be the deadlock. Another new composition for FUT this time around. Mr. Fallen
So
again
FUT really would
flexing.
just
He's going to
fucking
be on the breach because
messing around
you know,
at the start.
It's very different, the responsibility that he has. IGLing for the team, creating a lot of ideas, but being that kind of fragging power as well as giving them all
Who's the best team in the world after Paper X, and can they beat Paper X?
To be desired last time we saw it
Paper
on
X the best?
Sunset, not working out in the way that FUT necessarily
Right now, you'd probably say
expected,
100
because I feel
Thieves.
like that agent was kind of one and done. Now,
Although I
he
still
has
have-
more of that ability to actually set CNET up here on the raise.
Now FUT Esports is just one map away.
I
from
have
punching their tickets to
concerns
Shanghai. Let's
about
see if they can
100
get it done
Thieves
for all the action. We're
map.
sending it back over to Pansy and Steel.
Okay, one more map is all they need. If they get it now, it's a 2-0. They're there. Shanghai on the mind. Get themselves ready to go international, show what they've got. But Carmine Core on
Clear
this
beef
map
incoming.
have shown good looks. We've seen the best of them here as well. But it's got to be now or never, right, Josh? And this has got to be a mental reset. Map 1 was a blowout. Can they reset from this here?
Like, because I think you saw for 100 Thieves, like that Icebox game.
In terms of the
Okay, they did end up winning, but I think it
looser
was
with
more of a
tempo. We
win
saw them
of kind of a
calling
snowball
a
effect rather
setup
than
or
a
game plan, and they just stick to it so rigidly.
rather
I need to see
than
that individual like flowingness. I need to see Narrate unlocking. I need to see Martine unlocking, and just being a little bit more loose, going with
like
the flow
a
of things.
set
instead of
strat thing. I
standing
think if there
around
wasn't
waiting.
if there wasn't much on the line in that game, I think they
Let's
lose.
see.
Icebox.
Let's see if that's it. They've got themselves fired up and ready to go. Pistol rounds weren't really a problem. They were able to get those a couple of times. So I want to see in those gun rounds too. But a good start's a good start, and that's what they're dreaming of here. Moves could be dashed pretty quickly, but already...
But yeah, I mean, if teams
Casey,
don't
of
ban
course, will
bind
be
against
starting
them,
on that
they just have the
attacking
advantage
side,
of their
defending
1-0
side
up. Right, they're
but
starting 1-0 up
very
anytime
deep
someone doesn't ban
positioning towards
bind,
A
so
for defending side,
because they're good at
moving
both sides
especially
as well. It's not
offside,
even like you
closing
can pick a
towards top
side
lane, maybe
against them.
feeling a little read on
Like
the
they're
back of
good
that,
at
but
both sides.
You can see where Casey
Okay,
are
full
actually
retake
on.
on A.
This camera for the retake's going to be huge for FUT, and utilizing the breach, full utility purchased.
Yep.
Okay, they actually started drifting to B.
Casey
See
walks
them
to the
now.
site, realize everything's clear. use the wingman to plant
here.
That they.
Yeah, we'll see.
I was just double checking because I was like looking at cracks for a second. I'm like, wait, they don't even have it.
All good, all good, all good. Here we go. Paint shell in, force them out. Breach utility invested, unable to close the gap just yet.
The close angle.
Spirit's Maiden, it's a 2-for-1 trade. KC keeping numbers much better for
Comical
them.
won every pistol thus
Potentially
far.
building here is out of captain, the last one alive, and Wingman putting his best
There you
performance
go.
in there. Tomasi to close down. KC gonna get the first here in the second map, and a good start for them. 4 alive. Time to get back in the game.
What we saw last map was they won first round, instantly. FUT, 4-man, huge gamble stack, really aggressive positions, closing it out, just, you know, swarming these guys. We need to make sure that if you're a KC fan here, you're hoping they're able to convert these next 2 rounds. First, this anti-eco, then the bonus round. That's basically the start they need to have. FUT, on the other hand, they still have that confidence flowing through them from the last game, the last map. So they're going to keep that momentum going forwards and take that. They're feeling
Just
so
the
good
one
about
sheriff
it.
this time. Now
Every 50-50
on Icebox they
feeling
ran
like
into a stack.
70-30 in their
Right,
minds
so
after that last one. And you saw
see
how
contact here.
proactive starts. We're seeing them get involved here already. Not too surprising. It's a lot of weight on the shoulders of Yedajay, who's only got the classic, so maybe hoping to catch someone out a little here, maybe do a little bit of chip damage. There is a relatively hefty buy coming back in. Yedajay going to get a lot of info off this one. Lovely. Can't do much about it, but again, you're looking at those small victories here, if you're being logical. Probably not assuming that it's all going to go terribly wrong. The big
they're just
danger
trying
man
to
really would
contain,
be seen
play for
off that
exits.
sheriff, but I don't know how he's going to get played into here. Tricky to apply that pressure at the right time all together. He's over towards market.
Cage triggered.
Knife going to identify too, so post punch should
Okay,
be
this is info though that okay,
stable.
FUT now know.
Let's see.
Hey, they're doing this.
Can they make this costly? Ned, rattling off some shots, time being purchased. This is good, but here comes the crunch. This is where they will be doing the damage. So far, mostly doing okay. Yeah, KC keeping really cool in this.
Okay, the
Better,
second kill actually
much
is
better.
quite
Yes,
important
they lose
because it
out
is
too,
one
but they
gun.
should be able to gather that last Bulldog, I believe. Yes, they do.
But it's only
so
a
no
stinger.
big losses there. That's fine. That's a tick in the box. Another step in the right direction.
This is a very important round for KC. Converting this bonus round is going to be really good because FUT, as we were talking about all throughout this week, is they have been such a big momentum-based team. When
So
they
the
start
breach,
stringing rounds around, that's
Cypher
when they play
combo
best.
on
And if
B.
you stop them from being able to get rounds in like multiple rounds in a row, that's when everything breaks down for them. So KC,
This is a nice spot.
it's all on you.
Comical
What do
gonna
you got
what?
for us now?
Fake
Do
the
they come in with a
early B.
little bit of a confident start? Well, CNED's certainly up for a fight.
Use
Get
nade
one
insta.
on the other side. KC creeping closer. It's out of captain who's going to stick around a little bit longer. Has his paranoia, has his smoke. When do they decide? Ooh,
Oh.
Tiger,
Oh, that's
yes.
such a bad decision.
The timing on
Where the
that,
fuck is
just
he
as the smoke
walking?
dissipated, rather than
It's
reinvest.
his smoke though. Bro, you're a
Down a glance.
controller player.
Now this calls in problems.
What the fuck are
Mr.
you
Fallen
doing?
on the rotate already.
You've already got
has
the
the
ult,
stun
so
ready.
that's not.
That might be
Just
all
bored?
CNED needs to be able to lock these guys
Bit of
down.
boredom?
He's found Shin too. Smoke's removed, a little bit trickier now to maybe find some stability. And look at this reaggress here from FUT. Trying to isolate the back line, and they've done well to force him away, but good work from Tomasi at least to stay alive. But now the pressure coming back through. Martin trying to clear through.
Oh.
Mr. Fallen on the trade. This is still back and forth. A 2v2 here. This was the bonus round technically for KC, so you'll still take good damage done, but if you talk bigger picture, map 1 still will be in the mind. KC clearing CT, going to try and establish a bit of control here. Almost funneling in the FUT side. They now know where they're coming from. That high-low setup waiting to be challenged, and
Wow,
it
the
is.
patience
Mr.
by
Fallen
FUT.
is there. The
It's
gun
good.
round goes to FUT,
Very
but it
good
was
patience.
costly. But for me, I felt KC were in very much a position there.
Yeah, Comical
to
could have won that round.
potentially even take that one. That was very, very close.
They were really close, and they had the wingman clear out the spawn angle. I'm surprised that like they knew exactly where FUT were, and FUT just waited. Hey, until you actually plant that spike,
Hoping
and then
that,
even after that,
FUT would make
we
that
wait
kind
a
of
few more
mistake there.
seconds, because we're putting in your mind the doubt that have we gone back to CT spawn? Have we flanked around and we're coming A main behind you? And it's going to cause KC to be a little bit curious, peek for that info. And then
They were
walk into
hoping, I
this
think, that this
two-man
wingman
high-low
would bait out
roll.
a swing, potentially, thinking it was the plan.
Deal with the early utility.
Okay,
towards the
Comical,
B side,
literal,
and
just
then
fucking
sit
ranked
towards
players.
pillar.
Go
Does
A,
have
go
support
B,
here. He's
go
not,
A, go
you know,
B.
just a single endeavor. Outside the other J over towards that market. Seemingly worried about maybe top middle being pressured here, but it's an all-in piece from KC. Hyper-focused towards the B site. Away we go. Already, Dizzy going to be clearing through. They know that they've got pretty much freedom where they want it. Is there a pre-take in mind? No. No one to build off the back of this. Okay, just a wide open fight. That felt a little short-sighted.
Wow, he gets two. Mr. Fallen is playing so well.
And now they
and
get
they
a
line up.
stranglehold on the round. The little bit of stall has pretty much cost KC anything here. Lovely composure, but some curious
I feel like
choices
teams are
from
more
KC.
inconsistent now than
This
before.
is forced
I actually
this would really bolster the
don't.
money, the
I think
finance,
teams.
everything.
I think it's just closer. I think what you're talking about is just the gap between the teams last year and before has just been bigger,
but a 1v4 is a lot to ask.
right? And now there's just less people trolling with their roster.
Well. You know, you lose the bonus, not the biggest of deals, but you can't really do an all-in play. You need to be able to make sure
I don't think it's any more or less inconsistent. We've seen teams like heat up for a playoff run before. That's definitely happened.
And they're so quick on the rotations as well. I wonder when KC's going to start figuring this out. That FUT, they're just.
What is Comical playing for? This is to qualify for Shanghai. This game. This is like the most important game.
And being able to fight together, 3, 4, 5 people alive, fighting
Why send
together.
Gecko not to plant the back site?
That's going to be something
not
for
review
KC
play
to
passive
work
B for
on as this
retake.
house half develops.
I thought I haven't played this map in a while, no?
It stands just reaffirming what we knew.
Oh,
that
you're
there's
talking this
before
round?
alive at the end for FUT.
Oh, I thought you were talking
Those
about in the last
rifles
round when
gonna
they
be
sent
sitting
it
in their
here.
hands,
Yeah,
and
when they
money
do
will build
this.
behind it. Couple
Yeah,
of
that
bullets
is a
very
little
much on the
weird.
horizon as well. Mr. Fallen one off.
I mean, that's just a little weird to
very
do
nearby.
anyway.
You've nearly
That's
got
kind
that
of an
kind of
idea.
full hand ready
Yeah.
to go. Similar scenes on the other side for Carmine Core. One from the showstopper. You've got the.
I guess they just wanted
oh,
to,
with Magnum on
like,
KO,
they're not
got
even
some
smoking
pieces, but
back
the
side,
money's
so
not
you
gonna
have
be
to
there
think like the
supplement it.
plan
So
is
do
to
they wanna
fight
invest it
that,
to
but I
try and
don't
levy
get.
that, or do they wait until the buy's in
You know, but the
place?
spacing's just not very good, and there's no util there, so it's not a great.
I just don't know if they're going to get the chance to use
I
it.
don't know. I mean, it did catch him off guard, I think, but Mr. Fallen
Another
just won the
reason
fight.
why last round was so important.
So FUT now thinking, hey,
Okay.
they've gone A, then B, then A, then B. They have to come A, right?
And I quite
Them's
like
the rules.
FUT do put bodies behind it too, and they're trying to keep control of the orbs as well, kind of, you know, going through the motions.
Now, I don't love this
very
camera.
diligently. But what's the response from KC? They have a couple of danger men. Martin
And it's
being
doing
one of
nothing
them.
now.
Still gonna have that phantom. The rest, not so much, but still, they could potentially get an ult through this. There, they see an opportunity for it.
It's just gonna be this B hit
KC
again.
just seems so uncharacteristically scared. Scared to move in.
And it gives me slight flashbacks to Madrid, just not looking like themselves at times, starting to lose faith in
Gonna play for
the
this
formula that we praised them
post
for. But
plant.
they do get a plant here, right? They're in the post plant. This
We
is
got
great
what?
for them.
Aftershock, Mosh Pit.
They've got 5
We've
standing.
used
They've got
nade.
enough to make a stand out of this.
Tomazi expecting flank.
Now, they've already seen this kind of post
No,
plant
disconnecting
before.
from the others. But let's see. They
Gonna
played
try
through
and shut
very
the
early
door.
on, so they know it's going to be more of a traditional post plant over towards main.
Trip
Still
here.
some good utility. This is going to force the hand of the
Oh.
ultimate to come out as well. Magnum banking on this one. We're going to have the fish ult coming in as well. This is actually quite a bit, and Cracks just avoids it. Now FUT have an opportunity, a chance to make something out of this now and close that gap, but it's
God, this
KC
is
holding the
the
line. This is great. Much better from them. But do they get halfway? It looks like they're going to. Yeah, they absolutely are. No one's denying it. They've got to try and pull him away, and
Wow,
they don't in time. The
what win it.
defuse. It's there. KC got
And they
this
get the last
close.
kill.
And a lot of ults invested into it as well. We saw the fish.
I mean, they just
from
didn't have
He's
the
already halfway
best
back.
guns
He's
for it,
like,
of course, there, but...
Okay. Magnum also invested his.
And they
but,
used
I mean,
KO ult,
did a little bit
Gecko
of
ult there.
damage. They have Showstopper for this round as well.
Oh, they did get out
And
breach
it did
ult, I
feel
guess,
close.
but...
I don't even blame them for going for that. It felt like they'd done enough to maybe warrant the investment behind it, but...
Yeah. I mean, if the Thrash connected on the players that were close left outside of the main, he would
That
have
could've
caught
been
2 with it. And
Yeah,
then
absolutely.
suddenly, you know, Casey's actually stealing that round away from FUT.
But still, it's a
Round
big
by
investment.
FUT.
So we got both Raze ults.
And they seem fully in control. I don't know if they're like the most comfortable with the breach right now. We haven't seen anything too crazy with breach. Like, yes, Mr. Fallen's having some good individual impact.
But I like this. Getting proactive around the map. Now, it should be very
Super aggro
indicative
on
that
it.
they've seen nothing, but they seem quite prepared for this
Yeah,
anyway.
very passive
So
on
keeping your
B.
eyes on where that Cypher's been playing. The other J was playing off-site, but actually taking a little bit of a glance back. Maybe he wants to be involved, wondering if he wants to deny the plant, and then back away. Yeah, that's indeed the case. He is in danger, though. Time to make a bit of a run, because Martin would love to close that gap, and he's still got time on this. Doesn't get what he
get it.
wanted. Heartbreak for him. But KC going to fight back towards market. They take some space. Counter ult comes in for CNED. As he finds somewhere to throw this, clears close, finds nothing for it. Fish gonna come back out, Shin gonna walk the smoke. Perfect, disrespecting that.
Reposition.
Yeah, he's out of there, Shin's off ski. But that a captain gonna remove Tomasi, but to try and break the other four, very difficult. Nice positioning from Narek in the off angle, and the shot is just stunning. Cracks now, 1v3. He's got wingman, so they're gonna have to force a response here, but beautiful positioning.
Finally, Carmichael get on the board. The buy for FUT actually not the best, and they used like we talked about for the other round. We got raised up from both teams. This passive, super passive B is just not the way the map is played right now. I don't think, or how you should play it personally. You know, they lost some crucial fights. Yesterday maybe getting a bit ahead of himself, but it's a nice. Again, it's like once you do this B main, like this is the problem with Sunset, right? Like once you this B main fucking post plant is such a big deal, such a big threat. This B main post plant that you start getting ahead of yourself, and so whenever they don't do it, just a B main post plant, right? When Carmichael decides to get proactive, your Cypher's getting caught off on his own because he's just thinking, well, I'm just gonna fucking run because they're just gonna be playing back in B main.
Close, but enough to check in on.
Yeah, the mind games might come out a little bit as well, because right now, KC lost to FUT the last time.
They will still get a bye, but it won't be
with the
the
expectation that,
prettiest
hey,
here.
like, this is how we lost, here's how we can kind of create a plan to overcome them the
How to
next time
fix
that we
B
play the
site?
next map. But
You need to remove, you need to bring in the wall of B
question
main
is,
a bit,
how long have
probably
they been running breach on this
shorten
map?
the box
How many times
width
have
a
they
bit
played practice on
in
it?
B
And
main,
if KC comes in, like,
just so
wait,
that
they're
like
running breach,
only one
okay,
guy
well,
can
that
stand behind
changes
it.
a little bit.
Yeah.
There
So
is
maybe
no
they
like
play a little bit
close
different
corner
in
that you can
response to
play
the
in on
breach,
this left
and now
hand
FUT had
side.
a plan like, oh, well, we were going to run the breach.
But then
and
you
KC's
probably
gonna
need
play
to
like
add
this.
something
But
to the
KC's
site
not
to
playing like that
compensate.
because they see the breach, and it's this whole
Or
like,
make it
mind
easier
game
to
thing
take in general.
going on.
Yeah, it could definitely change it. And speaking of another ult there for Narrate, this guy, it feels like he has this ult so often. Just every time I look back, it's still there. And a much better performance from him individually. Good to see him finding form.
Cracks just with a shard.
We go back in, still able to get a buy here for FUT. Maybe not as perfect as you'd
Cena
like.
just tries to
Cena
get
punished
out on
this
his
time.
own.
FUT got a little too comfortable and be able to fight for that orb and basically take it for free. This time around, denied. The rifle
Technically
has been
didn't
coming
lose a
back
rifle.
through, so Crack's gonna grab this. Fish gonna come down and connects to Massey. I mean, the smoke's actually keeping them at bay, and now the captain gonna put his life on the line to keep them safe. Actually making sure they're in a good enough spot. Jumps over that one, no harm, no foul. 3 players left standing though, he's down very low, 3 HP. And looking on the side, Magnum gonna take him away, put him out of his misery, good trade as well.
We're slow
Lovely
here.
work here.
The 1v2,
But a
Spike isn't
1v2 is
planted.
not impossible, especially for this young talent. No plant
Has ult,
yet.
do you use it?
How does Yellow J want to approach this? He's just gone into CT and he's got his hat here.
He's got his hat for the bodies. That's going to at least let him know where people are. But he's still going to wait for that spike plant to happen.
He's just walking the smoke. Made a go of it. Didn't work out in Carmine Core. Make it up 4 rounds. Okay, we've got a little bit of a game on our hands.
Okay,
now.
both of these gonna be safer,
A little
but
bit more like we have a match to watch.
again, Cena just
Wanna
going
walk through the
greedy
smoke and
that.
catch them off guard, kind of taking that 50-50, like, hey, if they smoke this, they don't think I'm going to walk through here. But he didn't know that there was actually a
Again, if
tripwire
I'm
on the
FUT
other
here,
angle, so they knew he had to be
trip.
here and only here. They're just trained on him. But
2-3.
that's not the round that you want to have
Take
if
control.
you're a FUT fan. They just took a
Rotate.
timeout to talk about what they're going to do in that round, and then instantly Cena goes down, they lose the round, now they're on a low buy. And
They
that
keep
is
going for this
definitely
4-stack
not
on
the
A.
way
They
that you wanna
keep
invest
like
that
guessing,
timeout.
and every time they
Look to
guess
see how they
wrong.
try and invest CNED here, 'cause he is the one with the rifle. And it looks like Casey want to kind of just give it a moment, right? Let the dust settle. Just see if there is anything weird that's going on, considering maybe they're where there's a little
Oh,
bit of a
fuck,
shaky
they're trying to
purchase. Is there a
soundbait them.
stack? Are they getting aggressive, proactive? Because we know
They're
they
holding their
have been
nerve.
doing that, so maybe the right read.
But then,
Late Dizzy invest
haven't seen anything yet.
over towards the A side, but I don't think it would have found anything. And actually, the timing could be nice here for Casey, but the one-way smoke does go up. And the pack backs away.
Again, this camera is doing
has
like
a read
fuck
on,
all
like,
for them
the kind of
a lot of the
formula
time. It's
FUT
really
has
bad.
for these types of rounds, grouping up as 4, taking space, or just holding for Casey to walk
Contact
into them.
from
I think
Carmichael,
they're
what a nice
also
round.
a little bit scared of the breach. They don't want to walk into a stun line and all get affected by it, or a flash.
Now they are running into the one guy with the rifle.
But here, they're going on walkabout. I think they had a pretty good read of what
We're
was
never
going
showing
on.
the
Hey,
door,
after
which
X
again,
amount of
against a
time,
team
they
that's
show
never played
themselves
mid
here.
and
They're
literally
gonna
has
go
never
gamble
been
something
in mid,
opposite site.
100% should be showing the door every round,
The only
pretty
man
much
who
against
stuck
this team.
around was the Danger Man himself. But he's going to need to over-deliver, and he's been caught. Beautifully done. Well considered Dizzy, but actually still gets a second lease of life there. Magnum seemingly unaware of the possibility. Drifted through, but the plants come in. Now
The
it's
thing
time
is,
to
of
see
course,
that
they still
is
don't have
only
great
really
guns.
Sheriff's. Yes, yesterday's still got his ult, still bits and pieces to work with, but he is actually going to be denied by some utility holding him back on that flank, but they need to start getting that pressure building now. And the captain goes down, Xena falls to Massey, coming online here. Flank does come into play at a 2v3. Okay, hold on. That's come out. But the time is really low on the clock. Oh my god, they're hitting bangers. Martin outside of panic time of stress. Which way do you look, left or right? The time, it's ticking. He's got to get pressured. Oh, he tries his damn best.
He does have time, I think.
It's good for KC.
He's got this.
Thrifty.
Yeah,
got
he's
it.
got this.
You get shot, you lose the
Bogey, thanks for the 4 month.
Kind of baiting them out by
Holy
like shooting
shit.
one direction to bait the peek in from the opposite direction, flicking around. It was so close. It was down to the wire. 0.5.
Wow, what a big win. Yeah, the Jay
No
just
right
with his
to
show.
do this.
Sheriffs,
No right
FUT
to do
sheriffs.
this. They're so good at it.
What is it?
I don't know.
Don't buy rifles.
That's a tough loss as well.
That could have been such a good like springboard round.
That was a tough loss for Karmic Core. And the call was so good as well, right? The little pause.
Their spirit, yeah. Like they're missing their flashes now at the start of this round. That's not a good sign after losing a crushing
Okay, they
round
do
like
shut
that.
the door this time.
Focus up, boys. This is dangerous. I mean, they have every opportunity to do this right back to FUT, right? They've got sheriffs, they've got stingers. They've got every opportunity to do just the same thing. And I quite like what they're attempting here, just kind of posting up. Onto Massey towards top middle. He can hear out these rotations. He could even maybe catch
So
someone.
now they're on an eco as well. That's such a big swing, but Cena might give them one here.
Does he go too far? He's got players coming. Spots him. Oh my god, yeah,
Oh,
that's
just
almost
gets out
unfair.
of time with that smoke is
He's
crazy.
sticking around.
He sticks around.
Still.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Fair enough, time to peel away. Massey showing his hand towards top mid. But where's the pivot point?
Okay,
Goes
they've
straight
seen
for
them
market.
come
There's
back.
3 players here, Josh. How the hell are they meant to find any value?
With difficulty, I think.
And they're getting stalled out. You got 40 seconds. If they try and go through market, there's yeah, they know how to captain's here, and he's still finding value. Might get over.
Oh, and he lives. He lives.
Martin desperate to close down on that kill. And it's down to Shin and Tomasi.
Oh.
Tomasi brilliant with 2. There's still a player on the site. Yellow J's still here. With 18 seconds. Oh my, wait,
Oh,
hold on,
whoa,
Tomasi.
whoa.
Suddenly.
Okay, oh, that's heartbreaking. And Plant's coming, he knows he's on the site here, but Shin's got himself a rifle.
Oh,
It doesn't
nice from
matter.
yesterday.
Yellow J again.
A little warrior scream.
Just puts
Cena's
the
gonna get
full
ult with
stop
that
to
as
the
well.
round, and
I mean, it
that's
got
gonna be FUT
dangerous.
taking back the lead now.
Not a bad eco.
I think KC still has a pretty decent understanding of what's happening and what their win condition is and
And
everything
like
that.
we're
Like we have to keep in
very
mind that
close. So
FUT
each
kind of
time,
won that off the back
like
of,
FUT's eco won't be
you know,
good if they lose this round, right? Like
honestly, like
it's a very back and forth game. Every round feels
they got a
quite
few
close.
individual, like what picks, and that opened things up. But I think KC still had a
Nice
pretty
shots by
decent
Thomas.
handle on the entire situation throughout the round.
None of KC.
These rounds haven't been like super one-sided, right?
No, they haven't. They've been
come
close.
down to the wire.
But I think when we're talking bigger picture and we talk about the
Time
kind
out
of
calming
impact of what
tour.
these rounds feel like,
5-4. That was the first time that they really ventured into
pressure,
mid.
sure, but not in this map necessarily. Like,
What
you're
do
not
they
gonna
want
come
to
into
do?
it
I mean, that
half-hearted,
wasn't a
but if
bad
you're
round,
KC,
right? Like
you won the
they
pistol
didn't push
like you
them
did
back
first
off
round
A.
pistol. That's fine.
So whenever we're doing
But
default
since then, you've only got
on
2 rounds,
Sunset,
and the others have been close, but close doesn't feel good enough.
I always think
after you got thrashed
like
on
they
map
just
1.
threw that little smoke
Like, they're
out
gonna
there
start
that's
getting
like
flashbacks
you
to
don't
map
really
one here.
want
You
that,
remove those
right?
with
That's
that
not
pistol
really
round away,
doing
the
much for
scoreline
you.
isn't so kind.
That just tells
So
them that
I'm
for
a little
15
worried
seconds
that
you're
they're
probably
gonna
not
start
going to push
getting
forward
more and
past
more
that
down
point.
themselves, more and more
Like-
kind of spiraling. But as you said, like a couple of missed flashes here and there. A couple,
You know, when we're
missed
talking about
opportunities,
on
and
this
it's
map, I
just
think
starting
one
to
of the
be
most
a little
important
bit
things is
worrying for KC. I'm
if
hoping
they're in that A default,
coaching staff
push them
chime in
off
with
this
something
line,
here, 'cause
right?
they
And then
might start
you know 2
floundering
players
now.
are here, right? You don't want the A to become 1, you want the A
Rounds
to be
remain in this
2.
half. We see a
And
rolling
then from
thunder
there,
from FUT and a showstopper.
you know, if you can pressure top
Showstopper
mid
from
as well
our
and
team
get
as
people
well.
looking at
And off the
that,
back of a timeout,
then that's
you're
going to
kind of
open up your
expecting
options.
both teams to come in with something. KC calls a
Which they
timeout,
did
they're
do
on
okay
attack,
in that
have a
round,
showstopper. Are
which
they going
was,
to go for a play here? Is FUT
you know,
going to do something kind
not
of
something that they have done a
non-standard,
lot of.
knowing that, hey, KC might have a plan here, let's kind of disrupt this somehow.
Satchel out.
Speaking of that, seeing Ed right down middle, looking for him, trying to find him. He's going to hear them scattering. Oh my god! How did no one take even a fleck of damage from that? Whew. But the problem is that
Sticks
he heard a
around.
lot of movements.
Against
They've
a
been able to kind of
Gecko,
adjust
risky.
accordingly if they need to, and he's not backed away. He's still here. This is the confidence, this is the freedom that
Wow.
scares the life out of you. Get you 2 kills as well. Narrate trades it, but now they have to approach the map with a minute left and no idea
They shut the door
of
as
what's
well, I'm
happened
pretty
beyond
sure.
spawn.
This guy can just stick around.
No smokes to add to it. They could depend a little on Tomasi, but that's still not easy.
And obviously, I mean, this camera, I don't love it.
He's already pushed up too.
I mean, this guy could just come and kill
They
him.
look like they want to end B here. A great position.
I was wondering
Great
who's keeping
setup.
Yedajay
Swings?
safe, and we found it. Cracks. Yedajay will be called out of his camera. Doesn't even need to. Cracks got his back. Tomasi and Narrate do make their presence in middle. There we
Do
go.
you see them
Spotting the
both?
camera, but they're down to 35 seconds. There's 2 of them. Trying to split the attention of FUT, sure, but you still got to stick the landing
30
somewhere.
seconds left.
Wingman's on the way. Gonna note their progress. And they're trying to go through CT spawn. But the
There's no time.
Josh,
What?
they're at 17 seconds. And if they just play to the clock, there's nothing they can do. This round is just going to fizzle out.
10
They might
seconds
get
left.
hunted down after the fact as well.
Yeah.
Potentially.
I mean, what's the money like for FUT? I don't think it's been super stable, but
Player
be
standing.
valuable. Oh dear. This is not what you wanted
Well,
to be
that
seeing
was
KC
certainly a
after
round.
timeout. After a check-in to the coach.
It's a little poetic though. We saw
I
that
mean, yeah,
earlier
they get
in the
disrupted
half.
by
Call a
CNED's
timeout,
ult,
they lose CNED
which
round
they don't
trip,
die.
They lose the round.
This is
KC,
where,
same thing.
again, the
Hey,
team's
call a
Gecko
timeout,
usage
but
is
like, you know
not
what?
good.
We've got-
This Gecko
we've got
util
this
is
pocket
free.
strat
You
ready
can
to
clear
shut
all
it
these
down
angles
right
for
now.
free.
We use paranoia
You aren't
for
giving them
A,
information that they're
shutting it
clearing,
back
you're
all the
clearing
way
your
through
spawn,
the
right? Why would they
bottom. I
fucking
guess
care?
right
That's
now,
nothing
CNED
to them,
going in all the way deep in the guts
right?
with the
Especially if you
showstopper.
only use
Doesn't hit
Gecko
anyone with
util.
it, but holds that positioning, and it looks scary for
Clear
a moment
it.
for FUT.
It's
One
free.
B, one mid.
Yep.
You know, they're spread across the map, split 1-1-1-1-1. But CNED still locks down 2,
Still
included.
gets them too.
Included
just
is
bounce
the
it off
smokes.
here.
Shin, no smokes for you guys.
A free
For
pickup.
like a minute
Wingman
remaining,
this.
so a little bit of a pace change.
Free pickup.
Mid burst? Yeah, looking like the high flash of the swing.
trying
Paranoia
to
sent
push
towards
mid.
the
Nice,
A side of the
solo
map,
flash.
but they seem quite aware of this. They're both playing towards CT, and the timing can be very interesting. I think they caught them on the sun, potentially. Yeah, they did. Well, I don't think it even
Two all.
mattered. Shin's back was turned here. Magnum trying to hold, trying to keep the peace, but he gets
flash.
outdone. CNED batters him, and we're starting to see FUT look confident, starting to springboard into these rounds. Tomasi, Martin, and Narrate need some miracles, and no one's answering. Cracks and CNED in unison. It's all on one.
Wow, FUT
This
starting
round
to feel it,
capitulates.
and they forced
And this
as
is
well.
a flawless round, an Andalusia flawless. And you said it before, and I think it's right to reiterate, the confidence, the momentum, FUT are starting to come online, and that is heartbreaking for Carmine Core.
And that's the timeout strat that Carmine Core wanted to do in the previous round. They got stuffed. They weren't able to go through the motions of it because right off the rip, stuns in their face with a showstopper. So this is the play they wanted to do. But they have KO ulti.
Yeah, this is
They
like
have
FUT.
Raze
They're
ulti.
good. This
They're
is
not
good
using
FUT.
either of them to secure
round, right there,
which
right?
means like that they still have them available here. But
Okay, they
like,
do
why are
have
calling the same strat
ult
and not, like,
advantage.
investing that? They found nothing
Wow.
at middle. And again, deep, CNED goes.
They have no idea about this. They're being funneled
Problem is
forward as
now
well.
you miss them.
TP
Unlucky.
taken, going to reinforce towards CT.
They're gonna KO ult you now.
This is all on one side of the map here, and there's no subtlety to it. They want this. FUT looking on fire. Stunned up, slowed down, and the vice
But
gets
everyone's
closer.
here.
Narrate's fallen, so's Tomasi. This is one-sided
Okay,
as hell.
Martin.
Martin desperate to put up a fight. Trying to put up some numbers. Stem the bleeding a little bit here. They've still got a minute on the board. They can still do something. They still have Shin with those smokes. Flash. On towards the elbow. Smoke behind him, so he's ahead of this.
Big.
Oh, the flash
Oh,
was
and the
so good again.
second-
He got both.
And that's the spy.
This half is looking donezo. Magnum we need 3 here. He's got the first. He ain't gonna get the second. 8-4.
Holy
it
shit.
feels like the start of the end.
KC thought for a second. They got that pistol. They get the next round.
Yeah.
It's looking like pretty even.
Again, they
for a
won
little bit,
pistol
like,
and they won
Some of
4.
these rounds are looking
4-3.
pretty close as
And
well,
then,
yeah.
And then suddenly, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row for FUT. And it's like, yeah, right now their positioning, their rotations are so strong
I mean,
because
look at that,
they're
man.
all together. Before KC is able to even make it to the site, again, 3 in front of them, 2 quickly behind. And so many lineup
Okay,
kills as well.
8-4. I mean,
CNED's got
FUT.
lineup kills. Yedajay
And they've
gets a
lost
lineup
all
kill there.
pistols.
There's 2 people
They've lost all the
running around
pistols.
trying to take him out, and he's just holding mouse 1. Doesn't even have to move it.
So here comes the big part of this, right? Madrid, a disappointment for KC. They were one of the, up-and-comers, the teams that people are excited for, seeing glimmers of Gambit in the way they were calling, seeing those protocols looking fantastic. It obviously didn't go well. Fell by the wayside, crushed under the heel of more experienced players. And there was an opportunity here to potentially make it to Shanghai. And that might be slipping between their fingertips, and a better combatant put in their place in the form of FUT. As it stands on a rate on the verge.
Oh, bro.
He doesn't get what he wants.
Brother.
Cena just...
Okay, nice shot.
Martin does make up for the, I don't want to say mistake, for the mess that happened. And that's much better.
Okay, the spike just about gets out.
That's 3 players left for FUT.
The 4v3. Okay, with
aside Martin. Okay.
oh, not very good at these pistols, are
himself, I guess he will. Oh.
Nice shot.
Okay. And look at the HP of Tomasi and look at the position. Yeah, the J
Oh.
considered. Tomasi.
Wow, the timing's just a little off.
Cracks.
Oh man.
No. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. It's all
Martin
good.
with a 4K. There is another pistol, so all 4 pistols to Kami Core.
Flashbacks.
It just makes your heart sink for a second, but they've done it again, right? They've done what they needed, got the pistol. Now we're gonna need to see that in the gun rounds, though.
Still, both pistols, and they're still down by 3 rounds.
Yeah.
You're still not in a. We see that on like Narrate's face after he, I don't know, like misses his shots, and then kind of like it feels like his mouse went off the mouse pad a little bit, and he's not looking happy about whatever's happening here.
Timing
We've seen it from
of
like
that.
everyone. Magnum missing these flashes on off the rip when the barrier drops. It's the little things like
It's
this.
good by
where you can
Kami
tell
Core. Good,
that
like that's
mentally
again,
they're-
that's good
they're
Kami
kind of
Core
nervous.
and that discipline there.
There's no other
think
way.
It's almost tangible at this point, right? You can you can kind of see it. Even in the loss though, FUT do come back in with a very light purchase. Just cracks this time with that Sheriff. Light shield I think was invested too for Cena. That's about it. On the other side, Bulldogs, Vandal, plenty to report. Relatively simplistic approach here, but gotta be careful. Those classics have been seen in the last couple of days to do some serious work to Massey.
That's Captain, bro. Your job's just get that spike down, lad. I don't know why they aren't planting with Wingman, because Cracks has bought himself a Sheriff,
Do they
but
have any utility to really depend on? Not really here. It was very light for FUT. They're not over-investing at all. The Captain just going to stick around. Going to get cleared very quickly. KC could do with this being clean. Nice from Martin again. He's doing very, very well here. It's fine, the diffuse is still happening. Diffuse is still happening. If I see that stop happening, then I get nervous. For now, all good. If they can get that Vandal back, they should be okay. But I've said
2
this
kills on
before,
a plant
Josh.
though
I've
for
seen this
FUT,
before.
not bad.
We've seen it. What feels like every start of these halves.
I wonder if KC should just call their timeout right now. Like this round
kind of
could be
wish
huge,
they would.
right?
Yeah.
Like if they're able to convert this bonus round and then use that momentum, FUT probably has to do a Sheriff round. Scary, but I mean, and then this is also Lil Bro diffusing here, getting Narrate a little bit closer to that ulti. Another reason why.
okay, Martin already has Razor.
Right? So it's like, that's a really impactful ult. Maybe could you consider what to do with? Maybe they've already got something in mind, but I'd like to see them come into this with, with something outlined. Because as you highlighted, this is a very clear start. And speaking of, Martin's off, trying to find one.
I push through this.
I don't think.
Okay, they survived the Razor. That's a win
They
for
seem
FUT off the rip.
really into the concept of trying to shut down on towards that side, but
It's already a small win
it
for
didn't
FUT.
feel confident enough to go for it. Really, you're not going to be able to chase someone down. So
especially not through a one-way smoke.
readily.
Your own one-way smoke. It'll give the opponents one, but
oh god,
we saw this from KC in the first half.
there's 3 players here at least for KC.
Oh, he
right?
missed the boom bot.
Investing the smoke, Martin.
Might cost him.
No satchels to get away, so he's kind of stuck to this one if he wants to stick around. But
A
there's
KO
a good
knife. Nice KO knife.
They've got some good chip damage.
I can't use that.
Break the trip.
Reaction to take B main control from Tomasi here.
But they're going to be pivoting
Oh,
straight through
FUT, not
market.
good.
Magnum.
He missed the nade as well.
Just that ghost to work with. So
Cena's had a fucking mare in this
one.
one.
Them, but actually, it's hindered
So he
them.
missed the boom bot.
It's not been the
Missed the nade. Naded
perfect
his team
approach,
off.
so
Seems low time, but they still have a lot of time to work with FUT here.
Oh, but they've read it.
KC.
KC
Not really
reading
with
it.
a lot of map control. They've lost
30
mid.
seconds
They
left.
do have kind of a line on A, but not really.
okay, but I kind
But
of
now
like
they're
they
all
gamble
here.
players towards the A side because I
Nah,
mean,
this
I
is
like it 'cause it's worked
if
out,
Comical
but
lose
it
this,
was a good
then
read
that
going
would
back into
this
Now
is
down
hard
18
to lose.
seconds.
Especially
Yeah,
now.
Narrate's position just becomes more and more powerful the longer this goes on. KC, this is better. This is what the doctor ordered. Beautiful. And again, 10 seconds, you're looking for the round. That's what they need. Yeah, clean would be ideal, but you'll take what you're given here. Denial on the plant, and now we're looking at that clock. 3 seconds. Shin gonna really make sure.
Okay, there you go.
And there
GG.
it is. Game back on.
Nice.
They've got past a hurdle.
Nice from
that held
Comical.
them back
FUT.
last time.
Yeah, Cena just
but
Cena
this is
just
like
cost him that
exact
round really with
kind
his
of formula
Utah.
recipe.
Because if he has a good boombot there and they see that this guy is close, or even if they just see someone else is shooting it for that guy, then you can go and react to that and you can, you know, start to bombard them. Instead, he misses the boombot. He stops them from being able to push this the second time, so he forces them into this. And I know this one wasn't really his fault because he just hit the wall,
That's how you
but
start believing in the
you
same
know,
sort
I
of
mean
look.
that's
You don't want to get ahead of yourselves because
there's no other way of putting it. Like you can't miss a boombot and a nade. You can't give them good util.
It is very
You're just not gonna
and
win.
There's not pressure on FUT, so they can be quite audacious in these rounds.
But it's a big win for Comic.
Magnum's
Wow.
going to be rewarded for that. And the
Okay,
captain
no
was watching
smokes.
that, and the second he looked away, of course Magnum comes walking out. Trying to close that gap a little. But he doesn't need to go for too much information now, Magnum. He can play safe. He's got to be careful of his back, which he is. Doesn't want to get pinched here. For FUT, they're just kind of being very individualistic about it, but why not? You've got Sheriffs, very, very little to lose, but Cena's been able to get quite far into this. Decent clear. That can be called out. And yeah, Tomasi, they're in unison with Magnum. Going to stop J from trying to creep through towards B main. And away we go. Can they close towards either of these players? No,
Okay, the stun was good, but
smart move from KC. Maybe understanding they're a little
I don't know
vulnerable
why they
there.
aren't planting with the wingman.
The plan going to come in. So far, 5
I guess 'cause
standing
he's
for
already
KC.
got
This
ult.
is good. You want to see those rifles remain, build up that bank. Don't allow these Sheriffs to find the value that they're known for. That's a start, but a better answer. Good work. It's all on Cracks. Not going to be able to get the reload. Shut down in time, KC.
Okay, Comical. Big second half. They get back to 8-8.
Another car crash, and they get up to an even
I mean, again,
score.
they've won all
8-8
4
now.
pistols, and
And we see their setups actually
I don't know.
making sense on this map compared to Icebox.
and again,
where
if they
you
win
have,
this and then win
2-on-2
Lotus,
setup, they don't really have a lot of opportunity to connect with one another or like fallback
who knows?
options
Like
once
they
you
could
get
win
pushed off
Lotus.
an
I think
angle.
FUT need
But
to win this
here,
map, honestly.
We can see exactly how it works. They have 2 people locking down A main, and because of that, a Link player gets a third player. A Link is able to spot.
They swap it up this time. They go Decipher passive A. We're going to get aggressive B main.
Get a kill, fall back to the next angle. Get a kill, fall back to the next angle. And that works out so well for these guys because they're just in full control of the round.
But we do see the ults coming through on the other side as well. Crack's going to have his here. Hat there for J. 1 off for CNED. And actually, this flash could be really nice if timed correctly. I mean, it's a bit of a shot in the dark, but it could be pretty good. There's the flash. There's a
Wow,
screen.
that
Beautiful,
timing could not have been
huge
better.
Reward as well. Had a captain trying to do his best tens impression above that smoke.
And there's
You're gonna hear that
suppress
ult go through
stops
as well,
the
but
Gecko
Paranoia
ult.
posted, and you're going to see them scramble.
Spike has
right?
to
This
run
Torn's gonna
away.
run. Try and
Now
find
what
some
do you
safety
do?
towards mid because he knows
We're
they
going to
lost
need a
control of
timeout
B
after this
main.
round. They lose this
So I
one.
like this.
They're
KC getting a
panicking.
bit more confident. Seeing them
They're
making
not in
choices.
control at all.
Fighting together. Magnum going to find Cracks.
Just
and
a
yeah,
full
this
full
should be
panic
good for
round.
Tomasi too. I don't think he can. Oh, okay, hold on. That's Cena with the ult, but the spike can be retrieved. I'm not nervous yet, but there's something. that makes me feel
4v2.
uncomfortable
Cena has
about
Raze
this.
ult.
A little bit of whack-a-mole there for a few moments, but KC
They'll come and
waiting
group
for the spike to
together.
be planted before they decide.
Probably
that they're
should
gonna
use
press
Gecko ult
forwards.
here.
They do have
They've got
2
so much.
different, really good ultimates.
Wow, okay,
Okay,
they
I
use
like that. I
Kale
like
ult.
seeing
I feel
Magnum
like
utilize this early, trying to make sure there's no threat. Smoke's gonna go up towards elbow side. It's gonna be Mr. Four. Okay, Shin. Relax.
okay, gonna be a timeout FUT. They've lost 5 in a row now. Calming Core, big comeback.
Josh, I feel like they're getting
Yeah,
in the
I'm
rhythm of the
just,
game
I mean,
here.
it's a nice proactive play by them,
scary.
right? I mean, the timing
But
is
they're starting to get
literally
the grip here.
perfect
Now,
just as he
does
comes around the
FUT call
corner.
timeout soon? Is it their turn to maybe try and come back in with a
I mean, the
concept?
literal
Because
second. You see the stun
we are
coming in
seeing
from Mr.
Carmine
Fallen.
Core with a bit of a reminder of who they are. This is 5
Timing
rounds
could
now.
not have been better, but then
Consecutive
FUT, I mean, they
rounds
just
building back into this game.
FUT should use, let him defuse.
they just need
You
a
know,
chill here.
Understanding that,
No
just making sure
timeout.
you're getting
Wow,
the
what
right
are we
agents
doing?
closer to the ultimates.
Yeah.
Makes a
What
lot
are
of
we
sense.
doing,
I
guys?
mean, it sounds like a really basic thing. FUT should call a timeout because right now, if they aren't able to win here, it's going to give KC so many rounds that if they trade rounds back to back to back, it's going to end in the favor of KC. And FUT need to win multiple rounds in a row here. They need a good game plan around that.
Paranoia
Again,
and the
it's
swing.
proactive.
Okay.
Captain survives it though.
That's a man advantage. We haven't seen one of those in a minute. So how does KC
Cena's
respond
taken
to
B
this? Do
main.
they double down? Do they back? They're doubling down. There is
Oh, the
Oh my
timing.
god, yeah, the J. Yeah, he is. Yeah, caught. He's actually got to cover.
He gets the
Shot
spike.
from Magnum though. Just flick of the wrist towards Mr. Fallen. And they're just willing to brawl this out, which is pretty dangerous. But if you're going to back yourself, why not? Magnum.
The only thing is, they won't expect this.
Love it. To pin down. But Cena's position is terrifying to me. Yeah,
just
they're
before
gonna
they
get his
go for
position
the
now,
side
but
roll.
it's a little too late to be calling that in. Plant's going to come through.
Spike planted.
Deep flash. Buys a couple of seconds and the captain
Oh.
goes down. Did some chip damage, but not enough to really write home about. It's on Cracks and CNED. The ult.
He saw both of
Not
them.
what he wanted either. The gap closing now. You're going to have Cracks towards the back of pillar. CNED towards market. The cross is happening. Clean shot. Oh dear, this is when you're getting a little bit of a sweaty palm
Hey,
moment,
Cracks,
but Magnum
1v2.
doing wonders. But Cracks can be clean with it too. That's good enough. 32 HP, but Magnum is sitting better off. But time. Magnum's got to make a choice. He's got to make it now. Checking on the
Ah,
half.
well played by
Not out of it
Cracks.
yet with a Red Bull clutch. They come
Okay,
back in.
needed for
Keeping
FUT.
the
I mean, he
scoreline
still
as
should take
close
his time
to
out, in my
as
opinion. I mean,
ever.
as the captain,
Finally breaking that run around.
honestly could have
What
won
is
the
it
round
now?
right there, then and then.
Five
But
held where it is.
nice little
But
look by
Carmichael should
CNED.
be able to keep their cool, right?
I feel
They
like
should be
FUT
composed. It was just,
surely
you know, a
start
rough
to
start.
understand how Carmichael are playing this. They're playing it very aggressive. Right, they're playing extremely aggressive for these deep re-clears and stuff like that. You
And
know,
it was looking good all the way until CNED was deep in the spawn, catches narrate on the rotate, and even
still it's a
even
big
though
win.
all of
How's
that happened,
Carmichael's
KC
money?
still had a lot of control. It came down to that 2 versus
The
1.
money
where
is
they split
okay,
up,
but if they
one
lose
went
this one, it
left,
might be a
right,
save.
And that gave the opportunity for FUT to close out the round. Now KC, they really need this one. Their money is not looking great. 2 players on 100 credits, just about.
I'm looking at how willing they were to commit towards taking A there. Taking a decent amount of space towards elbow, but you can already see, I think it's Shin who's just kind of shouldering it, jump spotting to make sure no one's actually making progress, but they're keeping 3 players committed to this. You can see that next layer of paranoia being top middle, but a very passive hold towards B, probably the right shout. Got Mr. Fallen with the ult.
They're just
Captain
grouping
with
up
his.
B
Yeah, the J
after
still
the
on his.
B
Not
hit.
really had an opportunity to use that. On the other side, Narrate.
With Rachel.
Shin. Now KC looking to deny the
Oh.
wingman plan, but he puts his life on for it. CNED gonna take down Tomasi. That could be the green light, but look who's trying to try and take his place. Magnum, but only for a moment. One by one, they're trying to get towards the site and they're falling. Maybe not aware of the progress that was made here by FUT. 3 towards CT.
Planted.
Cornered in, Carmine Core maybe getting a little nervous, getting a little worried, because this could be 10 for
All
FUT.
coming for CT, this Omen
And a
flash might
3v5, it
destroy
ain't
them.
easy, and a captain with a perfect paranoia,
It
but a
did,
bit too
but-
close. Plays in Cracks though, as he gets the individual targets, and Martin left in a 1v3. This would be time for heroics, but I don't know if he's got the time. The clock's still ticking, and 4 bullets to play with, and CNED on the hunt goes down. The trade's there, Yenajay.
Okay, 10-9, and now money's getting a little
This is
low.
a terrifying time, but things start going wrong.
Whenever FUT's getting these first picks, it looks like they have such good control over the round. And I do
I like
wonder,
that, like
on
taking
KC
the
side
ult
of
up there
things,
when it's only 2 of you
we see them
defaulting
on
against
some
a team
rounds
that
and
you
right,
know has
pretty
been
loose,
super
and it's
proactive.
looking good for them, but then they'll make a
It's
mistake
super
on one of the rounds
bold,
where
but
they're
I
able to
think
let
it
two
makes
bullets
Carmichael probably
too
think like, oh, this
proactive,
must
they
be the
leave a
team.
gap, CNED's able to exploit
Right?
that
If
gap.
this
Happened
if this
a couple of
fucker is
times now
grabbing the
so
ult
far,
orb, there
where he's
must
able
be
to
one
slip
guy
through, oh, you
here.
guys are
There's
gonna do
probably
this
2
fight
guys
here, we're
behind
gonna
him.
take the space.
And so
But
that
last round,
keeps them here.
KC stuck in their setup. They lose the A control, and they're just so on the back foot. And then the B trying to deny the wingman from planting, they lose Tomasi instantly. And then the rest of the round just falls apart. They bleed out. FUT, full control.
Yeah, and
Go for
quick
that same
control
play.
towards market. CNED wants to try and backfill the space he was given. And
Oh.
the captain, the one actually rewarded, but now look how close they are to the chopping block here.
Kill from Magnum, though.
Great work to try and stem that, slow that down, deny that kind of springboard in, but now he's kind of in no man's land, and they know about Shin. Oh, he's no
Well
chance!
played by FUT.
11
Good
looking
clearing.
so likely. Narrate and Tomasi got to be frustrated about this.
Oh.
Great shot from Tomasi.
Now he does have the
Arms
Gecko
on
ult
the
again,
but
so this
they've
still
made it
should be
look
very difficult to win.
closer.
Especially with a
What can they
sheriff
do
and a
now?
stinger, although they can probably pick up a gun.
Still with the ult to be invested for a second time of asking. Yeah, the J ready to swing if needed. Trying to be played in now. Get the timing right. Ooh, Narrate. Has no idea. None the wiser.
Okay, FUT onto
None
11.
closer. Held on 9. FUT make it to 11, and things are
I've Carmichael
getting
taken both timeouts.
scary. A couple more rounds and FUT lock
3
in
in a row for
Shanghai.
FUT. I mean, that was a
KC,
that
you
was
can
an
see it on
eco,
the face,
but
is starting to look worried, and a timeout has been called. This is crunch time. This is the best chance they're gonna have now.
They've looked worried for a few rounds. There was a period in the middle of the game where they're like, oh, actually, maybe we can do this comeback.
Bob the Builder HD with the 6 months.
KC.
Do you think level of play at Shanghai will be higher?
Yes.
Madrid felt kinda sloppy emo.
So right now,
Yeah, the
they're
level of
coming to terms
Shanghai
with
will
the fact
definitely
that,
be
like,
higher.
hey, like, we're-
Just because more
we're in
teams have
prime
had more
position to make
time.
this happen. We're letting it slip. We had the lead.
Like, yeah.
3 in
Like,
a
the
row
best
for
two
FUT.
teams
And now, I mean,
Madrid
there's
and
still
Genji
opportunity
and
for KC.
Sentinels,
They've got
like,
Showstopper, they've got Thrash available.
you know, they were good.
On the other side,
They were playing
but
well.
They've got no ults. They just invested
But there's
inside, they just
definitely,
invested
like,
Thrash that
there's
round.
I would say,
Moment, right? They've got
100
options.
Thieves,
They've got a
Lev,
couple of different
if
things they
Lev
can
win,
bring
of
out,
course.
be it that Showstopper,
But
be it
even
Thrash,
Crew
whatever
when they're
it is,
playing well as
and
well.
one off from Magnum's
Either
ult
Lev or
too,
Crew when they're
so
playing
really
well,
key
or just
things
Lev
just
most
on
of the time.
horizon, but how do they handle this?
Even
There's a couple
G2,
of
the way
things
they've
that
looked the
have gone
last couple of
very well
games, like if
for FUT.
G2
They've
play
been
at that level as
you know,
well,
holding
which
up the
is no
matches pretty
guarantee,
nice in the
but
last
definitely
couple of
Paper
rounds.
Rex,
They caught a couple players in no man's land towards B.
Genji and T1
It
maybe
hasn't
not
been
as
clear
much.
cut. It's not like FUT found the
FBX seem
perfect
to have
formula. It's not like they've
started to
completely cracked it,
find a
they've done
groove
well
as
enough
well.
to
Maybe
put that
FBX
pressure
might be
back
more
on. It's only been
competitive.
3 rounds, but considering it's the first half, you can see why it's such a detriment.
And I think,
But
let's
now it's a
assume,
big
FUT, like if we
purchase. It's a
say
big
FUT win
round.
this, I think
It's
FUT,
now pretty
Heretics,
much never. This would be 12
and
on the board.
sometimes Fnatic,
This is almost booking your ticket to
you know,
Shanghai
like-
in this moment. So if there was a plan
other
in
than
mind, a
T1,
theory
there's
to bring
not,
out, it's
and the
gotta be
China
now.
teams, there's
A
not many
FUT that can
teams
just
that I have
turn the
like
pace up a
no
chin
hope for. Okay,
once
wow, nice.
to
So there's
go
that
again.
proactivity
Doesn't
again.
want to drop it on this
And that's
round.
again, no
He's gonna
smokes
get
for
to the
them.
first and fall away.
That's a
Perfect
couple
beginning.
times they've punished them here towards A main. I think Captain keeps going for this
KC to close
aggressive
this out, because if they lose it,
smoke.
it's basically almost game.
I did watch by the
Their
Crew
money
game.
will be in the gutter. Man advantage is going to help, but again, CNED walks into B. B is free. As soon as that A pressure is seen, they take
now
all
what
the
do we do?
space. CNED's pushed
We're on
through
B
before.
with 2 players.
This time,
Like if this was
consider
1 player,
This midwalk is going to put a couple of question marks. I guess it's feeling like it's all in, right? FUT are trying to find some sort of safety, kind of trying to pin down where these players are. And look at Spawn. This could be such an interesting dynamic between the two. With that shot rattling off, Mr. Fallen's going to turn attention. Do they even think that there could be anyone here? He could be the master of disaster. There's 3 players that are none the wiser, and he's going to be able to back clear this. No one's coming
well,
this
he's
way.
going to tell them
Don't
that
worry
they're all
about it.
coming
Focus
market.
elsewhere. Focus market, focus CT. Don't
it's
worry
a
about this.
huge
He's
backside for
behind
Mr.
them.
Fallen.
He's behind them right now. There's so many players he's about to spot out here, but he doesn't be able to take anyone with him. Martine isolates
He
Cracks.
didn't get any kills.
How the hell did that go wrong for Mr. Fallen? It looked perfect.
Oh.
Yeah, what a turn! Takes down 2 towards CT, punishes the cross. He is fighting with everything he's got. Mr. Fallen getting back
Wingman.
to try and control by B main. Yellow J adjusting, looking through towards market for the defuse. It's still happening.
Oh, what a kill! He shot the wingman. Which he had to.
Was then. KC not out of it yet.
Oh, what a big
Getting
clutch.
themselves up to double digits, but that was down to
Holy
the wire.
shit. Yeta J almost going crazy hero mode.
down to the wire. Every round is so close. It's rare that we see a round where there's like 4 players alive on one side, 3
Just
players
like a
alive
nice
even.
little play.
It's always down to like 1 or 2 alive. Narrowest of margins. At 0.5 second diffuse type of situation happening on the first half.
Player standing. 1 enemy remaining. Impressive.
Another reason why having the wingman on the defuse is so important there. Because
Yeah.
while the defuse is getting to half, 2 players are able to keep
But
their
look at the
guns out.
buy.
And even then, even in that
Oh, we got him again, guys. Come on, what are we doing after Captain, bro? They beat this. They know how to beat this.
That smoke's then removed.
Yeah, you're playing anti-flash,
Much
but
they
it's
adjust.
just
They didn't
so
get to see this
risky,
last time
man.
around. Yellow J seemingly aware of the presence. They're toying with
Come
expectation
on.
now, leaving a lot on the
Just
shoulders
just
of Shin.
wait 2 seconds to see if they do
The
it.
man who remained from that early roster.
And if they
showing off his
perfectly
potential
time you
momentum
like they did
again.
earlier,
He's
then fair
under
enough. But
fire here. Time to back away.
like, just chill for like a second, and as soon as you hear that flash, like you know, okay,
Is that enough?
the omen's
Looks
there.
like it is. They're starting to pull
Oh,
players
nice
over.
shot.
CNED choosing his time to strike. Catching Martine on the cross.
Oh, he needs to go and get the
Slowly
spine.
drifting through. That's a 4v4 now. And keep in mind, even with that round win, the repurchase was poor from KC. They had to try and scramble something together. We've got Guardians and Bulldogs.
I mean, we're playing every round with no smoke.
But in a great
Nice
position.
shot.
Gonna catch Mr. Fallen and fall away.
The thing is, they had seen the breach on A before. They've just killed the breach, but I don't think they've seen anyone else.
Just
Though.
holding these
They might have seen
positions.
the Mosh. Wingman to plant.
But
Trying to get
just
Cena at the
through
plant
the
for
back
ult.
sit. Looking for that plant. Tap. No response. Readjust. Different plant now.
Spike
Okay.
planted.
They have KO ult. Okay, ult to deny
Retake is
Razel.
gonna be Magnum's ultimate coming in. It's gonna prevent CNET from being able to use Showstopper. The 4-on-3 playing in the numbers.
2 towards elbow, and Jacinet standing, being the turret on the side, can be forced away from the first angle, but it's all through CT, all players, and they do get past cracks. But Yenajay still stands, he gets him 3.
Oh, there's no fucking way! There's no fucking way, man!
Past him, CNET and Yenajay,
And the buy is gonna be
unison. They
awful.
understood it. They saw the game
Their buy is
plan,
gonna be so
and they
bad,
just
Karmine
played
Core,
it
because
as
they
an
won the
aim
last
play
round.
As they cross towards it. 12 now.
I mean, they
found
got him
for
again
FUT.
with it.
This is devastating for KC. Getting so close within touching distance.
But
And
Yenajay again.
the bailout, those 3 were incredible.
How many times have you think we've seen that this game? Just like one person sitting down,
Oh,
holding their
that's
ground,
tough.
multiple people.
And look, we got
swinging out to
stingers.
take them out.
Shin doesn't even
Against
have
only
anything.
Mouse One, getting
They've
this
got
rate
one
transfer,
hero
2,
rifle,
3
Martin.
players
He's
there.
on A. You've got
One
Razel
headshots.
now to still
One
use.
round away now, Josh. They're this close, and they haven't got much to stop these ults here. It's all looking like it's going towards that B site. Tomasi still here. Magnum still here. They have the stingers. They're not the ones with the bigger weaponry, but denied on the first go of things. They're trying to slow them down, trying to hold them back.
The
Can they
suppression's
get the
so
punch they
good.
can? Martin,
And Martin's here.
Seeing a Nana captain go down. This is huge.
Oh,
work from
why
Karmine
did
Core.
we do this? Why didn't we just ult
Heartbeat
into sight?
Shown. Maybe life in them yet. Crack's gonna take those first couple of steps. Clears close. That's Magnum. Second
Martin.
Martin. Good trade, but still the numbers very favorable towards KC. A 3v2. 56 seconds, and they're looking for a plant, something to work with. The hat invested. They got info. Ringer, Rosie, we go. 49 seconds. They can make a run for it. It's open. Mr. Fallen's just got to be able to play safe here. Buy a couple of seconds.
They can go pick
Buy
guns
some
up.
time. TP's on.
Oh.
He's heading on over, and he's committed. He's beaten them to the punch here. They've got to be aware of the possibility. How does he play it? Risk? No,
30 seconds
surely
left.
not. Not in these moments.
Spike planted.
The plant's in. Look at the positioning. Yellow J
Well, this
on the
is
site. Mr. Fallen playing deep towards CT. Camera to be utilized, trying to be treated as the third man almost. And they're opting for the long way around. What utility
They
do
still have 2
A
stingers. I
smoke,
thought they would have picked up
TP,
guns.
and not much else. That's about it. No
Start
flashes,
running.
no anything to bring in. It's the guns in hand and whatever hope they've got left here. Mr. Fallen
Big
ready to
stun.
deny this. The swing's just perfect. Oh,
Wow.
it's just
And I just play
perfection
time.
in motion. FUT now 1 kill.
Wow, another 2v3. It's FUT.
Round. FUT do it in a close affair. The Karmine Core's hearts will be broken after this
Holy
matchup.
fuck. Well,
But
it was deserved.
first
You know,
with Icebox,
FUT with a better team.
completely just destroying them, putting the pressure on.
I mean, they lost
playing these late round situations
every
almost to
pistol?
perfection with the mid rounds
And
with
won
the post
2-0.
lines. They were really good in those situations.
I
with
mean,
making sure that they're together.
you lose every pistol
Even in
and
this
win
last
2-0.
round, waiting off the camera contact,
You
seeing
definitely
all three,
deserve to
stunning
win.
them
I don't think
in
you
the
can
lineup.
complain if
They-
you're a Karmine Core fan. And then we get FUT versus Fnatic tomorrow, and I'd probably favor FUT, to be honest. I think FUT are the better team. Sorry, Karmine Core fans, but I do think that is just the way it is. They are the better team. They've played like the better team for most of it. Yenajay went hero at the end. And yeah. Karmine Core are out. FUT in. Okay. I will see you very soon for G2 versus 100 Thieves. Who would have thought? Who would have thought this would be this game? Probably not most people. And Crew versus Leviathan to decide who goes to this. Surely I've got time for Nottingham. What? Nottingham Miedo? Why are they called Nottingham? Why are they named after some fucking random city in Latin? Don't know. But anyway, goodbye.